repair. And aside from that, uh, let me think what else we've been doing. I
For me,
Yeah, what have you been doing?
yeah, I've been just chilling, bro. I was thinking about it, when I took a break. I was like, I gotta join this shit again.
Absolutely. I'm live right now in 12 different Discords. So that's been a change. I'm live in two Discords here, three there, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm live in at least 15 different Discords that I can count right now. And so people just see my account and they're like, what is this? And they click on it and then they come in here and we become friends. So that's definitely a positive. And I'm just making more friends. The big place where I've been making some moves is on Discord in some really big telegrams. I went into the biggest 10 telegrams or 20 telegrams with like hundreds of thousands of people and just basically stream my life in there. And that generates a lot of buzz. Like, what is this person doing? I watch them every day. What's their deal? And eventually people come in here and ask me what I'm doing. And that's what I wanted to do.
What about Sophia? Did you get like a girlfriend or something?
I did not get a girlfriend. I have many girlfriends. Sophia's just a friend. And her presence is much appreciated.
Uh,
How about you? What's been new in your life?
yeah, I moved to Egypt. I'm in Egypt right now.
Hell yeah, man. How's it there?
I like it way better than America.
Oh, really? That's cool. Why do you like it so much more?
I just feel like I'm free to do whatever I want. Like, there's more opportunities to have fun. Like, anything I want to do, I can do. Like, if I want to go on a jet ski right now, I can. It's like hella cheap. Everything's so much cheaper. Like, I'm rich out here. In America, I felt like I was broke.
That's amazing. Well, congratulations on the move and doing it safely and everything. That's amazing. So, are you going to be more on Discord?
Yeah, bro. I haven't been on there because like there was a hacker that hacked me like a month ago, so I saw them. Now I don't care. I'm not scared of them anymore.
I gotcha. Just one moment. I'm gonna do you know it's election day in the United States? Do you know it's election day in the United States? Can you hear me? Okay, maybe you can't.
Yeah, I think my mic is messed up. I can't hear you.
That's okay. Did you know that it's
My shit's messed up.
That's okay. Do you know that it's election day in the United States?
Yeah, it's election. Who do you got? Trump or Kamala?
I think they're both corrupt.
You got Kamala?
I said I think they're both corrupt.
Yeah, every time you walk away, my shit like cuts out. I don't know why.
No, I understand. Just one moment.
So every time you walk away, my thing cuts out.
I understand. Just one moment. I understand. Just one moment. I just need to pull up the live stream.
From the 13th District of Michigan. Thank you very much, Sri Thanedar, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18.
Thank you for having me.
So let's start off with Michigan because this is a must-win state for Vice President Harris. 4 years.
So, essentially, it's going to be a big news day. I'll probably sleep through it all, but I'm going to have the stream going all the time. So if you want to watch election coverage, it's here for you.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's good. That's what I want to watch.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to hit play.
4 years ago, President Biden carried the state by about 150,000 votes or so. Not a very big margin, but this time around they're saying the concern for the Harris campaign is that...
I think they're both corrupt, but if I had to bet, I would bet likely in what you just said.
Yeah, me too, bro. Like, fuck Trump, bro. I don't want to see him for another 40 years.
Hold on. I didn't say that. in my opinion, I think that they're both corrupt. I think that if we're a country of over 300 million people and we can't put together two better candidates than this, it's really sad.
Yeah, it is pretty sad. They're both horrible.
Exactly.
That a lot of Arab Americans, state are not willing to back the Democratic ticket because of what's been going on between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. So let's start from there. What is your message to them?
Well, look, it's not a single issue election. We are dealing with economy, we're dealing with immigration issues. Biden Harris have created 16 million jobs. The stock market is all-time high. So the inflation is coming down. So it is Biden-Harris administration that has invested in infrastructure. There is just so much good work that has been done under the leadership of Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. And we need to look at it also what Donald Trump means to immigrants. He's always been anti-immigrant. He was the one who brought the Muslim travel ban. So we cannot forget that. He has not been particularly good to the Muslim community in the past, and he would be a disaster on economy because Democrats always do so well. So I think people need to look at who each of the candidate is, their character. Kamala Harris brings in this joy, a positive candidacy, where Trump is so angry and he's so upset and he is turning off people, like turning off women, Hispanics. He's just been very derogatory, very angry. So it's a difference of a night and a day that people need to look at in an entirety.
Congressman, I do want to ask you about the Indian American community. There's a lot of them in your state, Michigan, as well. Do you see them as some kind of a swing constituency? They used to be always favoring the Democrats, but of late, some within the Indian American community also seem to be backing Trump. Is the Indian American community in your state also split, like most other communities, as far as this election's choice is concerned?
Yeah, just like, the Arab American community is not a monolithic community. Just like that, the Indian American community is not a monolithic community. We have conservatives, we have liberals, we have moderates in the Indian American community. The economy is a huge issue. Immigration is a huge issue. And this is the first time an Indian immigrant, Shyamala Gopalan's daughter, going to be the next president of the United States. This is a matter of immense pride to the Indian American community. So we cannot forget the fact that she is a daughter of an Indian immigrant. And this is history making. When Kamala Harris becomes the president of the United States, an Indian immigrant's daughter will be sitting there at the most important job in the whole world.
I do want to ask you about that a bit, though, because there's a feeling within some in the Indian American community that she's sort of playing up her African American heritage more than her South Asian or Indian heritage. Obviously, I mean, African Americans are a much bigger voter base here in America, so politically speaking, that makes sense. But why aren't we feeling that in the Indian American community, that the community is on the verge of making history? It could potentially have the first ever Indian American president.
Well, this is very, very important, and she is, not only the first female president of the United States, she'll be the first person of color, person of a mixed background, Indian American as well as African American. So this is a matter of immense pride. She's broken that ceiling and reaching that top. And we as Indian Americans, I came to America as an immigrant when I was 24 years old, and I understand the struggles that Kamala's mother must have gone through back in those days. And for her daughter to become the president of the United States, what a proud moment, what an amazing, and Indian Americans cannot forget that.
Congressman, I do want to talk to you about one issue which has been, as well as in Canada, about these attacks that are happening at Hindu places of worship, temples. The Khalistanis are at the forefront of it. How would you speak to those concerns? How would you address those concerns?
Well, look, we're seeing attacks on minority Hindus in different parts of the world. Bangladesh, Hindus are tortured. Their places of worship have been attacked. In the United States, we have seen about 25 different temples have been attacked with graffiti and anti and hate messages. I have spoken with the State Department. I have written to the State Department, and I've asked the State Department that FBI investigate these crimes as hate crimes, and these need to be investigated. Those who are guilty must be punished to the fullest extent of the law. And as a United States Congressman of Indian origin and chairman of the Hindu caucus in the United States Congress, I'm urging Canada, the Prime Minister of Canada, to ensure that the rights of the minority Hindus in Canada are protected, and that they need to get special protection and ensure that such attacks on their places of worship must be stopped and must be investigated. People in Canada, Hindus all across the world, must be able to practice their religion without fear, without intimidation. And that's what I would ask the Canadian government to ensure and to make sure their human rights are protected.
Well, earlier we showed you that surprising poll out of Iowa. It shows Vice President Harris up 3 points over the former president, 47% to 44%, which is a big turnaround from the same poll in September. Now, that number is still within the margin of error, so there's no clear leader. But a swing like this, and from such a well-respected pollster with a long track record in Iowa, has some wondering if this could be an indication that Harris may overperform in the Midwest Tuesday night, including even in battlegrounds like Wisconsin. Today, while speaking in Pennsylvania, the former president attacked the pollster and said the poll was intentionally skewed to favor Harris.
I got a poll. I'm 10 points up in Iowa. One of my enemies just puts out a poll. I'm 3 down. Why do they announce a poll that's highly skewed toward Democrats and liberals? Why do they do that? When you read it, they interview more Democrats than they did Republicans. Why do they do that? Why do they do that? And I guess there's a law that they have to say that because they would have preferred not having to say that.
Well, I'm joined now by J.N. Selzer, whose firm, Selzer and Company, conducted the poll, and back with us is David Axelrod and John King. And first of all, how surprised were you at these numbers? What do you make of them? And also, obviously, feel free to respond to what the former president said.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. We first saw the numbers on Tuesday morning. Monday night was the first night in the field. And I walked into the office and I'd seen overnight, I'd seen the unweighted data, and it had Harris leading. And my assistant said, "Did you see the data?" And I said, "I'd like to see weighted data." So the weighting is how we take care of things that would make our poll unrepresentative. We align things with a known population, and we extract from a larger group the people who meet our definition of likely voters, and that is people who've already voted and people who say they will definitely vote. So when former President Trump says we interviewed more Democrats, well, that's what came out of our data. We did nothing to make that happen. I'm a big believer of keeping my dirty fingers off the data. So we did it the way we did it when we won in our final poll twice in 2 election cycles. Very same method.
He said you're an enemy of his. Clearly, that's not the case. You have had polls in the past which have shown, that Hillary Clinton wasn't going to do as well in Iowa as a lot of people thought. So you have been, delivered news which has upset Democrats and upset Republicans and people all over the map in the past.
right, without favor toward one side or the other. I think that the best news I can deliver, and this is true of my non-election related clients, the best news I can deliver is my best shot at what's true. Because then you know what you're working with, and you can then make adjustments as you need to. But I can't see that there's any advantage to me or my career in messing with the numbers to make it look a particular way. There's no upsides.
Yeah, I want to bring in John and David Axelrod because they all know you and respect you, and I know they want to ask you questions. John, I know you've been reading through the poll. What sticks out to you, and feel free to ask everybody.
Yeah. Quick piece of history first. This is the 2020 map. Let's just bring out Iowa. And you say, a lot of people out there probably saying, oh, come on, that can't be possible. Look at that big Trump win in 2020, and look at this big Trump win in 2016. But you have Mr. Axelrod at the table as well. It is possible. It is possible. It's been a while, but Iowa voted overwhelmingly for Obama in 2012 and 2008 as well. The people of Iowa follow the news, and there are a lot of independents in Iowa. Here's what I want to pop up for Ann, and as I do it, as I bring it up right now, I just want to say, despite what the former president just said, I've known Ann for a long time, and I've known her work for a long time. She's one of the best in the business, Anderson, and she's absolutely right. The data is what the data is, and you report the data, and then you talk about it. So here's interesting, Ann, in your poll, among female voters in Iowa, overall, a 20-point gap, 56 to 36%, number one. And now I want to bring up, independents. You're always looking late in the campaign. Where are the independents going, right? If the Democrats are loyal to their candidate, the Republicans are loyal to theirs, where are the independents going? These are independent female voters in Iowa. Look at that. Wow, 57 to 29. My question for you, Ann, would be, why? The 6th-week abortion ban in Iowa took place a couple months ago. Trump has been pretty dark in his rhetoric in recent days, insulting the vice president quite a bit. Is it something she's saying, something he's saying, something within Iowa that's changing the climate, all of the above?
I'm going to go with all of the above because I can't single one thing out. I will note that our previous polls this year, in February and in June, Trump led with independents. So what happened between June and September? Biden left the ticket. Kamala Harris joined it. There was a surge of enthusiasm. We saw it. There was a surge in the proportion of people we talked to who said they would definitely vote. That was our criterion in June. And now we have an additional criterion if you've already voted. And especially among older people, it's over 90% incidence of people that we talk to in that age group who say they're going to vote, and they tend to vote for Kamala Harris, and women in that age group specifically and strikingly.
And let me ask you something, and I don't want to geek out here because you sort of touched on it, but we hear a lot of pollsters, and Nate Cohn wrote about this in the New York Times this morning, talking about non-response bias, that to try and explain why polls have been so off in the past few cycles in capturing some of this infusion of Trump voter that they hadn't spoken with, that hadn't been included in their sample. And so they've tried to find ways to weight their polls to account for that and cut that number down. You don't believe that is that's the way to go. Explain it.
Well, I can control what I can control. I can weight to known population parameters.
By the way, when you say
So
weight,
we talked-
I think a lot of people don't know what that means. What does that mean?
It will sound very anti-democratic. It's some people get a little bit more than one vote, and some people get a little bit less than one vote. So if we end up in our sample and we take a sample of all adults in the state of Iowa, and if we've got too many who are older or too many that are women, we adjust it to look like the census. So we're weighting within congressional districts because they're not all aged appropriately. Some of them have state universities and so on. But we want to adjust our data so it looks like a cross-section of the state of Iowa when it comes to age, sex, geography in particular, race, sometimes education, not so much anymore. And then from that bigger pool, over 1,000 people, we pull out the 808 who met one of our criteria as to be a likely voter. They've already voted, or they say that they will definitely vote. And so from that, cross-section, proper cross-section of the state, if older people are more likely to say they're going to vote, they show up in more plentiful numbers in our likely voter sample. It's just that easy. So what I say is I'm allowing my data to reveal to me this future electorate. And the people who are using back, the exit polls or the recalled vote, which I don't think of as very reliable at all, I call that polling backward. So they're adjusting their data to fix the last mistake. I've always allowed my data to show me, without fear or favor, what my best shot at what this future electorate is going to look like.
Can I just second John's point, which is I've worked with you, Ann, over the years. You've polled races I was involved in, and you are a person of great integrity and skill. So when you say something, people listen.
All right. Ann Selzer, really great to have you on. Thank you so much.
The rig about he called the election too big to rig. Let's watch.
I do believe it is too big to rig. I think it's too big to rig. They'll try, and they are trying. It's too big to rig. This is a big movement. This is, we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happen. This is that big, powerful, vicious party. No, it's a vicious machine. I mean, they can take all these bad ideas and win elections. It's like there's only way you could do that. One way. There's only one way.
Sir, if Donald Trump loses the election today, should he concede?
Look, I think that one commitment I think Republicans can make is if Donald Trump loses this election and Kamala Harris becomes the president, God forbid in my case, I'm not rooting for that outcome. Republicans are not going to launch some type of multi-year investigation that impedes the first 2 years of a presidency with false allegations of foreign election interference. We've seen that within the last decade in this country.
Right, but it's a yes or no question, sir. I mean, should he concede or should he not?
I think whoever wins the election should win the election and whoever loses should concede. But the fact of the matter is, when we look at the last 10 years, in case you and I both understand the subtext of this question, there's been this, I think, brewed up concern that I think is really designed, I think, in many ways to mislead voters about what's happened in the last 10 years.
Misleading voters. I mean, people attack the Capitol to try to interrupt the process of certifying the last election.
If I may just finish my point, that's no doubt been talked. The January 6th issue has been talked about ad nauseum. What hasn't is the fact that the presidency was actually undermined by Kamala Harris and the Democrats, the Democratic Party that Kamala Harris is a part of, for the first 2 years of Donald Trump's presidency on allegations of a false Russia collusion hoax that was disproven. So what do we want this time around? We want a free, fair election where the winner is decisively decided. Americans can then move forward as a country behind that. Whichever candidate wins, I'm looking forward to that happening for the country. And I'm hoping that's Donald Trump tonight.
Are you confident our election today is going to be free and fair?
I certainly hope so. I mean, I think I would ask the same question of you. I have every hope that the polls are, the polling locations are properly monitored, that you see a lot of the cases that have worked themselves out this time around with respect to early voting, the timestamps that need to be on them. I think Pennsylvania and their courts came down, I think, on the right side of that decision. One of the things that we have a great consciousness of as well is people being able to vote effectively on time. So I'm hopeful that we're going to see an outstanding, well-run election with a great result. And as you know, I'm supporting Donald Trump and I'm rooting for that victory tomorrow.
All right. Vivek Ramaswamy for us this morning. Sir, thanks very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Let's turn now to this. Both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have spent the past several weeks looking to win over voters of the opposite gender, respectively. At the same time, in the final days of this campaign, Trump and his allies have gone after Harris and other Democratic women in remarkably
On the final day of their respective presidential campaigns, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris both predicted victory on Monday, with opinion polls showing them locked in a dead heat. The candidates concentrated their efforts in Pennsylvania, the biggest prize on Election Day among the 7 states expected to decide the outcome. Trump appeared before a large crowd in Pittsburgh, where he delivered what his campaign called his closing message to voters.
I will restore peace in the world, and I will rescue the American dream.
Trump pushed economic themes, vowing to deliver an economic boom, while warning Harris would bring economic misery.
My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't.
Trump's frantic Monday schedule also included stops in the battleground states of North Carolina and Michigan before returning to his Florida home Monday night. Meanwhile, Harris packed in 5 campaign stops in Pennsylvania throughout the day. In Allentown, she appealed to the city's sizable Puerto Rican community, after a comedian at a Trump rally last week made racist comments about Puerto Ricans and other minority groups.
We are not going back. We are not going back.
Later, Harris went door knocking in Reading and held her own brief rally in Pittsburgh. Harris ended the day with an event in Philadelphia, where she was joined by A-list celebrities, including Lady Gaga and Oprah Winfrey. Harris forecast a close race, and for the last time implored Pennsylvanians to get out the vote.
The race ain't over yet, and we must finish strong, and this could be one of the closest races in history. Every single vote matters.
The Harris campaign says its internal data shows that undecided voters are breaking in their favor. It reports an increase in early voting among core parts of its coalition, including young voters and voters of color. Trump campaign officials, meanwhile, said they were monitoring early voting results that show more women have voted than men. That is significant, considering Harris's 12-point edge over Trump among female registered voters, according to an October Reuters Ipsos poll. The winner may not be known for days after Tuesday's vote. Trump and his allies, who falsely claim his 2020 election loss was the result of fraud, have already signaled they will attempt to fight any defeat. They have spent months laying the groundwork to again challenge the result if he loses. Harris campaign officials said any attempts by Trump to allege fraud will fail, while Democrats say they have plans in place should Trump try to prematurely claim victory.
As all eyes are on the much-awaited election result, let's also talk about the several key issues at stake in the U.S. elections. Economy is number one. Remember, economy has been spoken of widely, and yes, the Republicans and the Democrats have a very different opinion on how they want to take that forward in terms of
the race for the White House in its final leg now, and very shortly, the fate of either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, all of that is going to be decided. Which way is America going to vote? We will get to know in just a short while from now. So with the presidential campaign really winding down, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have delivered their final campaign messages to Pennsylvania voters, a state which is seen as a pivotal to securing victory. In just a few hours, the world will know whether Trump returns to office after 4 years or if America will elect Kamala Harris its first woman president, and that too of Indian origin.
Where the foundation of our democracy was forged. And here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. So America, it comes down to this. One more day, just one more day in the most consequential election of our lifetime, and the momentum is on our side. Our campaign has tapped into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people. We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And as the race for the White House narrows down, Sarah News 18 Saka Jacob reports from Washington, D.C. Take a look.
This is what it boils down to. Today, the 5th of November, America will decide between Kamala Harris, the incumbent vice president on the Democratic ticket, and Donald Trump, the former president on the Republican ticket. And the choices could not be more stark. The messaging in the final 24 hours leading up to Election Day could not be more stark. Kamala Harris is talking about a message of optimism, a message of moving forward and turning the page on what has been a tumultuous Trump era. Trump, on the other hand, has said that everything that's wrong with America, and mind you, a large number of people in this country find that the country is on the wrong track, that is because of the Biden-Harris administration, whether it's on economy, whether it's on immigration, whether it's on the two wars that are going on right now. Trump is squarely laying the blame at the White House, where we're reporting from, saying that the Biden-Harris administration is squarely responsible for the mess that America and the rest of the world finds itself in. But Today, it's going to be the choice between, on the one hand, possibly making history. Kamala Harris could become the first ever woman president of the United States in the almost 250-year history of this country. America has never had a woman president. Hillary Clinton came closest back in 2016, 8 years ago, when she lost to the same Donald Trump, who's now standing in the way of Kamala Harris potentially becoming the first ever woman president of this country. On the other hand, Trump looks like 2024 for him is unfinished business. Remember, in the history of American presidencies, a successful president is almost always decided by whether he gets a second term. Trump believes he was robbed of a second term in 2020 in an election which him and his supporters have been denying that they ever lost in the first place. And more importantly, they say that that election was stolen away from them. So this is a chance at redemption for Trump, his MAGA base, and of course.
Did you get a chance to sleep?
Yes.
Excellent. Wonderful. I went for another 2.5 hours. That's almost 6 hours of singing for me. I sing every Frank Sinatra song you could have ever wanted. And so I'm glad that you got to sleep, though. And I love having you here. You should know that I just like having people. And if people want to listen to me sing, it's so much better. It's so much easier to sing to people. So I just want you to know I really appreciate you being here, and I appreciate your friendship.
Of course.
So it's a big day for you. You got to get out the vote. And anything else you got planned today?
Not quite yet.
All right. Hey, what's going on? Kids, how are you, dog? What's good? As you see, I get random people coming here all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be
What's going on?
exactly. I'm gonna be watching election coverage all day. Actually, I'm probably gonna be sleeping. Well, I have to pray. I have to do my morning prayers. But then I'm gonna take a mean sleep, and then tonight I'm gonna do another concert in Maya's Playhouse. So if you're available, I'd love to have you here. And if you're not, I completely understand that too. And I imagine you're going to be watching the coverage as well?
Probably not.
Oh, okay. You just don't like to get into it?
Well, it'll be a lot.
It will. Yeah, I do my best to avoid it as much as possible, but on election day, especially because I have like the time capsule of society here, it's an important thing for me to at least have playing in the background so that people can be like, oh yeah, that was the election day coverage and all that. So, but honestly, I'm going to be happy when it's all over.
Me too.
Excellent. Well, again, thank you so much for listening to me. It just, you have no idea. I mean, I sing sometimes, a lot of times to myself, just for entertainment, but I recognize that it's much nicer to have an audience. And you gave me a confidence to go into Maya's Playhouse, and then we sell it out, so to speak. We had like 25 people in there, and that's exciting. And now that people know that I kind of do a show every night, so long as I'm consistent and I do it, we'll go viral. Because someone will tell their friend, hey, you know, somebody takes requests whenever you want, and they record it on YouTube, and you can listen to it whenever you want. And I have I would say a little bit of an advantage. The sound on my streams is not perfect. It's pretty bad, but that's actually pretty good because that means I don't get flagged on YouTube. So I'm able to play like, you know, copyrighted music, and they don't flag me because it's muffled. And the more and more I do it, the bigger and bigger it's going to be. Oh, have I told you that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency?
What is it?
Have I told you that? Have I mentioned that I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency?
No.
Oh, okay. I should have told you that.
You're NFT, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. So NFT is the non-fungible token, which is like the pictures, but the cryptocurrency is called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And it's a really great community. And we're going to have an election night coverage party tonight as well. So I'll be here, but I'll also probably have some people from there or coming in here. So I know people are excited for it, and yeah, I'm excited too. Did you have a chance to have any dreams?
No, I don't really remember my dreams usually.
I know about that. One interesting thing about live streaming your life, so is it's advantageous, I think. Right when I awake, I say a quick prayer, but then I say exactly what my dreams were to the camera, because if I don't do that, I forget about them immediately. But if I do it right when I awake, I have like a dream journal, and it's digital. It's pretty cool. So I'm like you, probably, that I don't normally remember my dreams unless I remember right away. But that's kind of how that works. So yeah, okay. Well, I can't tell you enough that I'm happy you're here. So thank you so much.
Is there a purpose for the red light?
For the red light? Oh,
Yeah.
this? You know, it doesn't have to be any necessary color, but I have very bad vision. I look forward to one day having perfect vision, but I have very bad cataracts and I have very bad sight. So because of the cataracts, I try to keep things a little darker. And the reason why I use pink is when you're looking at things on the YouTube algorithm, it gets people's attention because it's like a red color. So I use that to my advantage. And but yeah, I would love to have it like super bright and have all kinds of lights on me. And I look forward to doing that in the future. But as of right now, my vision is just really it just if you ever see me have to like read stuff without my glasses, I'm very, very nearsighted. But pardon me? What the what?
The like curtain in the background?
Oh, well, this is a storage room, so it's just like to keep dust off stuff.
I thought it was to keep us from being able to see everything with the movie.
No, I mean they're just shelves there, and they're like dust cloths. Nothing too interesting. There's like blankets and stuff. But yeah, I've made it. It kind of looks like a circus, or like I'm under a big tent. I've got like
Yeah,
cloths
it looks
on.
like you're gonna be dissected, but
Hey, that's what I'm going for. Perfect, self. That's what I love. Excellent. Hey, did you happen to know it is Happy National Redhead Day?
oh, happy National Redhead Day.
There you go. Yeah. So who knew Election Day was the same? What else? I'm just glad that you're here. Just know your presence is appreciated, and if you'll be my witness when people are like, Rabbi, you're so lazy. All I ever do is see you sleep. Well, guess what? I'm up all night doing concerts, kids. So that's why I need to get my beauty rest. But yeah. So with that, if you don't mind,
I'll tell him he sang for 6 hours.
I did, and I'm surprised I still have a voice, like pretty good. Yeah. So if you don't mind, I have some quick prayers that I have to say. So you can watch me do that if you want to do whatever else you want. But I'm going to do that. Is that okay? Well, I hope so. Honey up to four.
Straight out white supremacists, eradicating Jews, the blacks, and rightly so, he said, attacking these power centers, which they have done before, these wild ass groups with weapons, is nothing like blowing them up. That's the way to go. But he's an idiot. He talked about the which is great news. So keep it zipped up. Yeah. Some other news.
7-week long strike of 33,000 union machinists will end, and they will be back to work starting on Wednesday. The work stoppage has caused Boeing over the last 7 weeks an estimated, I believe it was $6.5 billion.
Oh yeah, it's going to be years before it comes back from this one. If ever purification. It's still not there. Part of it that accepted, the reason that was accepted is that iHeart agreed to establish a pension plan for us, and the Boeing workers insisted on that. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I got that story wrong. How dare you? Get your hopes up, huh?
Does anybody offer pension plans anymore?
Yeah, some big groups do. I don't know specifically which one they are completely out of. When the head Boeing asked how they're going to make up the loss, they said not a problem, we're just going to take a couple holes here, there, and there. Yeah. By the way, the unions have a pretty strong pension plan. After, for example, our union, Screen Actor Guild / American Federation of Radio and Television, or Television Radio Artists. I don't know where that came in, that we are artists. Go figure. That's a pretty good pension.
Oh, so I didn't get a pension.
You know, how long have you been in after?
12 years.
Yeah, that pension. Oh, yeah.
$150.
That's probably a little bit more than that, depending on, if you work for your agency.
Well, this radio that I have.
Yeah, you call like that clear. It's the unions that really have the strength of pension. These companies themselves, not so much. All right, let's go ahead and take a break, come back, and engage in more handle on this. Amy, in the 24-hour thing language.
In local races in Orange County, voters have to decide on candidates for city councils, school boards, and the country's first supervisor district, where former Supervisor Amber Doe resigned amid a bribery scandal. Republican State Senator Janet Quinn is running against Democratic Cypress City Councilwoman Frances Marquez. Orange County Republican Chairman Fred Whitaker said he is confident Quinn will get another term on Board of Supervisors based on her name recognition and political experience. If Marquez wins, Board Chairman Don Wagner will be the only remaining Republican. Election officials in Orange County say votes are protected from arson fires like the ones that recently burned ballot boxes in 3 states.
Ballot boxes in Washington, Arizona, and Oregon were set on fire. Pussy Registrar Bob Hayes says the fire suppression system in Orange County uses a chemical to put out the fire while preserving the ballots.
That happened properly in Portland, which is why they only had 3 ballots. They were able to still identify the voters who cast those 3 ballots, so they could contact them directly.
Hayes says, but ballots in Washington were not protected, and officials had to use the media to try to locate voters. He says multiple protections are in place to ensure the election results are secure from fraud. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
We may not know right away who wins the race for president. Election experts say it takes time to count the tens of millions of votes cast, along with votes for thousands of other offices that are on ballots across the country. Republican lawmakers in the battleground states of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have left laws in place to delay the ballot count. How close the election is. Nico Rivera has set up a $15 million water treatment plant to filter out PFAS chemicals. Mayor Andrew Lara says the chemicals come from runoff from fast food wrappers and non-stick items like pots and pans.
There are no carcinogens. In order to eradicate PFAS, these forever chemicals, they physically have to be removed from the environment.
The city has an unveiling yesterday. It says the filtration system is 99.9% effective, but will be testing the water forever. U.S. forces in the Middle East have killed over 160 Islamic State militants since August. A statement from the U.S. Central Command yesterday says another 33 have been captured in operations across Iraq and Syria. CENTCOM oversees American forces in the Middle East. It says successful operations resulted in what they call the seizure of significant enemy material future disruptions. North Korea has launched more short-range missiles into the Sea of Japan.
Last week, they tested what they claimed was an ultimate ICBM capable of reaching the U.S. mainland. North Korea allies with Russia and has sent troops to fight in Ukraine. Meanwhile, America's East Asian allies are in flux.
BBC's Anthony Trotter says Japan has new leadership. He says regional partners like South Korea are weighing options in the face of a possible Trump presidency. Retailers say they're getting ready to roll out more extra large TVs just in time for the holidays. Market research firm Circana says manufacturers have made some that are 8 feet across. That's wider than a 3-seat sofa. Researchers say companies are preparing for shoppers to go big this Christmas and Hanukkah. Circana says 38 million 97-inch TVs were sold between January and September. That's 10 times more than were sold at the same time last year. We'll check some problems on the 57 with the AFI in the Sky next.
If you happen to have a car or truck and it's new, keep going back to the dealership because it just doesn't work really well. You fix it, or the car's a couple of years old. Same thing happens. You may have a limit on your hand. If you have a 2018, 22, 24 vehicle that's having these problems, you may have a limit. And how do you know? You either call up or yourselves. I don't think so. I certainly do. Because lemon law is a real specialty. And this is where mylemonlawlawyer.com comes in. These lawyers know what they're doing. They take lawyers who know what they're doing. So it's a question of getting your money back, or your car replaced, and even more money on top of that. That's what mylemonlawlawyer.com can do. So dial, oh, by the way, manufacturer pays for all legal fees. So dial pound 250 on your cell phone and simply say Lemon Lawyer. Pound 250 on the cell and say Lemon Lawyer. Or visit mylemonlawlawyer.com, mylemonlawlawyer.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny with highs in the low to mid 70s in the beaches, mid 70s to about 80 for Metro LA, Inland OC, the valleys in IE, low to mid 70s for the Antelope Valley. Sunny and very windy tomorrow with a wind advisory in effect through Thursday afternoon. Highs will be in the 60s and 70s both days. It's 48 in Mission Viejo, 52 in Tustin. Good morning to Cole Schreiber. We've got some slowing in. Actually, there's a crash. It's in Brand and it's on the 57.
On the 57 southbound. Good morning. Yeah, unfortunately, started off on a bad note there in the Brea area. Southbound 57 at Brea Canyon crash in the left lane. Slowing really stacking up now from Pathfinder almost to the 60. So southbound 57 in a little trouble. Northbound side of the 15 at Aruba, 2 vehicles on the right shoulder. Some minor slowing on both sides. Southbound from the 10, northbound from, no, let me reverse that. Basically, it's slow between the 10 and the 60 on that 15 because of a crash that's clearing on the right shoulder there at Aruba. The actual accidents on the northbound side. If you're trying to head west on the 91, it's slow from McKinley on out towards the 71. Nothing in lanes, just a lot of traffic. And southbound 71, pretty jammed up from Euclid on down to the 91. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, Will Kohlschreiber, KFI in the Sky.
The free iHeart app is everywhere you can because it's always on your phone and ready for whatever you're in the mood for. Even better, plug your phone into Apple CarPlay or Android Auto. The app becomes part of the dash with a seamless way to listen to your favorite radio stations, the latest must-hear podcasts, or custom playlists to stay focused. And with the holidays on the horizon, the app makes the perfect shopping companion while you search for the ultimate parking spot. There it is. Try Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, the iHeart app today.
A lot of non-Trump aficionados or non-Trump lovers who are also backing him this time around. In fact, we've been in Washington for the last couple of days, and people that we normally speak to 4 years ago or 8 years ago who were reluctant to say that they were supporting Trump, this time around are quite openly saying that they would prefer to back Trump. Now, what's working for him is the message that he's a strong man and that when he was in office, he was doing better. At least average Americans were feeling their economic plight was better than what it is right now. So he's running on that record. He's also running on what he calls the misgovernance of the Biden-Harris administration. But let's be very clear. This race is going to go down to the wire. It's going to boil down to about half a dozen swing states, 3 in the north, 4 in the south. That's Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania in the north, which is a must-win. Harris has no path for her to do 70 without winning these 3 states. On the other hand, Trump is looking strong in the southern Sun Belt states, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina. He won.
Of just this total dead heat. It's kind of stayed that way. Not a lot of indications of which way the wind is going to blow. Number one, has that been impacting the markets? And number two, if we still don't know, let's say tomorrow, if this race is too close to call, which is a total possibility, does that impact the markets?
Yeah, uncertainty is like kryptonite for investors because we can't see the future and we don't know what to do. And if this lasts for a long time, if we don't know, that could definitely add to more volatility. But in general, what investors need to focus on is not the top of the ticket, even though that gets all the attention. It's the makeup of Congress, because that could dictate whether or not we get the extension of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That's a very big deal, especially for corporations and their corporate tax rate, especially for individuals paying income taxes. But things like tariffs is something that if Trump were to be elected, he could enforce himself. But it's Congress and the makeup of Congress that really dictates the way policy will go, and that has the biggest impact on us as spenders, as consumers in the U.S. economy.
And we know how important the economy is to voters in this election, consistently a top issue. Caleb, thank you so much. We'll see you in a little bit. Well, our special Election Day coverage continues after the break. Don't go anywhere. We have more live coverage all throughout the morning as voters head to the polls.
I'm actually going to do my best to upload those content to my main Rabbi Rothschild account. I'm here if you'd like to talk. I'm just working on it. Pardon me?
I'm just hanging out.
Yeah, absolutely. I like hanging out with you. I'm glad you're here.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. With the race so close, who wins the election could come down to which demographic groups turn out to cast their ballots, and also who stays home. We have NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen, who's been with us all morning. And now we're going to just talk to him to break down these groups and what he's watching here. First, we've got, of course, that big horse race number. I mean, it's just neck and neck. It has been. It stayed that way. You've reminded us of this. One area, though, where we do see some significant gaps, changes in numbers here, is this gender gap. I mean, it really does almost seem unprecedented just how big that chasm, somebody called it this morning, which I think is a good word, with women breaking for Harris. And we are seeing more men, we're seeing it in young men too, breaking for Trump. Walk us through just how important that could be.
It could make the determination in the election. Women vote more than men do traditionally, historically, and I expect in this election that'll be true. You see a 16-point advantage for Harris with women, an 18-point advantage for Trump with men. It's not clear exactly because women vote more. Let's put it this way: those gaps are very close, right? So we don't know what's going to happen today. Tens of millions of voters haven't even cast their ballots yet. But I think what we've seen from the candidates is really leaning into this. Particularly on the Trump side, he has had this sort of, the bro party bus at the end of his campaign here. He's brought in, men who talk to young men on social media or on podcasts. Joe Rogan endorsed him yesterday. There's been this very sort of masculine vibe, and some would say, fake masculine vibe to the Trump campaign over the course of the last couple of weeks. And as a result, I think you're seeing some of that gender gap on that side. On the other side, of course, women have been fired up about politics and about Donald Trump for a long time. Not all women are opposed to him, of course, but the majority of women have been. And, the Dobbs decision overturning of Roe versus Wade, we saw that in the midterms in 2022. That was a big part of it. And I think there are a lot of women who are just kind of sick of the way Donald Trump talks and the way he deals with issues. I think they find him, to be what Kamala Harris is arguing, which is unhinged and unstable. And so, it's long been true that that Republicans looked at women voters, particularly suburban women voters, educated, relatively wealthy suburban women voters, white women voters, as targets for the security argument. To basically say the Republicans will take care of the country and they will provide security. And now you see Kamala Harris sort of making that argument and saying Trump is what makes you unsafe.
It's been interesting too to watch Trump kind of not even try to eat away at those women margins, but just double down when it comes to men.
I mean, when he says he's going to protect women, he says, and I'm quoting here, whether they like it or not, which, I don't have to be explicit about how most women hear that.
Right. It was in the context mostly of the border and immigration and what he would be doing that way, but absolutely. And it's something we, of course, also saw the Harris campaign seize on immediately having ads. I also want to ask you about the Black and Latino vote. Two other important demographics here. How they break could make a huge difference for either campaign. What are we seeing and what are you thinking?
The good news for Donald Trump and the bad news for Kamala Harris is that Donald Trump has done a lot of work to appeal to young Black men and young Latino men in particular. The bad news for Donald Trump and the good news for Kamala Harris is that those are the least likely, among the least likely cohorts to vote. And even if they show up in larger numbers, particularly if you're talking about African-American men, Donald Trump cutting into that group is not enough to offset the value that Kamala Harris gets with more young African-Americans showing up. She's still going to win that group. So, for every extra set that gets kind of tossed out there that, and is going to vote that wouldn't have voted otherwise, it actually benefits her. The question is, with Trump cutting in, if you've got voters who are going to vote anyway, him getting better margins is helpful to him.
John Allen, who will be with us all morning. By the way, thanks for dressing up for us.
I mean, right, with the tie and everything.
You look, your in studio look.
I had to look nice for you.
He's been with us all morning. He'll continue to be with us. We've got a lot more to get to. Our special live Election Day coverage continues. Coming up next.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We talk a lot about the historic nature of this election. Maybe you're sick of hearing us say it's a historic election, but it is. From former President Trump being the oldest candidate in history to Vice President Harris being the first woman and first woman of color to lead a major party ticket. But there are more reasons that make this election historically significant. For more on how this election will be remembered in U.S. history, let's bring in NBC News contributor Jonathan Alter. Jonathan, great to have you on set on a big day.
So great to be here.
Good morning. Thank you so much. So there's the things I just said. It could be our first female president, could be our oldest president, but there are a lot of other little things that are kind of unusual that really do go down in history books, so to speak. Remind us of some of the other historical nature here.
So I don't think these other things are that little. This is really the first time that we've seen a campaign between a small d Democratic president, happens to be the Democratic nominee, but by small d, I mean somebody who believes in our system of democracy, who believes in the ideals of our founders, the rule of law, the peaceful transfer of power. These are things that have been taken for granted in presidential elections for more than 200 years since George Washington first established these. That's on the one side. On the other side, we have a candidate who, by his own description, is an authoritarian. And we have not before lived in authoritarian society. And he believes that if the president does it, it must be legal. And his model is somebody like Viktor Orban, the president of Hungary, who Donald Trump just spoke to a few days ago. This is a very different system than we've had in the United States. So this contest is not just about all the issues. Issues come and go. I'm not minimizing their importance, but this is about fundamental ideas on how we organize our society. Is it authoritarian or is it a republic?
And how do you think that means we look at this election's potential impact on our future? Because every election, we talk about how historic, it's consequential, it's pivotal, it could be the future of the nation, but it sounds like you actually mean that right now.
Yes. So this is the 12th presidential campaign I've covered. Hope I don't look that old. And by far the most significant, and I think you could make a very good argument that it's the most significant choice since the election of 1864, when Abraham Lincoln was running for re-election, and his opponent, General George McClellan, was ready to make a separate peace with the South, which, by the way, a few weeks ago, Donald Trump wondered why didn't they just settle with the South. So McClellan was going to allow the Confederacy to exist. He was against abolition. There's a lot on the line in that 1864 election. Maybe not quite as much in this election, but getting close to that in terms of its importance. When you have one candidate, Donald Trump, who says in a very upfront way, I'm for suspending the Constitution. I'm for using the presidency to achieve, quote, retribution against my political enemies, who's talked about using the National Guard, even the military, against his political rivals, and people like Paul Pelosi, who just happen to be related to his political rivals, who's talking about camps for migrants, which are reminiscent of the Japanese internment camps that developed during World War II, a wartime exigency. So this is a very different situation. This is not, taxes go up, taxes go down. Right. Maybe stipulate. I don't like Kamala Harris's immigration, Joe Biden's immigration policy, which Kamala Harris supported too much. Got this view or that view on these other issues. This is about first principles. Do we believe in the rule of law? Do we think it's okay to have a convicted felon as president of the United States? These are very different questions that have been.
I think it's important though, right? I mean, we are just about out of time though, but to remember that basically, according to polls, exactly as many people support Harris as support Trump. So we've got half the country, maybe half of our viewers who are listening to us right now, who that is who they're casting.
Of course. And by the way, I think anybody who says anything critical about Trump supporters, I've got a big problem with that. Like, nobody should ever disrespect voters, but they do need to understand what the stakes are in this election. And it's not a normal situation after January 6th. And I hope that people they recall what happened on January 6th before they cast their ballots.
Important context there. Jonathan Alter, big morning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Well, whoever wins this election will face a whole host of global crises. We just mentioned some of them, and from the devastating war in the Middle East to tensions with Russia and China, the next leader will be dealing with an unprecedented set of challenges on the world stage. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us from Dubai on this. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. We're talking about the stakes of this election. This is Dubai Humanitarian in the UAE. It is the biggest aid facility in the world, and it's symbolic of one of the escalating global challenges that the next president, whoever it is, will face. This warehouse is run by the UN. You can see US aid is here. I'm told back in 2017, this whole facility housed around $43 million of aid. Since then, of course, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, here last month, they've risen to $200 million of aid. This morning, America is voting amid multiple international conflicts and crises, with the potential to send shockwaves around the globe. Former President Trump has vowed to end conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East.
I will restore peace in the world.
While Vice President Harris just this week said,
I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza.
The scale of the world's challenges is visible at this massive humanitarian aid warehouse outside Dubai. They're packing trucks for Lebanon. They've sent help as far as Ukraine.
We have nearly 300 million people in need of humanitarian assistance.
300 million.
This is driven by conflict, by climate change crises, by economic hardships.
The US is the world's largest donor of international aid. But how much America should intervene globally is on the ballot in this election. NBC News spoke to people in Tel Aviv.
So it depends on American help for us.
And Gaza.
Help to stop the war.
Another pressing issue that will be in the new president's international inbox, North Korea, test firing multiple ballistic missiles overnight. Kim Jong-un, who Trump last met in 2019, is now pictured alongside nuclear centrifuges and is sending troops to help President Putin. But American adversaries like Russia, Iran, and China don't necessarily see eye to eye on what president they would want, according to an assessment by US open source analysts Filter Labs, which uses AI and experts to filter social media and government channels, shared exclusively with NBC News.
What we've seen are three very different responses from China, Russia, and Iran. On the whole, Russia is very supportive of Trump.
On the streets of Moscow last month, not everyone agreed.
Trump said that he can solve the problem, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine in 24 hours. It is ridiculous.
China may be the next president's greatest challenge, with Trump promising a minimum 60% tariff on Chinese imports and the ever-present threat of a Taiwan crisis.
I don't think it is the position for China to say which one is better.
Filter Labs analysis finding many Chinese people do not expect a change in relations no matter who wins. And Savannah, back at this massive warehouse, I'm told the amount of aid they've had to send to conflict zones in just the last year has doubled. And take a look at that, Savannah. The shelves are emptying as fast as they can fill them, Savannah.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much. We've got a lot more to get to this morning. Our special Election Day coverage continues live up next. All right, it's looking like a great day to head to the polls in most of the country. Here with us is NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman to give us our election day forecast. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, Savannah. All important election day forecast. And we do have some good news. It's not just bad news. Of course, we've got some rain to contend with, but parts of the eastern half of the country dealing with nice conditions. It's going to be a little warm. We've got Boston to Washington, D.C., even Cleveland, Nashville, all dealing with dry conditions today. Out west, a little bit of snow across the Rockies. What's really going to get your attention and potentially impact you this morning, especially, is the rain stretch from the Gulf Coast up into the Great Lakes. So let's talk about some of that rain you might see in places like Traverse City, Saginaw, Grand Rapids. You'll need the umbrella from Green Bay to Milwaukee as well. Those showers and thunderstorms will be possible, so the roads will be wet. At 75 degrees in Detroit, though, it'll be a little windy, but the temperatures are going to be mild, and that goes for most of Pennsylvania as well. Into the 80s for Pittsburgh, we'll see mostly sunny conditions, no rain to deal with for folks there. Across parts of the southeast, a little bit of rain for Asheville and Augusta, but otherwise nice conditions, sun and clouds mixing in, and those mild conditions will last through the day. You won't have to worry about those extra layers. That goes for parts of the southwest too. Arizona specifically, sunny skies. I don't think you can get a better forecast than mid-70s in Phoenix with full sunshine today. We've got
best wishes with your adventures today, and thank you again for listening to me. I really appreciate it.
Anytime, Rabbi.
Take care.
Talk to you later.
Absolutely.
Las Vegas.
That's Sophia, everybody.
Into the low 70s,
Thank you
Savannah.
so much
We'll
for
see
being here.
mild and dry conditions, but a little windy conditions across parts of Nevada. Overall, a pretty good forecast for Election Day.
All right, Angie Lassman, that's good news, especially in our battlegrounds for people getting out there. Thank you. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Do not go anywhere right now. We continue live. Good morning. It is 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, 7 a.m. out west, but everywhere it is Election Day in America. Two candidates, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, both vying for the nation's vote today after a campaign that's seen more than its fair share of twists and turns. A sitting commander-in-chief, President Joe Biden, bowing out from his re-election push. Deadly violence on the trail, hitting the Secret Service squarely in Capitol Hill spotlight. And a final battleground blitz, all to convince a country that they are right for the White House in 2024.
I will strengthen our military. I will restore peace in the world. And I will rescue the American dream. We're going to have the American dream back soon.
We are optimistic and we are excited about what we can do together. And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And as we hit the top of the hour, polls are now open, both in California and Idaho. Democracy playing out in real time as America anxiously awaits a decision years in the making with its future on the line. We are so happy you are starting out your day with us. A big day, Election Day in America. Good morning. I'm Savannah Sellers. Joe's out on assignment in Battleground, Wisconsin today. We'll talk to him soon. Vice President Harris is looking to make history and become the first woman president in U.S. history. She is set to hold an election night event at her alma mater, Howard University. We'll, of course, also check in with the Trump campaign in just a moment, but we're going to start with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. He joins us from Washington with the latest on the Harris campaign. Mike, good morning. What has been the mood so far of the Harris campaign in these final days and this morning? How's she feeling heading into election night? Is she confident even though these polls show a neck-and-neck race?
Well, good morning, Savannah. I've left my perch at the White House. I'm now just outside the grounds of the Naval Observatory. That's the vice president's residence, and that's where Vice President Harris is starting her day. She's going to be making some phone calls, doing a lot of radio interviews across the battleground states, not taking anything for granted, trying to get some of those folks who may still be thinking of sitting this one out to get out and vote. And there has been a noticeable shift in terms of the mood of the Harris campaign over the last week. A lot of nervousness as she made her final stops across the battleground states beginning about a week ago. But as she closed out last night in Philadelphia, we heard her. No longer is she necessarily describing herself as the underdog, she's promising, in fact, vowing last night, we will win this. That's not to say they're taking anything for granted, though. I think it was notable they did close in Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes, the biggest electoral prize on the battleground map. Most of the voting we've seen so far in terms of early voting has been in other battleground states. Pennsylvania has the most same-day voting, and so that's why we're going to see Vice Presidential candidate Tim Walz hitting Harrisburg today in Pennsylvania. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, will be making a last-minute stop in Michigan today. And then we're going to see them all join forces tonight at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater, speaking to the history that she can make as the first Black and South Asian woman to be elected president of the United States at one of the nation's most esteemed historically Black colleges. Savannah.
Mike, let's talk battlegrounds and the strategy from the Harris campaign here. She spent the final day, she exclusively focused on Pennsylvania. That is a crucial state in this election. I'm wondering if they now think it is the most crucial state in her path to 270. Is that the case? And what do they think is their likely path?
Well, what the leadership in the Harris campaign has been saying, really from the get-go, even before when it was President Biden at the top of the ticket, that the clearest, the surest path to 270 electoral votes is through the blue wall. That includes Pennsylvania as well as Michigan and Wisconsin. You win Pennsylvania, it's really hard to find a pathway to 270 for either candidate, if they don't win Pennsylvania. But when you saw the vice president's stops yesterday, 5 different stops across Pennsylvania, you got a sense of the different elements that they see as leading to that victory. She stopped, for instance, in Scranton, where there's a heavy middle-class union vote. She was making a pitch at a canvas kickoff. She then went to Allentown, where there's a significant Puerto Rican population. We've seen really with the impact that those comments from former President Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden have done in terms of lighting a fire under a key voting group. And then those big rallies she did in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, they do think that they have the enthusiasm, the momentum here in the closing stages of the race. They say that a lot of the votes of late deciding voters, according to Harris campaign polling data, has been in their direction. So it's one reason they're really confident, especially in a state like Pennsylvania, where a lot of the vote is going to come in just today on Election Day.
All right, Mike Memoli, thank you so much for reporting for us all morning. Now let's get the latest on the Trump campaign and go to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She's in West Palm Beach, Florida. Dasha, good morning. So I want to start kind of similar to where I just was talking there with Mike about, which is where the former president is feeling really confident. As Mike just laid out, Pennsylvania is super important for either candidate here. It sort of seems like they both really need Pennsylvania on that road to 270. There are other ways mathematically to do it, but that would certainly be helpful and a quickest path. Where does the former president feel super confident, and explain his last kind of ditch effort yesterday in multiple states?
Yeah, well, look, let's see where he was yesterday. He rallied in North Carolina, where he spent a ton of time over the weekend. That's a state where he's kind of playing defense. He won that state in the last 2 elections, but polling shows this a really tight race there. Then he made his way to Pennsylvania, did 2 stops there. Pennsylvania is that massive gold prize, as Mike was saying, and then ended his night in Grand Rapids, Michigan. That's a bit of tradition there, but of course, Michigan, another one of those critical blue wall states. Look, the former president himself is projecting confidence. He said last night that he thinks there's a 95% chance he will win. That, of course, is overblowing it, considering the numbers that we have been seeing. But he's doing particularly well in some of those Sun Belt states, like Arizona is looking pretty good for him. Of course, we're in Florida. This is now once was a swing state, now a red state. The reality is all of these battlegrounds have just been so tight when it comes to polling, and you've seen that play out in very practical terms with the campaign strategies and looking at where they have been over the last critical few days.
Tasha, something else that we're seeing really shape up here that we imagine is going to be quite consequential is the gender gap. You've been reporting on it. It exists here. I mean, it's a chasm, really. Someone else used that word this morning, and I love it because it's quite apt. We had this kind of surprise Des Moines Register poll out of Iowa that illustrates this. It seems a majority of women saying they prefer Harris, while a majority of men prefer Trump. That has been the case, though, no matter the generation, no matter the poll, and we've only really seen that gap widen. What's been interesting to me, and I wonder if you see it the same way, it almost hasn't really felt like the former president has been trying to eat at the margin with women. It was almost like a double down on the support with men. But tell me what you've been seeing, if there have been those appeals to women, and how and why you think the support with younger men seems to have grown and become so solid.
Yeah, some call it a gap, some call it a chasm. I'd say it's about the size of the Grand Canyon at this point. This is going to likely define this election. Look, the former president has been, you're right, Savannah, leaning into platforms and talking points that really cater to men. And in the middle of a speech in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania last night, he got the endorsement of the nation's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan. Now, that could help him with men, as Rogan has a heavily male audience, a very large male audience. Not likely to help him with women, though. He did bring out conservative commentator Megyn Kelly onto the stage last night. She'd been critical of Trump's and the campaign's approach with women, but came out to help him make the case yesterday. But for the most part, you're right. He's been leaning into podcasts that cater to men, TikTok accounts that cater to young men in particular, men of color. That's where they think they can bolster that support. But when it comes to women, he's had a really hard time making a closing argument that appeals. He has called himself the father of fertilization, and he has said some things that have turned women off, like saying the other week that he would be the protector of women, quote, whether they like it or not. That's the kind of tone that the women we've talked to across battlegrounds say is putting them off a little bit, Savannah.
All right, Dasha Burns reporting from the Trump campaign, as she has for us for quite some time, all over the country. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you in a bit. Let's now bring in our friend, NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen, who's been with us all morning. Okay, John, I'm hoping that what we could do right now is kind of help people understand when they can look for what and where, which is a little complicated, and I know that. But I say that because we know, for example, earlier I asked you what's the state that you're really keeping eyes on, and you said Pennsylvania. We also know that Pennsylvania is one where there's a lot of reasons why we might not know it for a while, because of when they're allowed to start counting those mail-in ballots, because of how spread out the state is, things like that. So let's put Pennsylvania aside for a second, because if that's not going to be something that people can say, oh, look at Pennsylvania tonight. Are there things that you're looking for tonight that are interesting to you? North Carolina, could we know that earlier? If it goes blue, that's a big deal. Things like that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, we're going to see the polls close in Virginia pretty early. We're going to see the polls close in Florida pretty early. And even though those aren't states where you expect there to be, expect there to be a competition at the presidential level, we're going to be able to look at some of the parts of those states that react to elections the way that other states that are in battlegrounds do. So, Virginia, you're going to look in the suburbs of Richmond to see, how suburban voters are doing. You might look at turnout for Harris in the southeastern part of the state, Virginia. Might look in parts of Florida to see what Puerto Rican voters are doing, in Orlando, to get a sense of what might happen in Pennsylvania. So you start to get a sense early in the night of at least what some of those projections, might start to look like. But the thing is, it's so close, and unless that changes, if it continues to be so close in these swing states as millions of people cast their votes today, it may not be that those things that might otherwise be predictive are actually predictive. So we'll also possibly know that it's going to be very close.
Right, absolutely, which doesn't help us know much or the end result.
Right, I mean, we would all want to say, like, look, it'd be great if we could, at 11 o'clock tonight or whatever, everybody knows how every state voted. The truth is that won't happen, but I think there's a reasonably good chance that we'll have a sense of where things are headed, at least by the early morning hours.
All right, John Allen's going to stay with us throughout the show as he has all morning. Let's kick off this hour's tour of battleground states. We've got a team of correspondents standing by across the country this morning. Julie Sirkin is in Pennsylvania. Yasmin Basugian is in Michigan. Maura Barrett is in Wisconsin. And Kathy Park is in Ohio. Look at this all-female screen. Love to see it. Good morning to all of you. Julie, I will start with you. So, Pennsylvania, we know it's one of the tightest races in the country right now. John Allen told me it is the state that he is keeping his eyes on the most closely in the last couple hours. You're in Allegheny County, which has been safely blue in recent election cycles. But do we think it's likely to stay that way this time around? And does that mean anything, a larger message about what we could see in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, it's a great question, Savannah. And typically what John Allen says, I follow, because Pennsylvania is a state that either candidate would have to win most likely if they want to win the election, just due to the amount of electoral votes here, 19, the most out of any battleground state. You asked a really good question. Is Allegheny County likely to stay blue? Yes, it is. But the question for Harris is, can she outpace how Biden did here in 2020. He outpaced Hillary Clinton by about 40,000 votes in Allegheny County. Why does that matter? Because it is really like a blue island surrounded by red counties, counties that have trended more red. Even in recent election cycles, you saw both Trump and Harris close out their campaigns, the second to last appearances here in Pittsburgh. I was at the Trump rally. Harris was just a couple of blocks away. Both had big crowds here. And I talked to a couple of voters. There have been a steady stream. I'm in the swingy suburbs of Pittsburgh, about northwest from the city itself. Some people are voting for Trump, some are voting for Harris. This particular place has one district on the bottom floor went for Trump by 23 votes. In 2020, the bottom for Biden by 12 votes. So you really can't get any swingier than this. And we'll see what happens when polls close tonight, because of course they can't start counting until 8
You
p.m.
did well, Doug.
Julie, such important information out of Pennsylvania there. We'll keep our eyes on it and talk to you in a bit. Let's go over to Michigan next. We've got Yasmin Vasugi in there, as I mentioned. She's in Dearborn. And Yasmin, this was interesting and a really important issue in this election, and one I'm not sure we're talking about enough.
Yeah.
So in this particular city, it became the first Arab majority city. You know, many Arab American voters traditionally vote Democrat, but they've signaled they won't this time because of the war in Gaza and the Biden administration's military support of Israel and their relationship, of course, of Harris to Biden as his vice president. I've been talking also with voters in Michigan who are part of what they call the uncommitted vote, where they are only committed to that war ending and not committing to any candidate. Where could their votes go instead, and how does that ultimately impact the overall race for Michigan?
Well, it's interesting because actually the leader of the uncommitted vote actually endorsed Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the last couple of days in the lead up to election day, and also trying to get their followers of the uncommitted vote behind Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. But overall, I've been speaking to a lot of folks, especially Arab Americans here in Dearborn, that are voting third party for Bill Stein, for the Green Party, because they kind of want to break the system. They want a third party candidate, or the viability of the choice of a third party candidate, because as you mentioned, right, the Biden administration's choices that they've made when it comes to the war in Gaza, though Harris and Walz are hoping to make that up with the female vote, the female suburban vote, especially when it comes to reproductive rights. I mean, I'm here in this kind of classic middle school, Savannah, right? Set goals, work hard, make healthy choices, your PE life skills. They should write on this thing, vote as well, right? Because you got kids here in Dearborn in this middle school, making their way down the hallway, coming in through election entrance, asking Sam to swing around here as I walk in, right? Getting their paper, getting their precincts here, getting their ballots, and filling out their ballots and casting that ever important vote in this integral, incredibly important. I'll use Julie Sturkin's words here. Let's walk back out, Sam, so that we're not disturbing the vote. Swingy state of Michigan. And again, we're looking at 200,000 or so Arab American voters registered. American voters will going to turn out. 45% of early votes already in. That's 3.2 million active registered voters. When are we going to get the decision? When are we going to get results out of Michigan? Possibly, as I'm hearing from Secretary of State, sometime midday tomorrow, Savannah.
All right, Yasmin, thank you so much for our look there. Let's cross over to Wisconsin. Maura is in Madison's Dane County. Maura, this is the county, it's known for being one of the most reliable voting counties in the country. It's also blue, and that's not necessarily expected to change, but is it expected to keep up a tradition of turnout in this election? And also, in a battleground state, it's about the margin game, right? Could it be less blue, let's say, and that overall contributes to a Republican win? What are you sensing? What are you seeing there?
Well, Savannah, when you talk about a reliable county, for context, back in 2020, 89% of registered voters turned out in Dane County. Now, that is way more than the national average. And so that's what the campaigns are looking to see here today, specifically for the Kamala Harris campaign, because back in 2020, 3/4 of that vote went for Joe Biden. Now, the key thing that you're talking about there with the margins, back in 2016, former President Trump won Wisconsin by about 20,000 votes. Fast forward to 2020, Joe Biden won also by about 20,000 votes. And so this really does swing back and forth as we're going with the theme of these battleground states. And so what they're hoping to see here, the Harris campaign, is increasing those margins here in a reliably blue area, so that if there's any drop off in those suburban counties, those rural counties, that will help them with the margins. Now, as you can see behind me, it's kind of a slow and steady stream of voters, but we've got the election officials and volunteers working to check everybody in here today. It's a rainy day in Madison, which is not an ideal ideal situation, election officials tell us, because people don't want to wait in line when it's raining. But the thing that I will note, more than 1 million people in Wisconsin have already cast their early ballot, about 325,000 of them here in Dane County. And so that'll give you a sense of what the early vote will look like as we're looking to catch up on the election day vote here.
All right, Maura, thank you so much. And finally, let's move up across to Ohio. Kathy Park is there for us. Kathy, that isn't considered really one of the big 7 battleground states, but we know it's one of the most important ones to watch because we get reported results early typically, and then we get that initial indicator of where the night might be going. Tell us about what we should be watching out for there, what you're hearing from voters.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. That's right. Well, the polls open at 6:30 this morning. They'll close at 7:30 tonight. And we were told by the Office of the Secretary of State that we could see returns as early as 8 o'clock tonight. But as you mentioned, the Buckeye State has been turning red in recent years. Voted for Trump in 2016, also in 2020. And I want to mention the latest New York Times polling. It actually shows Trump leading at 53%. Harris 45%. And we should note that we are standing at this polling station here in Hamilton County in Cincinnati because we're literally in the backyard of our vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance. We saw him earlier this morning casting his ballot alongside his wife. He seems to be in pretty good spirits going into today. But Savannah, we should also point out that we are here in Ohio because we're watching a very closely watched nationalized Senate race between a longtime incumbent Sherrod Brown as well as a challenger, the GOP newcomer Bernie Moreno. And political analysts are saying, look, for Brown's survival, it really depends on those split ticket voters and the big Democratic turnout in cities like Cincinnati, Columbus, as well as Cleveland. And we should also know that this has now become the most expensive Senate race in U.S. history, with both of these campaigns spending roughly $500 million. Anna?
Kathy, Maura, Yasmin, Julie, thank you all very much for that battleground whip. We're going to continue a look at some states, and we're going to get on Florida now. NBC News correspondent Marissa Para, she joins us from South Florida. Marissa, good morning. So we know the polls there have been open for about 3 hours now. First, what are you seeing where you are? What is the mood like?
Hey, so I can tell you right now, it has been a downpour. In fact, it's raining. It's been raining pretty hard where we are right now in Miami-Dade County, guys. And so we're outside of a polling station here in Doral. I'm going to have my photographer zoom in and show you what we are seeing, which are voters gathering, sheltering from the rain, but still doing their civic duty and voting here. So I can tell you, I've spoken to a number of voters over the last week with early voting. A lot of people trying to get that out of the way. We know over 8 million votes already cast across the state, both in person and over mail, guys. And so a lot of people already taking note of the fact that Republicans do seem to be ahead when it comes to those early voting numbers, at least registered Republicans. But of course, the show is really just beginning here, guys.
Marissa, that downpour is certainly a bummer because that can always, of course, impact turnout. And I'm sorry that you have to be standing out in it, but we appreciate it. I do want to ask you also, and it's interesting to hear you note the fact that Republicans kind of seem to have turned out more in early vote. But one of the big things in Florida, of course, is this is one of those states, one of several, that has abortion on the ballot. Now, we know that to be such a motivating issue for voters. I'm wondering what you think that means. Does that mean that there is a surprise Democratic swing if Democratic voters are the ones who are really motivated to get out and put that on the abortion? Does it mean we see some split ticket voters? What are you looking for when it comes to this issue? And what have you heard from voters who are really energized by that issue?
Savannah, it is so interesting that you bring this up because it's something I've been keeping a close eye on since I have started covering this, since I've been keeping an eye on this over the last year and since May, of course, when we found out this spring that abortion was going to be on the ballot in Florida. And I can tell you right now, anecdotally speaking, a couple things to remember. So one, registered Republicans do seem to be ahead with early voting in Florida, but just because someone is registered with a party does not mean that they're going to be voting according to party lines. I have found registered Democrats who said that they were going to be voting for former President Trump, and I have found registered Republicans who told me they were going to be voting for Ms. Harris. So that is one thing to keep in mind. And another thing, as I was going out into the lines, asking people how they were voting, what I found is the majority of people that I found on the ground here, that is just one very small sample size, Savannah. A lot of people told me that they were voting for former President Trump and they were voting yes on 4. So I will say it is entirely possible, something for people to keep in mind. As much as Democrats here, of course, hoping that people voting yes on 4 will lead to, as well, a large Democratic turnout on the ballot, it is possible that we could see former President Trump, the favored person here in the state of Florida, as well as abortion rights passed. But it does require 60% or more, which is a higher threshold than surrounding states.
Absolutely. It's so interesting to see what happens with that one and maybe an indication of what happens across the country. Marissa Parra in Florida for us, thank you so much. I'm going to bring in John Allen again, who's been with us all morning. And I do just want to ask you a quick question to follow up there on what she just said when it comes to that kind of idea of split ticket or what it means, because Florida is one of those places that expected to announce at least preliminary results pretty early, something we can maybe get a pulse on. Are you interested to see if the fact that abortion is a motivator gets them into the polls, and then, as Marissa just said, it actually changes the top of the ticket for them as well?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think if we are able to sense that that's going on in Florida, you may be able to extrapolate that that's going on in other parts of the country. Conversely, if it doesn't seem that there's, some huge surge in voters, the fact that it's on the ballot means that for some of those voters, they will separate that question from their presidential question, right? But others, it may simply bring out more people who want to vote on that and connect that vote to their presidential candidate. So I'll be looking for it. I know our friend who we're about to talk to, Steve Kornacki, will be looking for it. And he's so good that a friend of mine texted me earlier, said, "Who's going to win tonight?" I said, "I don't know." And she wrote back, "I wish I went to high school with Kornacki."
So she can text him instead. That is a nice tease for what's coming up for us all. We are going to have Kornacki in just a moment. Make sure you all tune in at 5 p.m. Eastern. Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson are going to kick off our special election night coverage and analysis. Then at 6:30 p.m., Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie take over as those results start coming in. That's all right here on NBC News Now. But all morning, we've got much more to come here on the special Election Day edition of Morning News Now. We're going to take a deeper dive into whether America's ready for its first female president if VP Harris were to take the White House. But first, as you just heard, after the break, our own Steve Kornacki, who did not go to high school with John Allen or John Allen's friend, who wishes she had Kornacki's phone number. He's at the big board with more on when exactly we might start to see those results later tonight. Stay with us.
That's what you see right here on this slide. Again, this may look very similar to what that app we were talking about with the recent signing of the XB7. Very similar to what was seen in the 1964 prototype. Some of the evidence of this aircraft comes from a U.S. patent, okay, 4,802,639. This is actually a Boeing's patent. They're calling it a takeoff trans-atmospheric launch system from the Boeing company in Seattle, Washington. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not making this up. We're seeing it right here with evidence on patents. It may be called Black Star SR Transport Vehicle. That's approximately Copper Coast or Copper Canyon TV trans-atmospheric vehicle prepared under the Reagan administration under the Star Wars program called SDI. There was a 1984-1985 proposal. You can see here that they could do a missile approach, so they could actually screw up their original landing gear and go for a missile approach over here to the left. This is today the range, 100-mile altitude capability.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back. We are just a few hours into Election Day, but polls across the country are open for Americans to cast their ballots. Look at this number on your screen. This is the latest NBC News poll. It shows this tied race among likely voters nationwide, with 49% for Harris and 49% for Trump. But the real results will come as ballots are cast, of course, and numbers come in later today. We are so lucky. I'm so excited. We've got NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki with us at the big board to walk us through what he's looking out for. Steve, first of all, I just have to say, I feel like you'd be into this too. Of course, in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, 3-3, a tie. The first place that votes on election day in person. I mean, were you just like, duh?
Yeah. I mean, look, we got the scoreboard up and running. Yes, one little tiny, not even town in northern New Hampshire, 3-3. So there's your national count.
Tell us what you're keeping your eye on as we get started today.
Yes. So let's take a look here tonight when the polls start closing. We're about 7.5 hours away from the first poll close, but that's going to be a lot of Indiana, Kentucky, not expected to be competitive. Probably not going to learn much in that 6 o'clock hour, but 7 o'clock Eastern, that is when the action begins. And the numbers are going to come fast and furious out of Georgia, we believe. Why? Because Georgia has revamped the way they do these elections, at least the reporting of these elections. And it means essentially that about 80% of all the votes that are cast in Georgia, we're going to have the results of in the first hour, between 7 and 8 p.m. All that'll be left after that is the people in Georgia who are going out to the polls today and voting today. But the vast majority of the vote in Georgia has already taken place through early voting, and all of that will be reported out in the first hour, at least under this new state law. So we can get a lot of clarity there early. North Carolina.
Steve, let me ask you, while you're still on Georgia, a quick question, because we know that's a swing state, kind of coin toss kind of thing. Does that mean that 80% we know, or because of who voted early, or that still, even though we've got 80% of the vote, we don't know for a long time?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be a long time. It depends. I mean, this could be razor thin, and it still could be days if it ends up being like a recount. But again, keep in mind that what you're getting in that 80% is the early vote. That's folks who voted by mail, folks who voted in person early. What's left is the election day vote, and what we typically see with the election day vote is it's more Republican friendly. So we may be in a situation where in that 80% the Democrats are doing better than they end up doing, and the question will become if Democrats are ahead, does Trump overtake them with the same day?
Oh, sounds like some drama that we're going to see you at the board for. Okay, keep taking us through these poll closes.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, 7:30 North Carolina. It's going to be, I think, somewhat similar to Georgia, just in terms of the speed here. Again, the possibility there in the first couple hours to get most of the vote reported out in North Carolina. 8 o'clock is when we start getting those big northern tier battlegrounds. There's an asterisk on Michigan because there's a couple of small counties that are in the central time zone, but basically the whole state closes at 8 p.m. We'll start seeing those results at 8 p.m. All of Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m. And one thing to keep in mind there in Pennsylvania, there's a lot of mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, not as much as 4 years ago, but the way just about all the counties are going to do it in Pennsylvania is probably not long after 8 p.m. They're going to report out the results of the vote by mail in Pennsylvania. And again, that's a very Democratic-friendly group of votes, the mail-in votes in PA. So again, you can expect the Democrats, Harris, to put up her best numbers in Pennsylvania with what you see in that, say, 8 to 9 o'clock hour. And again, like Georgia, but probably even more dramatically, the story will be, okay, once you get through the mail, Trump's going to be behind. Can he catch up with the same day vote that then gets reported out? So that's, PA, keep that in mind. Arizona says 9, but the state law is Eastern. State laws, they got to wait an hour after that to report any numbers. So really in Arizona, 10 p.m. Eastern is when we'll get some numbers there. Wisconsin, a biggie, obviously 9 p.m. Nevada is 10 o'clock, but again, keep in mind, that's when they close, 10 o'clock Eastern. But we've seen elections in the past where it's still a couple hours after that before you even get any results out of Nevada. So again, we may get clarity a little bit, maybe a lot from the East. If we're waiting on the West, that could be a lot.
Steve, I know I've got to keep you on time because a lot of people want to talk to you today, but we do have to just look at the map while we've got you. Remind us electoral paths here. What's maybe the most likely, what's the easiest for each candidate?
Yeah, it's blank now, but I'll set it up like this because this is how both parties see the map with these 7 core battleground states. And keep in mind what we just said there. The action is going to begin in the Southeast, in Georgia and North Carolina. Now, North Carolina was a Trump state in 2020, the only battleground that Trump won in 2020. And Georgia was about a 12,000 vote difference. So look at it from this perspective. This is an if. I stress this is an if. But if Donald Trump wins the state that he won in 2020, North Carolina, and if he can reverse that narrow loss in Georgia from 4 years ago and win Georgia, and again, not impossible if he does this, we would know it in the first few hours. Again, we say Pennsylvania closes at 8 o'clock. If Trump comes into Pennsylvania, these two in his pocket, then the stakes are enormous, because if Trump wins Pennsylvania on top of those two, he hits 270 on the dot. And you saw Kamala Harris finish her campaign in Philadelphia last night for good reason for their campaign. They want to block this. If they end up in that situation, they absolutely must win Pennsylvania. But if this were to happen and Harris were to win Pennsylvania, a path opens up for her pretty quickly, because if she could then just add Michigan and Wisconsin, two Biden states from 2020, take a look at that. She would suddenly hit 270. So there's all sorts of scenarios here, but I think that Pennsylvania, when the polls close and we get numbers there, that could pivot us dramatically one way or the other.
Steve, I love you. I've been like waiting for somebody to just say, you start here and then you go here, and that's what we're looking for. So Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. I love it. Steve, thank you. You have a long night ahead. We don't know when you're getting any sleep. I don't even need to ask you that. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a bit. We'll see you everywhere, all day, all night.
Thank you.
When we return, continuing coverage of the 2024 election as voters across America head to the polls. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
They said that Harris after 3 exception that it had stabilizers a bit different than we see in this illustration. But the main midsection of this vehicle was harder to turn. The opposite, the back section was exposed. What I find really interesting about this case is that the C5 evidence filed its right leg with the town or ATC as they were departing their departure. Identifier for their departing airport where they're going to was KPMD. That's Palm. That's the Air Force Line 42 in Palm. So again, we've got Lockheed having a laboratory there. We've got
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Okay, we already know this election has made history, but I mean, it could be a truly historic day, because if she were to win, Vice President Kamala Harris will become the first ever female president of the United States. So we are so lucky that we've got NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. She joins me here on set. She just also happens to be the author of a book. I think we can pull it up. It's called Electable: Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet. There it is. Oh, I love this cover. I always say that. There she is. I mean, like, can we just start on that question? Why do we think it is? By the way, we also have Jonathan Allen on set with us, as he has been all morning, and I'll pull him in here. But Ali, why have we not put a woman in the White House? And if we are to, I hate to put it as, are we ready for it? But like, what do you think the country feels about that particular point?
Well, you're a Swiftie, so it's right that you would ask the question, are we ready for it? But the answer is yes. And actually, the American electorate has told us this time and again, both since Hillary Clinton clinched the nomination back in 2016, but also in polling throughout 2020 and into 2024. The problem is, in part, the fact that we've never seen it done before. And that lends to something called an imagination barrier, where voters not just have to imagine this particular candidate in the White House, but they also have to imagine something that they've actually never seen before. And so it's baked into the work of any woman who runs for office, but especially now for Vice President Harris, that she has to ask voters to vote for her policy. policies, but also ask them to do a little bit of the extra work of imagining a thing that they haven't seen before, bridging that imagination gap.
And have opinions changed drastically on this? Like, do we know that attitudes have shifted in a way? I'm sure you saw the amazing piece this week from our colleague Andrea Mitchell about putting women in the White House. There's this great soundbite from Eleanor Roosevelt in there. Well, she's like, well, we've stopped seeing it as men and women and we're people, but we know there's still all these gender divides in ways, gender pay gap, all different types of things. Have opinions changed a lot? Have we made improvements?
We're about to see. Because to me, this is the ultimate test, right? You not only have a moment where a woman is literally on the ballot, but the other central issue, the X factor that all of us talk about, is abortion, which I do not assign this issue a gender, because I do think that men and women alike are touched by this issue. But it is, by and large, an issue that predominantly will directly impact women. And so the fact that those two issues are on the ballot, it puts gender front and center. And you're watching the gender gap come about in large parts because of the way that gender is baked into Trump as a candidate. I write about this in the book, the idea that although he was running against a woman, gender is so central to the way that Trump presents himself. He is macho. He is typically patriarchal. The way that he talks about, I will cherish women, I will protect women, even if they don't want it, he said recently, right? That's all so baked in. And that's something that's resonant with male voters and why we're seeing the gender gap be driven so far in that direction for Trump. And then, of course, women coming out for Harris. Typically, you watch women go for the Democratic candidate. If you get even more intricate, though, Black women are the centerpiece of the Democratic coalition. White women actually tend to vote Republican. One of the things that I've explored since writing the book is if abortion is something that will motivate white women to vote Democrat instead.
And John, you just said to me earlier that you think the gender gap has the potential to be the defining kind of storyline out of this election.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to find out tonight, right? Well, maybe, and as we look through the data over
maybe this week, hopefully.
Maybe this
Tonight
week.
is sort of like
sometime this year we'll find out, and we'll look through the data and we'll get an idea of, what's going on. I think, and it's nice to hear from Allie, who is the person who wrote the book on this issue, and I think she's absolutely right. But I watch Kamala Harris. And I don't think to myself as I watch her that imagination barrier that you've been talking about is what it was even 4 or 8 years ago. I think some people watched Hillary Clinton lose and said this means a woman can't be president. I looked at Hillary Clinton losing, and I think a lot of women who were running for office in 2020, running for president, looked at that and said, that was a narrow loss, 77,000 votes over 3 states. She didn't prove a woman couldn't win the presidency. She proved a woman could win the presidency. Didn't that year. And so when you look at Harris now, that imagination barrier that you're talking about, just it keeps getting smaller and thinner and less visible.
But that was also so central when I was writing the book and asking, okay, well, what will it take? It's more, right? You have so few presidential elections and so few chances for women to run and win. The more that you have in this space, up and down the ballot, House, Senate, gubernatorial, and of course the presidency, the more options and opportunity that you have. The one last thing I will note is Kamala Harris is actively not talking about this. And I think that is just such a moment where you don't. Hillary Clinton did that. She marked the glass ceiling. It remains unbroken. Kamala Harris is now taking a very different tack and saying, I think people can see that I show up. I am a woman of color. They're going to vote for me because of what I can do.
And my little girl will look at Kamala Harris and look at that and say, that's something I can do. And my son will look at Kamala Harris and say, that's something that women can do. That's something that I can. So, I mean, I think that there's, just in making that run, just in making the advancements that we've seen in vying credibly for the presidency, you create that vision where there used to be the imagination barrier.
I think also, hopefully, it's a moment, party aside, to just note, like, even what's happened so far has been historic, and as a country, we're always excited about any type of firsts or record breakers, no matter if it's in the sports arena or something like that. So why not at least take a moment and recognize that this is something, no matter your party, that is notable for our country. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. Amazing person to have here on set to discuss this morning. John Allen, you're probably back with us. You've been here all day. I love it. Thank you so much. You can't get rid of me. Through AW with us. We really appreciate you being here all morning. Thank you both. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage of Decision Day in America. It continues. Don't go anywhere.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Lynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. And now I want to take a look at the economic implications of this election. And we're going to talk about how the stock markets are reacting now that they're open. We've got our economic dream team. Look at, even on election day, we're going to bobble.
You did the bobble too.
I did.
A little bit.
Finally, I did. Well, in solidarity, right? I make y'all do it every time you hear it. We've got Brian Chung and Caleb Silver here to discuss all this. Good morning to both of you. Happy election day, gentlemen. Thanks for being here. So we've been talking ad nauseum, and I keep on like cornering you in the hallway to be like, but economy is the top issue for voters. But of course, that's on both sides of the aisle. First, just tell us some hallmarks of each candidate when it comes to their economic plan.
Yeah, and look, when you poll people, they say that the economy is the biggest issue, but unlike things like abortion or even specifically tax policy, it's not a pro or con thing. There are many different types of policies that can go into it. So I think the big ones are first off taxes and then tariffs. So let's talk about taxes first. You have Harris that is extending the Biden administration promise not to tax individuals that are making more than $400,000 a year, but she also wants to compensate for that by raising the corporate tax. Whereas on the Trump side of things, he wants tax cuts across the board. He wants to extend and even perhaps make more pronounced some of the tax cuts that he had in his first administration. But the tariffs front is a really interesting one because, again, we're talking about inflation right now. If Trump goes through with what he proposes as a 60% tariff on Chinese goods and then a 20% tariff on everything else, a lot of economists would say that could raise prices even further. But here's the challenge. You know who actually extended some of the tariffs on China from his first administration? It was the Biden administration. So either way, tariffs are kind of almost a wash, although it depends on the magnitude of them. But tariffs and taxes, I think, are the big policies.
And it's so interesting because that's something I've heard from voters when I'm out on the trail. Like, I like Trump's tariffs plan, and then on the other side, tariffs plan will increase prices. It's like one of those split things where you understand why we're in the division that we're in. Caleb, let's talk about the markets. Let's talk about what this could feel like for people today. Obviously, it's been open for a little over an hour now, but also how we think it could react as we do get results.
Yeah, the stock market's rallying today, but it's been super choppy over the past month, and that's what you get during an election month. October, usually a choppy month, especially going into an election year. But by and large, investors are not too focused on who is winning tonight or when we finally get the results. They're looking at corporate profits, and those could be impacted by the extension of those tax cuts, especially if President Trump wins and he wants to lower the tax rate again for corporations. But they're also looking at the makeup of Congress because tax cuts in general have to be approved by Congress. So they're looking at that. And it's been a really solid year for the stock market, up close to 20%, the best election year we've seen since 1936. Investors are betting on the continuation of corporate profits growing. That's what the big bet is, not who wins. the election.
Brian, I'm going to ask you about the Fed, but first I'm going to ask Caleb for a magic trick. They're meeting when?
Oh, 4 days and 5 hours and 20 minutes, actually.
Can you do that, Brian?
Right on. No, I absolutely cannot. I forgot my calculator watch today. Normally I could just punch it in there.
I love it so much. Okay, so we are anticipating a cut, but does the election impact that? Tell us what you're looking for from the
Yeah, it's like not at all the thing that people are worried about this week. Like there's a Federal Reserve meeting also, by the way. But yeah, on Thursday afternoon, they're going to announce their interest rate policy statement. And they had already cut interest rates. They did so in September by 0.5 percentage point, as you'll recall. It's the first interest rate cut in the post-pandemic period. I think the challenge here is that this is happening 2 days after the election, right? And when you talk about what's happening here, you might think, okay, well, based off the calendar, the Federal Reserve might try to make their decision based off of what's happening in the election. Not at all. The Federal Reserve is entirely independent. Yes, the people on the Fed are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. It's entirely independent. They're going to see what the economy looks like. They don't want the unemployment rate to spike. That's likely why they'll continue to cut interest rates.
Yep. And this will be the first president to enter office in the last 4 without a recession. The economy is in pretty good shape right now. We just learned the GDP grew at 2.8%. Corporate profits are growing. The unemployment rate, as Brian said, 4.1%. This is a normalizing, pretty steady economy. Good for people out there, no matter who wins this election. But a lot could change, obviously, with the makeup of Congress and how far and how long this takes until we get a decision.
Caleb, Brian, appreciate you always. Thanks for letting us bobblehead you even on election day. See you all in a little bit. Coming up, it's been an election cycle like no other. So how did we get here? After the break, we're going to take a look at the lead up to one of the closest and most contentious races in history. Stay with us.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Closer to the Gaza border. The story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
finally, this hour, we want to take a look back at an election cycle that's been like none other in history, with so many twists and turns no one could have predicted. Here's NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow with a recap of the major moments from the campaign trail.
Our country will be bigger, better, bolder.
It's an election fight that looks much different than when it began nearly 2 years ago to the day.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Donald Trump locked in the Republican nomination with ease, defeating a parade of challengers and battling a slew of legal cases.
That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts.
This is unprecedented for a former American president to be criminally convicted.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
His supporters undeterred, believing Trump could best tackle the economy and immigration.
I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up.
Initially set for a rematch against President Joe Biden.
I'm still the only person who ever beat Donald Trump.
They made history as the oldest major party presidential candidates ever in an American election. A concern for voters and whispers about Biden's mental fitness soon grew louder.
The special counsel referred to the president as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning, and elderly man with a poor memory.
My memory is fine.
But that first presidential debate in June set off 3 weeks of unprecedented political upheaval.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
This night got off to a tough start for President Biden.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Calls for Biden to suspend his re-election campaign were sidelined by an unthinkable twist.
This is an NBC News special report.
Take a look at what happened.
The 45th president of the United States, injured but alive.
All of this unfolding with Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump at their convention.
With his ear bandaged, the former president making an emotional entrance just 2 days after the attempt on his life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
That same week, President Biden testing positive for COVID.
News broke of different Democratic leaders calling for the president to step aside.
My fellow Americans.
Days later, ending his re-election bid.
I revered his office. I love my country more.
Endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris and upending the race with just over 100 days until the election.
We choose freedom.
Democrats quickly energized by their first female nominee of Black and Indian descent. Harris showing strength on the issues of abortion rights and protecting democracy.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Trump pivoting to his new opponent.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
A convention coronation in August.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
Trump and Harris would meet for the first time in their only debate.
I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
And this famous falsehood.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
The vice presidential debate striking a different tone.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agreed.
But the dangers of our nation's divisiveness still on display.
The FBI says there has been another possible attempt on former President Trump's life.
By fall, the critical battleground blitz amid one of the closest presidential races ever.
I'm a gun owner, Tim.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
The razor-thin margin bringing out bold-faced names.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
President Trump must win
podcast interviews taking center stage, that Trump dance party going viral, and his Madison Square Garden rally sparking controversy.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Amid the fallout, the Trump campaign seizing on a Biden gaffe.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Harris caught on this hot mic moment talking to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer about male voters. While Trump tries to win over more women.
Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
After so many firsts, the last days of a campaign season like no other, and a reminder of what's most important.
Get everyone you know, you have to do it. You have to vote, vote, vote.
Your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power.
Hey, thanks to Kate Snow for that recap as we now land on Election Day. Another thing that's unprecedented this election, the early voter turnout. According to NBC's tracker, more than 79 million Americans voted by mail or in person before today. Key swing states, like Georgia and North Carolina, are smashing early voting records with more than half of all registered voters there already casting ballots. That could have a huge impact and could mean we have more information earlier in the night. That is going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but don't go anywhere. Morgan Radford and Vicki Wynn will continue our Election Day coverage after the break. Thank you for being with us on this historic day.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Closer to the Gaza border. The story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, where millions of Americans are heading to the polls today to choose
who they will send to the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. We've already seen long lines in voting centers across the country. In fact, this is a look from just this morning in Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, and New Hampshire. And then a little bit later tonight, Trump is expected to hold his election night party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Meantime, Harris is set to return to her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., to watch those results roll in. Both candidates closed out the campaign last night in key battleground states, delivering their final pitches to voters.
We will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen.
America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward.
Right now, all signs are pointing to an extremely tight race. The candidates need at least 270 electoral votes to win, and the path to victory will likely go through these 7 swing states. But it's not just the White House up for grabs today. Control of Congress is also on the line. We're following all the key races from coast to coast, as well as a number of critical ballot measures. I'm Vicki Wynn, along with Morgan Radford, and our reporters are fanned out across the country, covering the election from all angles. We begin this hour with NBC's Dasha Burns, live in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the Trump campaign. Dasha, good to see you. So give us a sense of what you're seeing and you're hearing from the campaign there today, as voters are lining up across the country. Millions of ballots have already been cast.
Well, look, Vicki, the former president held his last rally of his near decade as a candidate, and he wrapped up late, like started after midnight, went really late, and landed here in Palm Beach about 6 a.m. this morning. He'll be heading to the polls himself to vote in just a little bit here. And look, his closing message was supposed to be really focused on the economy and on immigration, but he often did veer off of his prepared remarks, as he has done for about a decade now, painting a pretty bleak picture of a nation that is broken, that only he can fix. Today, the campaign is hunkered down. There's anxiety all around, but the former president projecting confidence, saying last night that there's a 95% chance that he's going to win. Of course, if you look at the polls, that's not exactly what they're saying. This is a very, very close race, and everyone is on the edge of their seats, guys.
On the edge of our seats, Dasha, and I have to say, the key state I'm looking at right now is North Carolina. Of those 7 key battleground states, North Carolina is tied second for the second most number of electoral votes. And that's where Trump only won by a little more than 1 percentage point last time. What does the campaign see ultimately as its path to victory this time? My sources tell me it's all about Mecklenburg County there, where Charlotte is, and that populous area where they have a lot of registered Democrats. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Harris is trying to turn folks out in those urban areas. The former president trying to really ramp up his support in those rural areas. And you're right, Morgan, when you say that North Carolina is super important, not only because it has that second largest number of votes, but because that is where former President Trump is playing defense. He really needs to keep that state if he wants to pave his path to 270. So that's the reason why he spent the majority of his last few days actually in North Carolina, then making stops in both Pennsylvania and Michigan. Morgan.
All right. Our thanks to Dasha Burns there on the ground. Dasha, thank you. Morgan, now to Pennsylvania, a critical state for both candidates' path to the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. Pennsylvania was one of the last states called in 2020, with President Joe Biden winning by just over 80,000 votes. And Kamala Harris and Donald Trump were both there yesterday for the final day on the campaign trail, trying to court voters and their state's 19 electoral votes. NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis is in Erie County, Pennsylvania, following the very latest for us. So, Rahima, in Erie County, we know Biden won in 2020 by just 1 point. In 2016, Trump won by 2 points. What are you hearing from voters there today?
Well, this gymnasium at an elementary school has been pretty busy, but not shooting basketballs. They are casting their ballots. This is one side of what's happening in one precinct. Over here on the other side of the gymnasium, it's another precinct where the votes are going on. What we're hearing from voters is that many of them came out very early today to cast their ballot. A lot of them were very anxious about doing this. I should tell you, though, about the candidates, as you mentioned. This is a very important state for them. Kamala Harris has had campaign events here 16 times in this election cycle. Donald Trump has been here some 21 times in the election cycle, and you pointed it out. Erie County has been a very pivotal state for area for many people because it's historically voted for the winner in the election. You pointed out Donald Trump won it over Hillary Clinton by just 2 percentage points out of this county, and Biden took it by just 1% in this county. What are voters saying? What are those voters saying? Let's take a listen. We talked to some of them earlier today.
I'll tell you this. I'm glad that it's over. I'm glad it's almost over. It's been crazy, you know?
Oh, I'm a little nervous about the results, but I am relieved that it's here and I've done my duty.
I feel good about it. You know, I mean, it's what we should do. It's vote if you want change.
Well, I'm scared to death for my grandkids owing money that I'm spending today.
We need to vote. Everybody needs to vote and vote their conscience.
Many voters told me that they were anxious, exhausted, and as you heard one say, he's just glad it's over. Vicki?
A lot of energy, though, there. Rahema Ellis, thank you very much, live from Erie County for us.
Well, Vicki, in Michigan, Trump and Harris are vying for the state's 15 electoral votes. The former president held his final rally in the state yesterday, the same place where he closed out his last 2 campaigns. Meanwhile, the VP made several stops in the state on Sunday, and the state flipped blue as a reminder with a Biden win back in 2020 after Trump won that state back in 2016. That's where we find our NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian, who joins us now from Dearborn, Michigan, a very important area of the state. Yasmin, this is interesting because we just heard Rahema reporting on the anxiety and the emotions running high. Michigan saw high numbers of not only voters, but of women specifically turning out for early voting. And you talked to them about some of those feelings, especially the issues that are driving their vote. What did they say?
I'm glad you brought up kind of the anxiety and the nervousness, Morgan, that a lot of folks are feeling, because I'm especially hearing that from people here in Michigan as well. I spoke to a group of voters, of female voters last night with a group called Red Wine and Blue, and there were tears shed about kind of the anxiety and nervousness and all kind of the preparation and the work that was put into this election and getting folks to turn out and now waiting the next 24 hours for these election results, and especially to see how Michigan turns out. I've been speaking to women all day who've been coming here to vote on election day, and they're really focused on one thing, right? And I think you can guess what that is, and that is reproductive rights, right? We saw what happened in the 2022 midterms. We see what happens every time reproductive rights is on a ballot in any state across this country. A lot of women are showing up today and voting with that in mind. Let's take a listen to one woman I spoke to, Morgan, and then we'll talk on the other side.
I was like, I love you, and if you love me, you'll vote for my rights, and you'll vote for the rights of my fellow women. Get a good, strong woman in office, and I think we'll be okay.
And is that why you voted for Harris?
Partially. I was actually just genuinely kind of, because like I said, I didn't pay super close attention, but I did do like my own little bit of research, so
mostly because of me, though.
So you literally had a girlfriend convincing her boyfriend to vote for Kamala Harris because of reproductive rights, right? And as voters are showing up here, Morgan, today, right, you got local races, national races kind of making their last pitch, their final ditch effort as folks are making their way into this middle school right here to cast their ballot, Morgan.
Yes, when you talk about the importance of the women's vote there, but let's be clear about where you are.
Yeah.
You are in Dearborn, Michigan. That has one of the highest Arab American populations in this entire country. If I remember correctly, that's about 200,000 registered Arab American voters. And this is a community that has really been split and struggling with the current president's handling of Gaza. Could their votes, especially around this issue, be the deciding factor in who wins this state?
Short answer, yes. Longer answer is the Harris team, for instance, is hoping that the votes that could feasibly be cast by Arab Americans in the state, and you're right, 200,000 or so registered active Arab American voters that could cast their ballots. They're hoping that for those folks that are saying, I'm going to cast my ballot for third party Jill Stein and or Donald Trump because of the decisions made in the Gaza war, will be counteracted by the female vote. That is what the Harris camp is hoping. But look, 200,000 votes, that's a significant number of folks that could really swing this state one way, Morgan, or another.
All right, Yasmin Vasugian on the ground there in Dearborn, Michigan for us. Yasmin, thank you.
Vice President Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, is about to land in must-win Pennsylvania as he makes a last-minute stop to energize voters in this critical blue wall state.
All of this comes after Harris blitzed Pennsylvania on the eve of the election and held her final rally in Philadelphia. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is live at the vice president's residence in D.C., where Harris will be watching those results come in. Mike, you've been talking to the Harris campaign. How confident are they specifically about Pennsylvania?
Well, what makes Pennsylvania so interesting as you look at the broader battleground map is not just that it has the most electoral votes at stake, 19, but compared to the other states, it has the lowest share of early votes that have already been cast. So what does that mean? That means it has the most votes that will be cast today on election day. And so that makes that ground game, that late visit by Governor Walz, the visits that the vice president made across the state last night, so important. But the vice president's team really is optimistic because they say, as the vice president herself said last night, momentum is on our side. They are seeing in their own data that late deciding voters are breaking heavily towards her. And that's why they're really confident that this could be the state, just as it was 4 years ago for President Biden, that potentially puts her over the 270 she needs to be elected president.
You know, Mike Harris has not mentioned Trump by name at any of her final rallies in Philly and in Pittsburgh. Talk about the shift in strategy and the focus on uplift and turning the page, to take some words out of her book.
Well, Vicki, when you think about the issues we've been talking about this entire campaign that are so important, whether it's the economy and inflation, whether it's reproductive rights, there are certainly a number of them that the Harris campaign thinks that they have managed to fight to victory here, make the case for. But the sort of secret weapon that even the Biden campaign before the Harris campaign was talking about that they thought might be important is exhaustion, that really voters would not want to go back to, as we've heard at all these rallies, those days of Trump, the turmoil that came with it, both when he was in the White House, but also certainly on the campaign trail. And so that's why the Harris campaign made that decision late, that they're going to end on a positive note, just to highlight that exhaustion, but to try to pitch to those voters who are fed up with politics in general.
All right, Mike Memoli there on the ground for us. Mike, thanks. And remember, our special election night coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on News Now. Then you can join Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie at 7 p.m. on News Now and on NBC. Voters in battleground states, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, they could decide this election. So
what's
we
going
are
on,
talking
man?
to voters about the issues they are most concerned about. As they
Well,
cast
how
their
things
ballots.
in your
Stay
neck
right
of the
here.
woods?
You're watching Daily.
How are you? Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. Beautiful. That's always good to reunite with friends. Good on you, man. Are you going to come to the Twitter party tonight with the election coverage? Yeah, it's like 12 hours from now. Oh, no, not 12 hours. Maybe like 9 hours. Absolutely. It's going to be live streamed on Twitter. So just go to the main Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Eno account, and then you'll be able to find it from there. And I want you to know, I'm really excited for you to be able to attend your techno party with your friend. That's really tight. Excellent. That's amazing. Wow, that's really interesting, my man. Well, right. Wow. Wow, that's terrible. Well, I can tell you this, my friend. I'm about to get some sleep. I got to get some sleep before I've been up all night. And I want you to know, though, I really appreciate you sharing with me that you're going to be going to a techno concert on Friday with your friend. Hey, when do me a favor, if you would, sometime this weekend or maybe early next week, tell me how it went, okay? Excellent. Beautiful. You take care, Big Swole. Thank you. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Emu to the Moon, LFG.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, as voters head to the polls, all eyes are on those 7 key battleground states that could ultimately decide who wins this election. Both Trump and Harris spent the final days of their campaign canvassing these states, really trying to secure votes.
Yeah, and here is what we are watching for. Wisconsin, considered a toss-up. Donald Trump won there in 2016 by less than 1 percentage point. Then President Biden flipped the state in 2020, also by less than a percentage point. Georgia could also be a critical state with its 16 electoral votes. In 2020, Biden beat Trump in that state by less than 12,000 votes. Another state to watch, North Carolina. It has not voted for a Democrat for president since 2008. Donald Trump won there in 2016 by 3 percentage points and in 2020 by 1 percentage point. We have reporters on the ground today in all of these battleground states following the latest developments. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent Mark Barrett in Madison, Wisconsin. Mark, you've had a chance to speak with some of the voters there. What are they telling you? What are some of the top issues they say brought them to the polls today?
Well, first, Vicki, I want to point out it's pretty appropriate here at this polling location in East Madison, Wisconsin. You can see the purple walls, the purple features around this polling place is pretty representative of how the state typically goes with that flip-flop from President Trump back in 2016 and then Biden in 2020. As you can see behind me, past those doors, we're seeing the election workers start to process these absentee ballots. Wisconsin put in more than 1 million early votes via absentee voting. In the last couple of weeks, 325,000 of those coming in from Dane County. Wisconsin is one of those states where they cannot start processing the absentees until today. Now, in terms of what voters are looking for here in Dane County, it's a reliably blue area. And so the Kamala Harris campaign has been organizing hard here. Harris was here just last week, rallying about 13,000 people, and they want turnout to do even better here to help make up for any margins they might have lost in those rural counties. I'm going to hear from some voters I spoke with that were at the rally just last week. What do you consider your top issue voting this election?
I think democracy.
Yeah, I would add women's rights issues to that as well. Both of those are huge.
I read online the phrase nauseously optimistic, and I thought it was pretty good phrase for how I'm feeling.
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I think hopefully it works out, but we'll see.
Nauseously optimistic is a sentiment that we've heard from a lot of different Democrats in the area, kicking off more than a dozen canvassing events for Democrats to really get out that turnout, get out the vote in these final hours on Election Day, guys.
You know, well, one of the most closely watched Senate races is actually unfolding right where you are. Incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin facing a challenge from Republican businessman Eric Hovde. What should we be sort of looking out for specifically in that race?
This race has gotten surprisingly tight. That couple that you just heard from also noting that they're disappointed that it's as tight as it is because Tammy Baldwin has a track record, a really good track record in the rural communities around the state. She served the state of the Senate since 2012 after representing it in the House. But Eric Hovde has come in with a lot of his own money to fund the race on the Republican side. The couple pointing out they're nervous. There's been a lot of disinformation in that. And so this is going to be a key one to watch in terms of who could hold the Senate majority after today, guys.
All right, more there. Thank you so much. Let's head over to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who joins us now from Raleigh, North Carolina. Antonia, lines started forming across Carolina as soon as the polls opened at 6:30 a.m. this morning. And it's interesting because strategically, the Dems are focusing more on urban areas like where you are or in Mecklenburg, where we find Charlotte. Republicans counting on those rural areas. But Harris is looking to flip the state. The last time North Carolina voted blue was 2008 in Barack Obama. I'm from North Carolina. I was reporting there last week. And I have to say, the energy that I heard this time around, especially from Democrats, was similar to what we saw in 2008. What are you hearing from people there on the ground?
Morgan, a lot of people here agree with you that something feels different this time around. I was here in 2022 covering the high-profile Senate race here, and Democrats were invested, but they didn't kind of walk and talk with the same confidence that you're seeing right now. And you're right, this Raleigh area is incredibly important because most precincts here, highest voter population and highest turnout. And so the Democrats want to see some big numbers today, and they're looking at a couple communities. Of course, the Black community, that is the key. That was the key in 2008 for Barack Obama's victory. And Harris needs to get a lot of Black voters out today. They got to see a big surge in those voters toward the end of early voting, and they're going to want to see more. And then young voters, there have been a ton of them here at this polling location today. And I have to tell you, for people from all sides of the political spectrum, you know, as they arrive, there are people kind of trying to talk to them from both parties here behind me, but they are walking in there, going up those steps behind me, and a lot of them are on a mission. Take a listen to some of the conversations I've had today. What are some of the issues in our country right now that matter most to you?
Police brutality and, you know, like racism.
It is impossible to survive off of a minimum wage. Unless you are even at full time, unless you are working about 3 different jobs.
How does that make you feel as a young person?
Very stressed, very concerned.
Abortion, economy, cost of living, people's feelings about their safety and civil rights. That is really, those are the patterns we're hearing time and time again here. And every voter agrees that they feel a sort of unique, nervous, but hopeful energy right now, Morgan.
And it's exactly those patterns that we're seeing emerge right now. Antonia Hilton, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now. She's in Sewanee, Georgia for us. So Ellison, a record-setting 4 million Georgians took part in early voting. That's about 55% of active voters there. Talk to us about what you're seeing in terms of the lines, the wait times, and what you're hearing from the voters who are showing up in person this morning.
Right. I mean, state officials are calling those numbers unprecedented. In this county, Gwinnett County, the early voting numbers have kind of mirrored what we've seen statewide as of this morning. Based on the state's data, about 50% of active voters in this county had already voted. That being said, people still coming today, and the polls in Georgia are open until 7 p.m. Let me just walk you through the process. You'll notice not a lot of long lines. Everyone we've spoken to, they have said it's been pretty seamless. They've been in and out of this precinct in 5 to 10 minutes at most. People come in through here. They check in at this table right here. They head over here to cast their ballots. It prints out, and then they have a minute to review them, and they walk over this way and they deposit them in the scanners. Their ballot is not official. It's not cast until it goes through those scanners. And we've spoken to a lot of voters here today who talk to us again and again about how they know that this state has really changed in the last decade. I mean, prior to 2020, this is not a state that we would have talked about as a swing state. It is now. And voters we've spoken to are hyper aware of that. They say they feel that pressure when they go to cast their ballot, and that they are voting because they know that their vote really does matter in this state and in the election at large. Let me let you listen to what some of the voters told us this morning when we asked them about what it's like to vote in a state that's now a swing state, and also about the possibility that they might not know who's won this state at the end of the night. Listen.
Worried about it being a very tight race, and we won't find out tonight, and the anxiety is just going to drag on. I think it's really important for us to continue being on the right path and voting in 2024. Yeah, again, there's such a big divide in our country right now.
And one of those people we talked to, Morgan and Vicky, she had voted early, but she came back today to drive her dad because she wanted to make sure every member of her family also participated in this election. Morgan, Vicky.
All right, Ellison Barber live in Gwinnett County for us. Ellison, thank you.
The tight margins of this race and the high volume of mail-in ballots means that we may have to wait days before actually knowing who the next president of the United States is. Battleground, Pennsylvania, for example, wasn't able to start counting their millions of mail ballots until the polls opened earlier today. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett breaks down the timeline for this entire process.
The moment the entire country has been waiting for.
The presidential race so tight in 2020, the winner took days to call. The high number of mail-in ballots creating a unique challenge for election officials, and this year may be the same.
It takes time to count millions of votes.
Pennsylvania's top election official Al Schmidt says he expects more than 30% of voters to cast their ballots by mail this time around. But state law prevents election officials from opening and processing those ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
It leads to a perception that things are delayed in Pennsylvania. And they're not delayed at all. It's just the process.
A similar law in Wisconsin bars pre-processing of mail-in ballots ahead of time, while in Arizona, verifying signatures on early ballots can cause delays. In Nevada, a different challenge. Ballots get counted up to 4 days after the election, so long as they're postmarked by November 5th, all potentially resulting in a days-long gap between when polls close and when the race is finally called.
We've seen that as a real period of vulnerability for people to try to undermine confidence in the results.
We did win this election.
Former President Trump seized on that period of uncertainty in 2020 to fuel a false narrative the election was stolen, and has been trying to cast doubt on the results of this election.
They cheat. That's the only way we're going to lose, because they cheat.
And already the lawsuits have started flying, nearly 200 and counting. In Georgia, officials had concerns over new rules passed by the pro-Trump state election board, including one mandating a hand count of all ballots after polls close.
There's absolutely no reason to pass new rules this close to an election.
Those rules now blocked by a judge. For now, Republicans have focused their efforts on contesting the rules around mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, using several lawsuits already, others still pending and left unresolved, providing a fertile ground, election lawyers say, for future fights in the weeks ahead.
The nightmare scenario is mail-in ballots where the parties contest the signatures, the date, or other defects in the ballot, and therefore we have a replay of what happened in 2000 in Florida with Bush versus Gore.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
Two key issues, abortion and the economy, could be deciding factors for voters. How Trump and Harris measure up, that's coming up straight ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back to our election coverage. We are at the top of the half hour. Millions of Americans are heading to the polls today to pick our next president. This was the scene at a voting site in Grand Rapids, Michigan earlier today. The historic race between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump has already resulted in record-breaking early voting in some states.
Both candidates made their final pitches to Americans last night, with the economy, border security, and reproductive rights leading the pack as the top issues in this election. The vice president is expected to watch everything unfold from her alma mater, Howard University, tonight. Meanwhile, security preparations are underway in West Palm Beach, Florida, where Mr. Trump is expected to hold his election party. We have our election teams covering this historic day from all angles. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson on the ground in Arizona at one of the busiest voting centers in Maricopa County. And NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in Las Vegas, Nevada, where it is a tight race in the state. First, though, we're going to go to NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, who joins us live on set. Mark, always great to see you. Thanks for being with us. All right, let's put this in perspective, shall we? You say that several of the top issues, including abortion and the economy, are really going to drive either candidate to victory. Talk about how these issues will play out in the key swing states and also how it's a battle of the sexes, really.
Yeah, and so overall, when it comes to the issues, our poll finds Kamala Harris with a decisive advantage on the issue of abortion, leading Donald Trump by 20 points on who would better handle the issue of abortion. And our previous pollings actually found that abortion is one of the biggest motivating issues. Maybe not like when you go in and say, you know, the economy, but what really is going to drive your vote. So that is her advantage. Donald Trump's advantage is on issues like the economy and cost of living, where our poll finds him with a double-digit advantage on both. And his biggest is on the issue of immigration and the border, where he'll There's a 25-point lead on who would better handle that issue.
You are the best man in the business with polls. I could not get you to give us your gut yet on this one, but tell us about your gut and your polls and what they say in the Senate and the House.
Yeah, so the Senate and the House is a little bit easier than the presidential race, where our poll shows that this is a very, very close race. But the Senate, the thing to keep in mind, the magic number for Republicans is 2. And that's regardless if they end up winning the White House or not. They need to pick up a net 2 seats. Okay. One's already going to be in the books very early in the evening. That's going to be West Virginia. That's the Joe Manchin seat that he is abandoning. So then Republicans need just one more. Polling suggests that maybe their best opportunity would be in Montana. That's John Tester's seat. But we're not going to know those Montana results. Montana's a really slow counting state. We might not know for about 48 hours or so. So the next one that we'll kind of know early would be Ohio Senate. That's Sherrod Brown's seat. And so if Republicans are able to flip that kind of, when we find that early this evening, we'll know they're in a good position to take back the Senate. But all of a sudden, if Sherrod Brown holds on, then we're going to be looking at those results in Montana, and it could be kind of a jump ball. And then the House of Representatives, I mean, Democrats need, their magic number is 4. The thing about that is there's going to be some congressional seats in California. We might not know for a couple of weeks on who controls the House of Representatives. So we might have a good idea on the Senate. The House is going to be a long time.
Talk about choose your own adventure. Mark Murray, thank you. Well, polls in Arizona opened about 2 hours ago, and the state has 11 electoral votes up for grabs. Arizona has a history of leaning Republican, but in 2020, Biden flipped it by a very small margin of a little more than 10,000 votes.
Yeah, today this state remains a tight race between former President Trump and Vice President Harris. And ABC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us live from Sunrise, Arizona, there in Maricopa County. Priscilla, great to see you. So we know more than 2 million people have already cast their ballots, 42% all Republicans. Walk us through the numbers here and how close this race will really be.
Yeah, it is going to be extremely close. Here in Surprise, this is one of those Phoenix suburbs where Democrats have made inroads and Republicans are trying to make those gains back. So I'll show you around really quickly here. You have got Republicans on one side, Democrats on another, handing out election guides, trying to capture any of those last-minute undecided voters who could make the difference in this election. And as you mentioned, more than 2.1 million people already voted early. 96% of those were mail-in ballots. And you're right, the majority of them have been Republicans, about 42% compared to Democrats turning them in at about 32%. But I will tell you, the rate of turning them in is about the same for both groups. It's just that there are more registered Republicans in the state right now. And I will also note that back in 2020, former President Trump threw a lot of cold water on this idea of voting by mail. And it's one of the reasons why we didn't see as many Republicans doing it. But this year, there has really been a push by the GOP here, telling Republicans to get those ballots in early. So that may explain why we're seeing so much more of that. But I will tell you, I'm seeing a lot of folks bringing in those green envelopes today, turning them in still on Election Day today. Morgan, Vicki?
Priscilla, there are 13 state measures that Arizona voters will decide on, including abortion. What are voters telling you about their reasons for what they're voting for today?
Yeah, this is a 2-page ballot with nearly 80 races here in Maricopa County. And a lot of the Democratic voters that I've spoken to have said that abortion is their main issue. That is the issue that they're looking at in voting. But there's also an immigration ballot measure that would allow police to arrest any non-citizens that they might find. That is something that I'm hearing less being talked about. But I want to play a little bit of some of my conversations with voters. Listen. As you were filling out that ballot, what was the big issue that was on your mind? What are you concerned about?
One of them was the abortion. That was big for me. Even on the mail, I just feel like that's a right that you shouldn't be taken away from anyone.
And so why are you for Trump? What do you like?
I think just for what he stands for.
And I should note that voter that you just heard from, Courtney, is voting for former President Trump, but she's not voting on the Senate race or the ballot measure. So it'll be interesting to see how the numbers shake out on all of these things for folks who aren't going to vote that entire ballot. Nikki, Morgan.
All right, Priscilla Thompson, first Priscilla. Thank you.
Well, in battleground Nevada, Donald Trump is looking to win back the Silver State and its 6 electoral votes after losing it to Joe Biden by less than 3 percentage points back in 2020.
Both parties are dueling it out for the state's crucial Latino vote. Republicans believe that economic struggles have put Nevada in play for the GOP, while Democrats are really trying to defend their long-held advantage. That's where we find NBC News correspondent David Noriega, who joins us now live from the stadium there in Las Vegas. Listen, David, talk to us about what people are telling you. What are voters saying is sort of the biggest issue right now in this moment in that place?
Yeah, guys, so just to set the scene here, this isn't your typical, public library or public high school polling place. This is Allegiant Stadium where the Raiders play. We are right next to the Las Vegas Strip. And the voters that I've been talking to this morning are the same voters that I've been talking to here all year. It's the people who work at this stadium, the concession stands, the cleaning crews. It's the people who work in the casinos and the resorts and the restaurants. It is an electorate that is disproportionately young, diverse, a lot of Latinos, a lot of Black people, a lot of Asian people, a working class, blue-collar electorate. And all year when I ask people, what is motivating you to vote or what is motivating you to consider not voting, the answer has been consistently the same. More than any other place, the answer here is the economy, particularly the cost of living. But this is also a somewhat unpredictable electorate. Nevada is famously unpredictable. So I want to play you sound from a couple of people that I spoke to who arrived at the polls at 5 a.m. this morning, 2 hours before they opened. Take a listen.
We need change. I just feel like everything's getting so expensive, the cost of living. We have to work 2 jobs to make a living, and we don't think that's right.
Can you tell us who you're voting for? Oh, yeah. Harris, when it comes to Palestine, should at least mention that self-determination for Palestinians and stuff.
So that's a major issue for you?
Definitely.
So that's one answer that I expected and one answer that I honestly didn't expect. And to me, that typifies the Nevada electorate. It is unpredictable. Back to you guys.
David, speaking of the Nevada electorate, break down the historical importance of Latino voters in that state and how they are not monolithic. They could really shape this race, and they're a very diverse group.
Yeah, so let's talk about some numbers a little bit. If you look at polling from the last several election cycles, so exit polls from the last election cycles and recent NBC and Telemundo News polling from this election cycle, you'll see that the story is that since 2016, when Trump first entered the political scene, he has made steady inroads with Latino voters, little by little getting more and more of them into their coalition. So that is one of the many big historic questions hanging over us in the next few days. It is, will Trump continue to make those inroads with Latino voters? Will he turn the GOP coalition into more of a multiracial coalition than it's been in some time? Or will the Dems be able to defend their turf and keep that coalition from taking shape?
Yeah, multiracial, multi-ethnic.
I know, we'll be watching. David Noriega, thank you very much. The battle for control of Congress is set to be tight for both the House and the Senate. Right now, Democrats have a slim majority there in the Senate. Republicans would need to gain just 2 seats to take control. Meanwhile, in the House, Republicans have the majority, but just barely. Democrats need just 4 seats to regain power. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vidali has been following it all for us. Ali, great to have you here on set. So with joy. As Mark Murray was just telling us, on the Senate side, right, we have some very key races, including the outgoing Senate seat in West Virginia that Joe Manchin is leaving. They just need 2 seats, the Democrats do, to flip the balance of power there. What should we be looking for? Well, there's one of those seats right there in West Virginia. The fact that Joe Manchin retired made that a pretty easy win for Republicans. They barely even had to invest. You get to other places on the map, though, and it starts to get a little bit more tricky. I'll take you out west, for example, where you're looking at places like Nevada and Arizona. Initially, at the start of the cycle, Republicans thought those might be big opportunities for them, but then you see the candidate that got on the ballot in Arizona. It's Carrie Lake. She's got all the baggage from that gubernatorial bid. Ruben Gallegos, kind of the right fit for that state. That's why you see him in polling averages at this point ahead. And then in Nevada, it should have been a tough defensive race for Jackie Rosen, who's the incumbent there. Sam Brown, the Republican, was a big recruit, solid military background, but at the same time isn't seeming to gain traction there. But again, a lot of these races, Senate and House, could be subject to the tailwinds or headwinds of the presidential too.
And that's exactly what I want to pick up, Ali, because what I find so fascinating about this year's race is that the battleground states that we anticipated are not the battleground states that we got. And perhaps that is no more true than in these House races where, you're you're seeing these surprising surprises. What should we be looking out for there?
A lot of surprising surprises, and I was actually just on the phone with one lawmaker who's tracking this closely, who was like, yeah, there's like 40 seats that are tied at this point. And so really both campaign committees on the Republican and Democratic side are just waiting to see what happens. I know we always joke it's about turnout, but it actually is, especially when you look at places, you're right, that aren't typically on the battleground map. Yes, you've got some key House races in Pennsylvania. You've got a key House race, for example, for Democrats in Michigan and North Carolina. But California and New York are actually your two central places that Republicans won the majority to last time, and Democrats would very much like to take it back, and they could do it along the same path, too.
Surprising surprise.
Surprising surprises. We're in for a lot of surprises at the House, and I'll be honest with you guys, it might take a little while too, especially if we're talking about 1 or 2 seats. One of the key races in California last cycle took basically until December to close.
Wow.
Could be in for a longer
So buckle up, is what I hear you say.
Absolutely.
All
Bring
right,
your
folks.
puppies.
Well, Alan Vitale, we thank you for buckling up with us. And to our viewers, remember our special election night coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on NBC News Now. And then join Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie at 7 p.m. on News Now and on NBC.
Coming up, new warnings from the FBI about fake election-related videos. How authorities are trying to protect your vote. That's next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Jack was given a private briefing about these aircraft at base headquarters, which was a power guard facility at the Air Force Base. The general pulled out a series of hundreds of officials and U.S. Air Force photographs of these aircraft on the tarmac in the hangars in formation flight, which you see here in F-86 Swift jet fighter interceptor. And so they were going to do a whole story on this in 24 hours before the winter press. Flight of a much more advanced takeoff landing version of this jet, this aircraft. They suffered some type of a propulsion system malfunction. They dropped down a treetop level, very high speed, moved down to the land. The next morning, it was all over the newspapers, it was all over the news. And Jack picked up the tape and triggered paper, went into the general's office and said, General, I believe we've got a problem here because we're getting ready to declassify these airplanes back here. But you're denying the existence of this thing that just flew over the So the general excused himself, called off at Air Force Base, the Secretary of the Air Force, and he came back and stated that he didn't know just the Air Force publication. And that's where this started back in 1967. So we did have a U.S. Air Force jet flying in this program, at least by 1950. Now, between 1982 and 1989, upwards of 25,000 eyewitnesses.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Multiple federal agencies, including the FBI, are out with a new warning today about more instances of election-related disinformation as well as propaganda.
Yeah, they say political adversaries like Russia and Iran could be to blame. This is now the 5th warning from a federal agency in just the past 2 weeks that are related to misleading election content online. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney following it all for us. Ken, good to see you. So the FBI put out this new warning this morning about
fabricated election videos. Tell us more.
Yeah, so, and the reason they did this is because it was fake videos purporting to be from the FBI saying that there was a high terror threat at polling places, so people should vote remotely. Of course, there's no such thing as voting remotely. People would just stay home if they followed that advice. So, and look, there's a lot of disinformation that's happening that the FBI isn't flagging because they generally only flag foreign-related disinformation. And so people need to know that they cannot trust what they're seeing on social media. If they hear things about their polling places, time and manner of voting, check it out with official sources.
All right, Ken Delanian, I want to thank you. We are going to pause now for breaking news. We're going to hear former President Donald Trump speaking now.
The possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time. So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes. Let's just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh, I don't know. I was honored to get Joe Rogan last night. I mean, Joe Rogan's a big deal. He's a very respected person. And I must tell you, Megan was fantastic. She got up and said some things that were really pretty amazing. But before that, I just think we ran a good campaign. I had good policy. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. You know, we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. You know, a lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's a second issue. I think the first is the border. We can't allow criminals to be put back into our country or to be put into our country. So you have 13,000 plus murderers allowed to roam in our country. Not going to be allowed. They have to go. You have drug dealers. You have terrorists. You have a tremendous amount of people that should not be in our country, and we need strong borders in this country. And I think people are voting in. I think it's personally, I think it's the number one issue. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's the number one issue. I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence.
And you're listening to former President Donald Trump there in West Palm Beach, Florida, where he is casting his ballot. He's stopping to take questions with Melania at his side there. We're going to continue on with our newscast now. Election workers and administrators facing an increasing threat of swatting this year. That is when someone makes a fake call to emergency services in an attempt to bring SWAT teams to an official's house. House and cause chaos.
NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian has more on how election officials are combating the threat and keeping workers safe.
A man called police in a local Missouri town saying someone there had shot and killed his wife and children. He gave the address and police responded to the call. The hitch? It was the home of Missouri Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft, and it was all a sham.
I ended up sending my wife and my kids to the back of the house and the upstairs because I didn't know what was outside. And then I walked outside, my shirt untucked and just in shorts, and my pockets hanging out of my shorts and my hands up in the air.
The police, after confirming his identity, asked to see his wife and children to make sure all were safe.
What about kids, your wife? How were they affected by it?
Well, it was a shock.
Secretary Ashcroft was swatted, and he's one of the lucky ones.
Swatting is when somebody calls 911 and says, there's a prowler in my home, please come with a SWAT team. So this is a prank with a really quite dangerous head.
In 2017, a Wichita police officer who didn't realize a caller had falsely reported a homicide and hostage situation at the home of Andrew Finch mistakenly killed him. Since then, swatting incidents have been on the rise. In May of 2023, the FBI set up a swatting task force to track the number of incidents. More than 600 tracked across the country. Federal officials are prepping for election personnel to be a target.
We've been preparing for this moment and strengthening our laws to make it a crime to threaten an election official in their line of work, and also working to have strong partnerships with law enforcement.
Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson knows firsthand. She was targeted twice in August of this year.
I was not home, and it was my husband who was home in the middle of the night when he noticed on our cameras police approaching the home. Being former military, he knew how to approach the situation. It was de-escalated, and the officers filed a report and went on their way. But then lo and behold, not 2 days later, I woke up and walked outside and was heading to work, and there were 3 squad cars again outside our home and police approaching me. And I said, I can't believe this is happening again.
And you remember Gabriel Sterling.
It has to stop.
The COO of the Office of Georgia's Secretary of State. He was swatted this past January.
This was a very sophisticated SWAT where they basically had gunfire in the background and said that there was violence going on at the home. They had 14 cars there in like less than 2 minutes.
Was there an investigation launched into finding out who actually swatted you?
As we understand it, the FBI did identify the likely culprits as foreign nationals. It was some Eastern European group that was doing it, and they indicted 2 members of it.
But even if swatting incidents can be traced overseas, they can be difficult to identify and indict. Secretary Benson understands the persistent threat and the unique times we're in.
It's, a horrific reality of election administration in this moment. And everyone who spreads lies or causes lies, or even our foreign adversaries who may be linked to some of these attempts, all of it really amplifies in the heat of this moment and shows why both the work we do is so important, but also there are real risks involved that we have to be aware of.
Risks these officials, along with many election workers, are willing to take as a duty to serve this country and its democratic system. Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
For the second time in a decade, a Democratic woman is running against former President Donald Trump in a presidential race.
MSNBC anchor Andrea Mitchell has more on how women could impact today's election.
We're doing this!
Could Kamala Harris finally break through America's ultimate glass ceiling and become the first woman president of the United States?
The vibes are so good. This is history making. It's really wonderful.
I love it. I think this is such a historic moment to be a part of.
Harris, unlike Hillary Clinton, has for the most part let her gender speak for itself. But to beat Donald Trump, she's counting on an outpouring of women who've flocked to the polls since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Women voters being stripped of that fundamental freedom that they had come to rely on, it sparked an outrage in them.
The gender gap this year is huge, 30 points in the October NBC News poll. In 2016, when Clinton was running, the gender gap in exit polls was 24 points. Clinton says women candidates still have to project strength, but not too much.
It's still hard for some people to imagine a woman in the Oval Office.
Michelle Obama sees it as a double standard.
We expect her to be intelligent and articulate.
to have a clear set of policies to never show too much anger.
Harris often faces age-old criticism of women in power.
I don't think she's a leader or a boss. I think there's somebody else behind it all.
I think she's slick, but I don't think overall she has a great intellect.
And not all women back Harris either.
Smile very well, but that's about all she does well. And she laughs a lot.
So it's really true that women like Kamala Harris are judged by a much tougher standard than men like Donald Trump.
Yes, there is a gender bias when it comes to judging women candidates. And it ranges from everything on, policy to appearances.
Running against Donald Trump, Harris has the extra challenge of countering his campaign's parade of male gladiators like Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan.
Let Trump-a-mania run wild, brother!
Eleanor Roosevelt was asked on Meet the Press in 1957 if a woman could ever become president.
Someday it will happen when you get to the point where you look at people in politics and in positions of political importance as people and not as either women or men.
Shirley Chisholm pioneered as a black woman running for president in 1972.
I only hope that my successful candidacy will be an inspiration and a stimulation to many other black women up and down the breadth of this land.
175 women in 88 other countries have been elected head of state, including Golda Meir, Indira Gandhi, Margaret Thatcher, Angela Merkel, and this year Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico. The question now, is America finally ready for its first Madam President? Andrea Mitchell, NBC News.
Stay with us. Our election coverage continues right after this.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It's nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Tuesday, Election Day. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Morgan Radford. We are very glad to have you with us. The historic moment has finally arrived. It is now time for America to decide, will Donald Trump be president again, or will Vice President Kamala Harris become the first woman to hold the nation's highest office? We just saw Trump moments ago after he voted in person in Palm Beach, Florida. He told reporters it looks like Republicans have shown up in force at the polls.
In fact, just take a look at the long lines of voters in Milwaukee and in Phoenix, two key cities in crucial battleground states that could decide this election. Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, is making one last campaign stop there in must-win Pennsylvania to energize voters. All of this coming after Harris closed out her campaign in the critical blue wall state with her final rally in Philadelphia at the famous steps from the movie Rocky. We are closely following both campaigns with correspondents fanned out all across the country. Let's go ahead and start with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli, who is live at the vice president's residence there at D.C. And that's where Harris will be watching those results come rolling in today. Mike, look, the Harris campaign has really put a lot of focus, a lot of energy there in Pennsylvania. But how confident is the Harris campaign right now about those crucial blue wall states that ultimately helped current President Biden propel him to victory last time around?
Well, Morgan, I think it says a lot that the Harris campaign is still, as we speak, campaigning in Pennsylvania. We just saw Governor Tim Walz, Harris's running mate, make a campaign stop in Harrisburg, really rallying with some top union officials and rank-and-file union members in that state. That's a key part of the winning coalition in Pennsylvania. And Vice President Harris, behind me in the Naval Observatory, the Vice President's residence, she's been making calls into radio shows across the country, including one in Pittsburgh, where she talked about the importance of her plan to try to lower costs for ordinary Americans. If you win the state of Pennsylvania and its 19 electoral votes, it really does cut off the pathway for your opponent to try to get to that 270 winning margin. And that's why the Harris campaign has put so much effort there, including I was in Philadelphia last night for that big closing rally. The Harris campaign does feel confident at this point, though Harris herself said they expect this to be one of the closest races in this country's history, and that's why they're doing everything they can to get these votes out in the last possible minute.
And Mike, speaking of Pennsylvania, Governor Walz is there today. Where is Kamala Harris going to be all day in terms of, starting her day, ending her day? And how is she trying to stay top of mind for voters today?
Yeah, well, I've seen her making these calls to a number of radio shows across the country. This is a typical Election Day tradition. In one of those radio interviews, in fact, the vice president talking about how she's going to have a tradition every Election Day of dinner with her family, many of which have traveled with her and gathered with her today. And then she's going to be speaking tonight. We may not be a victory speech or a concession speech, but we do expect to hear from her tonight when she visits Howard University. This is where she attended undergrad, a historically black college. Really, she, in another one of these interviews, talked about, in almost sentimental terms, how meaningful it is for her to be there. The first office she said she ran for was for the student council at Howard University, and she is looking forward to, as she put it, being the first HBCU alumni to be the president of the United States.
Wow, from student council to potentially the White House. Mike Memoli for us there on the ground in D.C. Mike, thank you.
For more on the Trump campaign, let's go to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in West Palm Beach, Florida. So, Vaughn, former President Trump just spoke to reporters there after casting his ballot. He fielded a lot of questions and also continued to cast doubt on the American election process. Tell us more about what he said.
Right. This was a former president and Republican nominee who, walking into that voting booth in Palm Beach, suggested that he is quite confident about not only the early vote returns and the data, the number of Republicans that had early voted in the week prior to today, but also some of the early numbers showing those individuals who came up and have cast a ballot so far in some of the key battleground states. Clearly, this was a man buoyed by some of the data that his team has shared with him. I want to let you listen to part of his remarks after casting that ballot. Take a listen.
I feel very confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
There was another important distinction that came from Donald Trump's remarks there a few moments ago. 4 years ago, on election night, he prematurely declared victory at the urging of Steve Bannon. And he was asked just a few moments ago whether he would intend to do the same tonight or whether he was willing to acknowledge ballots may take a couple days to count. So we know the result. And he acknowledged that, yes, it may be later than tonight before we will know the victor of this presidential election.
Important reporting there, Vaughn. It's interesting, though, that you mentioned Steve Bannon, because Trump has historically used a lot of his surrogates to define his own candidacy and also redefine his message. So who is expected to join Trump later on tonight? Walk us through his agenda.
Right. He's going to be at his Mar-a-Lago estate for watching these results come in. And I'm told that it's going to be family, campaign advisors, but other close allies. Roger Stone, one of those individuals, tells me he will be at Mar-a-Lago. Rudy Giuliani is going to be here in West Palm Beach as well. Folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene Steve Bannon is actually going to be in Washington, D.C. at the Willard Hotel where he was on January 6th. He's going to be broadcasting a podcast at that time. But there are other allies like Tommy Tuberville, the senator from Alabama, as well as other legal aides who are going to be down here in the greater Palm Beach area here as the results come in. Once we get a sense of whether he'll deliver remarks or not, if he does, there is an event venue in West Palm Beach, just a couple of miles from his home, where the press is going to be assembled, as well as what we're told is several thousand supporters, where he could, in the scenario he wants to declare victory, that he would be able to go and deliver those remarks. So we've got a big day of not only voting ahead, but also the aftermath of what's to come.
Yeah, days or maybe even weeks. Von Hilliard, thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray, who joins us here in studio. Mark, talk strategy here with us for a minute. Where are those places that both Harris and Trump are ultimately looking to flip to take them over the edge?
So for Harris, actually, she wants to just kind of hold on to the Biden map and the Biden margins from 2020, when Joe Biden was able to win in key battleground states and nationally by more than 4 percentage points. One place that I'm kind of looking is Erie, Pennsylvania. This has been a very swingy part. This is going to be a county we're going to be watching. Biden won it in 2020, Trump won it in 2016. If Harris is able to win a county like Erie, I think that's very good news for her. On the flip side, I'm looking also in North Carolina, Anson, North Carolina. This is a county that is south of Charlotte. It is heavily African-American, but also very rural, and has been going in the Republicans' direction. Joe Biden only got 52% of the vote there. If somehow Harris is actually able to do better, that's going to be a good sign for her. But if we also see Donald Trump win that, it's going to be really difficult to see how Harris is able to win a place like North Carolina that Joe Biden lost by 1 percentage point in 2020.
Let's talk about how Republicans have really come out to vote in much bigger numbers this time, early and with mail-in ballots. That's a significant change from last election.
And this is a strategy Republicans have had, is after 2020 saying, hey, let's go in and vote early, let's bank our ballots. But of course, there have been some mixed messages. We've heard Donald Trump on the campaign trail saying, hey, I don't trust those mail-in ballots. And so there's been some confusion, but the numbers that we have seen Republicans are doing better. But one note of caution on all this, this is not 2020. This is not during a pandemic. So many people voted during a pandemic by mail and early ballots, and people are changing behavior. There are more Democrats today that are going to vote on election day than we saw 4 years ago when they were voting early or casting their mail ballots.
Which is interesting, just to kind of pin up on that place like Anson, North Carolina, is the hope and strategy that they get more people to turn out, or do they actually flip the quality and the substance of their vote?
It's both. But again, we're going to be looking for the net votes that come out of that. And so even in like the really populous places, when we start watching Philadelphia, for example, or a lot of the Philadelphia suburbs, yes, the margins matter, but also the vote numbers. Does someone like Harris have 450,000 more votes out of Philadelphia than Trump does? Or is that number 400,000? And that could be the difference between winning and losing. So I'm of the belief both end up mattering.
All right, Mark Murray, as always, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute, where Boeing employees will soon be heading back to work, and that is after voting in favor of a new labor contract just yesterday. The company's machinists have been on strike for nearly 2 months, stopping most of its aircraft production.
CNBC's Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So Deirdre, let's talk about this. It was like the third or fourth offer. Break down the new approved labor deal. What's in it?
Hey, Vicki Morgan. So 59% of the machinists voted for the new deal, which includes a 38% wage increase over 4 years. And it increases 401k contributions and a signing bonus of up to $12,000, or a combination of a $7,000 bonus and a $5,000 401k deposit. The union said workers can return to their jobs as early as Wednesday, but they must return no later than November 12th. Meanwhile, Dollar Tree CEO and Chairman Rick Drayling has stepped down. The embattled discount chain said Drayling, who joined the company as executive chairman in 2022, cited health challenges behind his decision. COO Michael Creedon will serve as the interim CEO until a permanent replacement is found. And finally, to celebrate Election Day, a number of companies are offering discounts and freebies for voters. Rideshare apps Uber and Lyft are offering ride discounts to customers heading to the polls, while Krispy Kreme is giving out free glazed donuts. You can snag a free frozen yogurt at IKEA. And food delivery apps Grubhub and Uber Eats, they're offering discounts for anyone in need of a late night snack as the results roll in. Guys, this is good information for us. We're going to be up late. We might need those snacks.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes. Deirdre Bosa, thanks so much.
Sign me up for the
Appreciate
Krispy Kreme.
Yes. Coming up, we are going to hear from voters in crucial battleground states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the top issues energizing them, bringing them to the ballot box. You're watching NBC News Daily.
March 23rd, 1966, Oklahoma. Electronics expert of Shepard Air Force Base found his car blocked by unearthly human-like persons apparently making repairs. They seem to away without explanations.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No, what is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We continue our coverage of the key states in this tight presidential race. Two of the most important ones, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Both of them went blue by less than 2 percentage points in 2020. We've seen coverage from all angles. NBC News correspondent Rahim Ellis is in Erie County, Pennsylvania. But first, we're going to go to NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer live in Madison, Wisconsin for us. Hey, Joe, so if you are a Republican if you're in a Republican-leaning suburb, the Democrats are trying to flip. Talk about the campaign candidates' messages right now, and are they resonating with the people who are showing up and talking to you?
Yeah, Vicki, we can tell you there was a lot of passion here this morning. The lunchtime rush here in the village of Mukwanago just getting started. A lot of people here casting their ballots. So far, in-person voting just crossed the 800 votes threshold here. When they opened the doors this morning, 50, 60 people were lined up outside ready to vote. We spoke with a couple of mothers here who told us that they had voted for Trump in the past. They both are voting for Trump again. They cited the economy and inflation. But we also spoke with another man whose name is Ron. He told us he voted for Trump in 2016. He voted for Trump in 2020. But this year he made a last-minute decision and decided to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's listen to some of what voters told us. Can we ask you, who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump.
Why'd you vote for Trump?
I believe that he is going to take America back, and he's going to allow us to go in the right direction.
I voted for Kamala.
Who'd you vote for in 2020?
I voted for Donald Trump.
You did. Why the change?
It was his description of who he's going to put alongside him in office.
Specifically, he mentioned Elon Musk and RFK Jr. worries that they could have prominent roles in the next Trump administration. Vicki and Morgan.
Joe, talk to us a little bit more about the counties there in Wisconsin and which ones will play a key role in winning that state.
Yeah, where we are right now, this is Waukesha County, and that is one of the 3 WOW counties, as they're known. WOW does not mean Austin, though this is a really cool part of the state. What WOW stands for is Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. These are the suburban counties that surround Milwaukee. They've long been Republican strongholds, but in the last decade, we have seen Democrats chew into some of that GOP advantage. President Trump got 39% of the vote here in Waukesha County in 2020. Democrats are hoping that VP Harris can maybe get 40% of the vote. If that happened, it'd be the first time that happened for a Democrat since 1964. The key thing they're trying to do here is turn out and really try and persuade suburban women, maybe even those who've always identified as Republican, to vote for Vice President Harris, whether it's because of abortion, whether it's because of issues surrounding democracy. Nikki?
They have their work cut out. All right, Joe Fryer, live in Wisconsin for us. Thank you, Joe. Now let's head over to NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, who is live for us in Erie County, Pennsylvania, with the latest. Rahema, this is fascinating because Erie, for many strategists, is sort of a canary in the coal mine. It narrowly went for Biden back in 2020, but it went for Trump in 2016. What are voters telling you there on the ground?
We're hearing a lot from people on the ground. I want to tell you more a little bit about what's happening here. You might call it the lunchtime surge, if you will. Take a look over here. People are lined up, some almost out the door. They go over there, they sign in, then they come on this section. That's where they fill out their ballots, and over on the other side is where they put those ballots into the slot. We've been told that about 400 people have come here to vote in person so far this morning. To give you an idea of how that compares with an off-presidential year, they told me for the whole day of the off-presidential year, they might get about 200 people here. So they feel pretty good about what's happening. One of the things, or many of the things that people are saying to me, is that they are glad that this is election day. They've had enough of the ads and the talking heads and sound bites of what direction they should or shouldn't go into. One person told me that he saw an ad, however, just yesterday, and that helped him make up his mind about who he was going to vote for, and he said it was Harris. Another person said to us that they were very concerned about what's happening in the Middle East with Palestinians, and he was torn between whether he should vote for Trump or Harris. Ultimately, he decided that Harris was the person that he should go with, while others have said to me, one man said he decided 2 years ago who he was going to vote for, and he said it would be Trump. And this is a place that people are watching to see exactly how people are voting.
Yeah, these votes, matter. It's interesting, though, when you were running the numbers, Rahema, what do those numbers tell us about the timing? Because a judge on Friday ordered that the Erie County Board of Elections had to issue ballots for up to 17,000 voters who did not get their mail ballots in time. So how does that affect when we could see these final results?
Well, one of the things that's happening is that because of what the judge said the county had to do, they left open the voting place after early voting ended. They left it open for 4 days for people to come and cast their ballots. But what they can do here is, if they've gotten a ballot that is not correct, they can surrender that ballot and get a provisional ballot. So what does it all mean? They don't start counting those provisional ballots until Friday. So that tells you a lot about when the decision is going to be made about who won this county. Those provisional ballots being very important. They're not going to be counted until Friday. We know what happened in the last presidential election. It took them until Saturday before we knew who won Pennsylvania. Morgan?
Rahema Ellis there in the crucial battleground state of Pennsylvania there for Erie County. Thanks so much. Later this hour, how the FBI is tracking possible election misinformation. Plus, what we're learning about a fabricated video that falsely discouraged Americans from voting in person. Stay with us. You're watching Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinglea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Reproductive rights are front and center today at the polls. Voters in 10 states will weigh in on different abortion-related ballot measures.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns talked to medical professionals as well as patients in Missouri, where voters will decide whether to undo one of the nation's strictest abortion laws. This is the only clinic in a 45-mile radius that provides women in Missouri access to the full range of contraceptive methods. Nurse practitioner Kate Wagner sees some patients who are anxious that their reproductive rights could be further impacted with this upcoming election.
Good morning, lady.
Good morning.
Some of our patients would, show up and they would say, my device is due to be, replaced next year, but I want to go ahead and have it replaced sooner than that because I'm worried about, the politics changing.
Kate says one of the biggest challenges is not just getting birth control, but getting the right method.
If folks realized how much you have to go through to get birth control that worked for you. It's not just one size fits all.
Missouri was the first state to outlaw abortion after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
What is the culture around family planning in the state of Missouri?
I would say the culture of family planning in Missouri constitutes a lot of fear and secrecy. I remember somebody called the office and asked if she needed to rip her IUD out herself. She was so scared.
It was in that aftermath that Maggie Olivia tried to pick up her prescription for birth control.
I ultimately ended up leaving and without birth control.
Maggie, who now works for a reproductive rights group in St. Louis, said the pharmacist denied her prescription because they were unsure if it was legal, which it was.
How does that experience sit with you today?
It feels infuriating. It definitely felt like I was doing something wrong.
2 months later, she got pregnant and crossed state lines to get an abortion.
When you can't control the care that your body can receive, it's a devastating feeling of powerlessness.
Maggie is not alone. In a state where tensions have long boiled over reproductive rights, family planning experts say women face mounting barriers to accessing contraception because of post-Roe politics, sowing fear, confusion, and anxiety among providers and patients.
Politicians purposefully conflate abortion and birth control. Our polling shows that almost 30% of Missourians don't believe or don't know that all forms of birth control are legal.
That confusion, a strained healthcare system, and contraceptive deserts covering much of Missouri make accessing birth control more challenging.
Contraceptive deserts. What are they and why do they exist here in Missouri?
Yeah, so a contraceptive desert is where there is not great access to contraceptive services. People may still have to travel, 50, 60, 100 miles.
Say that there's contraception deserts. I guess I would respectfully disagree.
Denny Hoskins is a Republican senator and voted in favor of a bill that would have excluded emergency contraceptives from Missouri's Medicaid program.
They do have adequate access to contraception in Missouri.
But didn't the state specifically take action to not support funding for contraception?
We did. Most certainly. I don't think that it should be paid for by taxpayer dollars.
6 in 10 women in Missouri are concerned about elected officials passing laws that limit access to birth control.
I've been doing this work for almost 20 years and have seen the chipping away of our rights, and was really focused on abortion. And then over the last few years, we've really seen birth control also become part of that conversation.
That's why family planning advocates are pushing to pass an amendment on Missouri's ballot this year. The constitutional amendment would ensure a person's fundamental right to reproductive freedom, which would include abortion and birth control.
It's really a proactive measure that will keep politicians from being able to restrict that access instead of constantly having to defend for our rights.
Had this constitutional amendment been in place in 2022, I would have never been denied birth control, would have never had to flee the state, I would have never had to keep secrets from my doctors. Everything would have been different about that experience.
She's one of millions who will vote on safeguarding contraception. Also on the ballot in Maryland and Nevada. Dasha Burns, NBC News, St. Louis, Missouri.
You are watching NBC News Daily on this election day, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can take us wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues after these short messages.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization. Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us, where it is 12:30 in Washington, D.C., and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Lynn. Here's what's making news right now. At least 20 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike in northern Gaza. This is according to Palestinian officials. They say it happened last night and that mostly women and children were killed. NBC News reached out to the Israeli military for comment. We have not heard back.
Tropical storm Raphael has formed in the Caribbean and is expected to strengthen to a hurricane by tonight. Forecasters say Raphael is passing Jamaica and is expected to rapidly intensify in the next 24 to 36 hours. It is also expected to approach the United States later on this week. Parts of the Florida Keys are currently under a tropical storm warning.
Queen Camilla, the wife of King Charles, is being pulled from her planned engagements this week after suffering from a chest infection. Buckingham Palace says the 77-year-old is resting at home while she recovers. Voters across the country are casting their ballots today, and there are a handful of states that we are keeping a very close eye on. Local analysts say those states could have a major impact on who wins this election. Yeah, that includes Michigan, where Trump closed out his campaign last night. Meantime, Harris will wrap things up in Pennsylvania. North Carolina, another closely watched race after Trump narrowly won that state back in 2020. And Wisconsin, widely considered a toss-up. President Biden flipped the state blue in 2020 after Donald Trump narrowly won the state in 2016 by less than 1 percentage point. Our teams are on the ground talking to voters in some of these crucial states as they cast their ballots. NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vesuvian joins us now from Dearborn, Michigan. And Yasmin, we've been talking about this. Dearborn has become the largest city with an Arab majority in the United States. Yeah. Talk about how the war in Gaza is impacting that voter group. You were saying that a lot of voters are planning to vote for a third party just to send a message.
They are. And that's the message, honestly, that I've been hearing since I've been coming to Dearborn, since the primaries, right? When you had 100,000 Arab American voters voting uncommitted in the primary, to send a message then. And even when President Biden dropped out of the race and Vice President Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee for president, they stuck with that decision, many of them, because these are one-issue voters. A lot of Arab Americans in this community are voting with one issue in mind, and that is the Gaza war. And so when I ask them, who are you voting for in this election, so many folks that I've spoken with today as well, many of them are saying Jill Stein, the third party, some of them saying Donald Trump as well. And just to quickly explain to you, the reason why is they feel as if they've been dealt the lesser of two evils, right? The question of the lesser of two evils. So to them, they feel as if by voting for someone like Jill Stein, voting third party, they could feasibly break this system, right? Force a third party to actually be a viable candidate in the future. They understand Jill Stein isn't going to win this election, but they think maybe in the future she could have a possibility. Let's take a little bit of a listen to some of what I've heard from voters out here so far today, and then we'll talk the other side.
Who did you vote for? Tom? How come? She likes his policies. Yeah. We kind of like his foreign policies.
What do you like about this foreign policy?
We're all about stopping wars in every nation that's possible. I mean, everybody promises that they're going to stop the war. I think he's a good businessman, so if he runs the country as a business, we should do okay.
And you heard it there, right? Straight from some of these voters' mouths here in Dearborn, Michigan. And by the way, this is where they're coming, right? It's a middle school, a classic gym where you can play basketball, shoot the hoops, right? But instead today, school closed, obviously here in the state of integral state for this swing state of Michigan, where they're going to register, they're going to get their precinct, and then they're going to file their ballot. And their vote for this election, guys.
It's interesting, Yaz, because you've been speaking to women voters, Arab voters, but you've also been speaking to young voters. And that's really where Vice President Harris has been putting the spotlight, focusing on those young Michigan voters going to Michigan State University, for example, on Sunday. What are the candidates' closing messages for young people?
Yeah, and I'm going to ask my photographer to just walk outside this area because I don't want to disturb the voters that are coming in, guys, as I answer this question. But you're right. I mean, listen, Michigan State University, you talked about it, right? Vice President Kamala Harris addressing students there, kind of talking about ending the war. She mentioned that in her speech in East Lansing, talking about the economy, talking about, for instance, how those students are the future of this country. Both candidates, by the way, focusing in on these young voters. And they feel as if a lot of young voters are going to come out on a day like today, many of them kind of last minute voters, right? Leaving things till last minute, like studying for the, by the way, voting in the presidential election. Just when we talk about turnout numbers, though, we're looking at 60%, by the way. So this is pretty amazing. 60% early voting in person in East Lansing, right? That's where Michigan State University is. 44% in Ann Arbor, where University of Michigan is as well. So it'll be really interesting to see those young turnout numbers when all is said and done at the end of the day.
All right, Yasmin Vesuvian, live in Michigan for us. Thank you, Yasmin.
All right, let's head down south to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton, who joins us now from Raleigh, North Carolina. Antonia, you've been talking to voters all day and really for weeks now about issues like minimum wage, race relations. What are some of the other top concerns that people there are telling you they're focused on this election cycle?
Well, Morgan, I can tell you it's hard to talk to voters for more than a minute and not end up talking about abortion here. And that's young voters, older voters, that's women and men. I just had a conversation with a father here who voted with his daughter in mind. Take a listen to some of our conversation.
My daughter is going to be facing laws that maybe, hopefully not, laws that affect her body and her decisions. It frightens me where the country has gone and that this is a possibility.
It's been interesting because there's a lot of reporting lately about men, especially young men, perhaps leaning toward Trump right now, caring less about reproductive rights than, say, their female classmates or sisters or friends. And what I found, at least here in North Carolina, is there are a lot of men, fathers of young children or college-aged men, who actually care very deeply about abortion rights. In fact, during the early voting period, I kept meeting young guys who came to the polls with their sisters or their girlfriends. And literally when I would ask them, well, why are you here? Or as a guy, why would you mention abortion? They would just point to the woman in their life and say, well, I'm here because I'm worried about her losing her rights. And I think if there's one sort of sleeper dynamic here that could change North Carolina, that could bring us to something like 2008, it very likely could be the way people feel about abortion here, guys.
Really interesting to hear what you're hearing from the voters today. We also spoke with you yesterday, Antonia, about election integrity concerns, anxious voters. Talk to us about what else you're hearing. What's the atmosphere like today?
The atmosphere is overall pretty smooth and positive. I mean, Wake County here, this has the highest voting population, the highest number of precincts, and a major turnout here. This is for both parties important, but certainly for the Democrats and their sort of stronghold sort of metro areas. This is a key part of the state. But, you know, there have been some verbal back and forth between voters who disagree vehemently on some of the issues. But overall, things are moving incredibly smoothly here in North Carolina, and this is a state that's going to get its results out relatively quickly too, guys.
Okay. All right, Antonia Hilton there on the ground. Antonia, thanks, as always.
Let's go over to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joining us now from Sewanee, Georgia. So, Ellison, you're there in Gwinnett County. We've actually focused on that area as part of the NBC News Deciders series. Walk us through why it has been front and center for both parties this election cycle.
Right. I mean, if you just look at Gwinnett County with sort of a bird's eye view, you're going to see it and say, okay, well, that leans blue. Why do we care? It's a good question because this is a county that leans blue, but it matters significantly to both parties because the margins here matter a lot. You look back at 2020, Donald Trump carried 40% of the vote in this county. If Republicans can expand what he got in this county by just a few percentage points and hold on to the Republican strongholds across this state, then they're going to be well positioned to potentially carry this state. On the flip side, Harris and the Democrats are looking at this as an area where they hope they can increase their turnout to avoid that from happening. Local Democrats, as well as the Harris campaign, they say they've tried to really focus in this county in particular on what they describe as hard to reach likely Harris voters. I mean, somebody who probably would lean Democrat or vote for Harris, but maybe doesn't vote in every election cycle. The local chair of the Democratic Party for this county said that they had been targeting those voters in particular in the lead up to Election Day and early voting, making sure they were targeting them with digital ads, sending mailers to them in more than a dozen languages, hoping they can get their margins up more in this county as well. This is an interesting county because it's a big county. It's incredibly diverse. And when you look at the population here, they've had massive population growth in the last 20 years in particular. In the last decade, this county has grown population-wise by about 19%, and about 25% of the people living in this county, they were not born in the United States. So it's a diverse county. It's a big county. It matters a lot to both campaigns, and they're trying to get higher turnout numbers here. Thank you.
Thanks for that additional context. Ellison Barber in Gwinnett County. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the FBI is out with a new warning today about election-related disinformation as well as propaganda after they have identified 2 fake videos today.
This is now the fifth warning from a federal agency in just the past 2 weeks related to misleading election content online.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now. Ken, the FBI put out a new statement this morning about these fabricated election-related videos, but what are they doing about it?
Well, what they're doing is they're trying to inoculate the public by calling this out. And this was a particularly insidious fake video, guys, because it told people to stay home and vote remotely because of a terror threat at polling places. Obviously, there's no such thing as remote voting. It was designed to suppress the vote. And they didn't say whether this was a foreign origin or domestic. They issued this warning, though, because it was a fake video that purported to be from the FBI. So they wanted to clear that up. But just stepping back, the FBI and the intelligence community has essentially warned that Russia is in an information war with the American electorate, and they are circulating lots of fake videos designed to reduce confidence in the outcome of today's election and designed to make people think there's fraud when there isn't fraud, and also designed to suppress the vote. So the best advice we can give people is if you see a video or audio that suggests you need to change the time and the manner of your vote, check that out. Call your local county election board, your state election officials, because there is a lot of disinformation circulating online. Some of it is foreign, some of it is domestic, some the FBI is warning about, but others they're not seeing. And so people really have to be their own advocates and their own fact checkers on this stuff, guys.
So important, Ken. A great reminder there. And to go back to the foreign actors aspect of this, federal officials really do believe Russia and Iran are the biggest threats of foreign influence in this election. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, that's right. And they've said that Russia wants Donald Trump to win, Iran wants Kamala Harris to win, but they both want to sow discord. And what they're really worried about is what happens after today. In the days going forward, they are very concerned that Russia is going to try to make people lose confidence in the result of this election, believe that there was fraud, particularly among Trump supporters if Trump loses, a repeat of what happened last time, and they're just worried that Russia is going to stoke those flames with a series of fake videos. But what they're doing that they have never done before is they are calling it out when they see it. When they can attribute a piece of disinformation to Russia or Iran, they are issuing a statement, we're reporting it. The idea is to inoculate the public from this stuff. Whether that will succeed remains to be seen, guys.
All right, Ken Delanian, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
And coming up next, we will take you to the Southwest, where voters in Arizona and Nevada could have a major impact on the state of this race. How the Democratic Party is fighting to hold their ground there. More NBC News Daily right after this short break.
Or interesting relationships between these forces. Nothing happens. It's almost by definition the fact that we're having this conversation means that we're in one of the interesting ones. Like yeah, one of the somewhat interesting ones. Super interesting ones. I tend to think of the U.S. as a primary competing device, but I think we should be cognitively limited. I can imagine alien civilizations that are much more intelligent in ways we can't even comprehend in terms of their ability to construct laws and to do physics mathematics. I can see it in a slightly different way. It's actually because we have creatures that live with us on Earth that have their recognition. We can understand their environment. They actually see things in a way, or they sense things in a way which is so fundamentally different. It's really hard. Like the problem is the translation, not necessarily the intelligence. So it's the perception of the world. So I have a dog, and when I go and I see my dog, like some smelling things, there's a realization that I have that he sees or senses the world in a way that I can never, like I can't understand it because I can't translate my way. We get little glimpses of this feelings though, by the way, because there are some parts of it, for example, optical information which comes from light. And so now, because we've developed the technology, we can actually see things. I get this, as one of my areas of research is spectroscopy, physics, the study of light. And then I get this, you see things or representations of it.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinglea Samoa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health? What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Over the past week, both candidates hit the critical states of Arizona and Nevada with multiple campaign stops. President Biden took both states in the 2020 election, but by very slim margins.
And today the race is tight with former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris neck and neck. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in Las Vegas, Nevada, but we begin with Priscilla Thompson, who joins us live in Surprise, Arizona, which is part of Maricopa County. Priscilla, Maricopa County is always a very interesting place to watch. You are in the county that some political analysts call, a critical path, essentially, to the White House. So what are voters there saying about the candidates at the top of the ticket?
Yeah, perhaps the swingiest county in the country. And as you can see, you've got Democrats out here, you've got Republicans out here trying to give people election guides and help them make that decision if they are still undecided heading in there to cast their ballot. And I want to play some of what we have been hearing as we've been talking about the Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Take a listen. Who you support?
Harris all day because she's just awesome. I love her views. I love how she carries herself. I love the equality that she just makes me feel. You just feel like every time she comes in, she makes me feel like, man, I feel good. I'm like, why look at us like that?
Donald Trump, he's very business-like. I own my own business. I understand things from a business perspective and how this economy is being affected. He's very much about the American people.
So passion on both sides. You heard Republicans there talking about the economy. I've also talked to a number of Republicans who say they just stand for what Donald Trump stands for. They can't put it into words, but it's just all of him is what they're voting for. But I will tell you, a lot of the Democrats we talked to today are talking about abortion. It is one of the ballot measures that is on the ballot here, whether or not to enshrine the right to that. So that certainly appears to be animating Democrats here as well. Vicki and Morgan.
Priscilla Thompson there in that swinging Maricopa County. Thanks so much, Priscilla. We appreciate it.
Let's turn to NBC News correspondent David Noriega now, who's live for us outside of Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. That's quite a polling location, David. So we know more than 1 million mail-in and early in-person votes were already cast in Nevada. We saw Republicans take a lead yesterday. How are Democrats looking to close that gap today?
Yeah, so it's very unusual, by the way, for the Democrats to be the ones who are in a position to scramble to catch up to the Republicans with in-person and mail-in voting on election day. It's typically the other way around. The Democrats set up a strong lead, particularly with voters here in Clark County, which is the population center of the state, and then it's the Republicans who have to race to catch up. To answer your question as far as what the Dems are doing to catch up, they're really relying on their sort of storied ground game turnout machine that they have here in this state. It's known as the Harry Reid machine for the former senator. It has a lot to do with the culinary union, the workers, the people who work in the restaurants, the resorts, the casinos in places like Allegiant Stadium behind me. We saw yesterday, for example, hundreds of Democratic volunteers and union workers with culinary fanning out across the county to get people to vote. Now, that's what they have going for them, the ground game. What they have going against them is that more than any other swing state, Nevada is coming down to the economy, the cost of living, those questions that have, over the course of this year, really been benefiting Trump and the Republicans more than Harris and the Democrats.
David, before you go, Nevada also home to a tight Senate race between Democratic incumbent Jackie Rosen and Republican challenger Sam Brown. Where do things stand? What does that mean for the balance of power in the Senate?
So this is one of the very, very crucial seats that the Democrats are defending it could potentially make the difference between them preserving an extremely narrow majority in the Senate or losing the Senate to the Republicans. The race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Sam Brown has tightened. Republicans are pouring a lot of money into it, but Rosen came here voted today. She says she's confident she can win. Of course, Brown says he's confident he can win. That's one that's extremely tight. We'll just have to see how that one lands.
David Noriega, live in Las Vegas. Thank you, David.
Stay right here. You are watching NBC News Daily.
story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania. Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tanya Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Now, no matter which way it goes, the balance of power in Congress will be decided by an extremely narrow margin.
Right now, Republicans have the majority in the House, but just barely. And on the Senate side, Democrats are in control, but again, that's a slim majority. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has been following it all for us. So, Ali, let's talk about the Senate side. Which are the key races that we should be watching for?
Ohio and Montana. I think those are the ones that are, in Republicans' eyes, most likely to flip. In my mind, having covered both of them in 2018, these are very specific characters to their very specific states. They have outperformed the top of their ticket before, but it is the first time that both of them are on a presidential ticket in cycle themselves as well. It's going to make it harder, but not impossible. Those are the two that I'm watching for.
But we've really seen these surprising battleground states emerge in the House races. So what are you looking for there?
California and New York are the absolute keys. There's about 6 races in New York and just a few more in California. The thing with those is they're going to be tight, and especially out in California. We saw back in 2022, some of these races took until December to call. So when we talk about exercising patience for the presidential, exercise it there for the House.
That's the roadmap.
Yeah.
You know, with these races so tight in the House and the Senate, talk about how the presidential race plays a role in ultimately helping us sort of decide that balance of power.
So actually, this could be the story of places like Iowa, if it ultimately ends up flipping, as that one singular poll showed that it could be trending in Kamala Harris's direction. What one Democratic operative had said to me is, if that ends up flipping, they should be thanking the people on the Democratic side who were organizing and putting ads on the air there in the House, because there were always 2 competitive races in Iowa, so it might not have been on the presidential marquee, but it definitely was on the House side. And so that investment, when we talk about everything being linked, that's an example of that potential.
Okay. Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ali. Well, this race will be a tight one, as Ali said, not just for the president, but even the races far down the ballot. They're showing some really razor-thin margins.
And with the high volume of mail-in ballots, we may have, as Ali said, to wait days or even weeks before we know those final results. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett has more on the potential timeline for counting those votes.
The moment the entire country has been waiting for.
The presidential race so tight in 2020, the winner took days to call. The high number of mail-in ballots creating a unique challenge for election officials, and this year may be the same.
It takes time to count millions of votes.
Pennsylvania's top election official Al Schmidt says he expects more than 30% of voters to cast their ballots by mail this time around. But state law prevents election officials from opening and processing those ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
It leads to a perception that things are delayed in Pennsylvania.
A similar law in Wisconsin bars pre-processing of mail-in ballots ahead of time, while in Arizona, verifying signatures on early ballots can cause delays. In Nevada, a different challenge. Ballots get counted up to 4 days after the election, so long as they're postmarked by November 5th, all potentially resulting in a days-long gap between when polls close and when the race is finally called.
We've seen that as a real period of vulnerability for people to try to undermine confidence in the results.
We did win this election.
Former President Trump seized on that period of uncertainty in 2020 to fuel a false narrative the election was stolen, and has been trying to cast doubt on the results of this election.
They cheat. It's the only way we're going to lose, because they cheat.
And already the lawsuits have started flying, nearly 200 and counting. In Georgia, officials had concerns. There were new rules passed by the pro-Trump state election board. Those rules now blocked by a judge. And now, Republicans have focused their efforts on contesting the rules around mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, losing several lawsuits already. Others still pending and left unresolved, providing a fertile ground, election lawyers say, for future fights in the weeks ahead.
The nightmare scenario is mail-in ballots where the parties contest the signatures, the date, or other defects in the ballot.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock, especially with this election, Morgan. You can watch us all the time.
An election that's already turning out to be historic. And remember, we are here on NBC News Now all day, but also special coverage beginning tonight on NBC News. You can watch Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt, as well as our team of correspondents spread out all across the country, bringing you real news in real time. Stay right here. You're watching Daily.
Because people see this and go, oh, those read this means they are. Because we're used to having sources like this. These mineral sources that are drilled in gas or oil, top wood, and this is what we do. And it's also, it's not an injury. This makes it hard. This is what you see. Why is it the energy source? And it's because of necessary technologies which must be applied to basically recreate the conditions which are in stars. And the centers stars. So there's only one natural place in the universe that usually fusion energy. And that's in the center stars. So that's going to bring the price to it depending on the cost of the universe and size and complexity. Technology that's needed to recreate those. We'll talk about the details of those technologies and which parts might be expensive today and of course we're reasonable. Exactly. It will have a so clean is at its heart what it is. It's like there's hydrogen too. It's heavier forms of hydrogen. We're common molecules helium and some other parts of the helium is the part of this like helium, safe in terms of gas. In fact, that's actually what we're seeing because eventually when it extinguishes itself, those things so much heavier than us. So in that sense, because there's no emissions of particles that come directly from combustion.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We're so glad you're with us.
It is 1 p.m. on the East Coast and 10 a.m. out west as millions of Americans are heading to the polls to decide who will become the next president of the United States. Now, just over the past few hours, we've been seeing long lines at many different polling centers across the country. In fact, here are what some of the voters are telling our reporters.
A little nervous, definitely with social media being a big part of it, but hopefully my vote matters and I'm able to make a difference.
For me, it would be democracy and just making sure that our rights in this country are protected.
Abortion, obviously, I'm not a woman and I can't speak for women, but I feel like it should be their own choice.
I voted for Trump last time. I'm going to do it again. The economy sucks at this point.
I feel like political discussions have kind of permeated all the discussions we've been having. So it's like we're excited to cast our vote, but also I think rightfully nervous, cautiously optimistic about the outcome.
Well, about 30 minutes ago, former President Donald Trump spoke at his campaign headquarters in South Florida. He said he feels very confident after casting his ballot there. So far, we have not seen Vice President Kamala Harris today, but later tonight, she is expected to head to Howard University in Washington, D.C. for her election watch party.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memley is live at the Naval Observatory in D.C., where Harris will begin watching those results come in at her residence. Mike, this is interesting because Governor Walz is currently in Pennsylvania. So what is Harris doing to sort of energize voters, keep herself top of their minds on Election Day?
Well, we know Vice President Harris is behind me, behind the double rows of fencing, extra security now here on Election Day. And she's making calls into battleground states across the country. She's already called into a radio show this morning in Atlanta, Georgia, in Raleigh, North Carolina, and 2 in battleground Pennsylvania, Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the 2 biggest markets. This is really an important part of the get out the vote effort for the Harris campaign. She wants to hit some of those voters across the battleground states who may be on their way to work or maybe later today on their way home from work. People who maybe haven't voted yet, maybe weren't sure if they wanted to vote. Give that last second appeal to get them not just to show up but to vote for her. This is after she held that closing rally in Philadelphia last night. Tens of thousands of people there as she spoke on the Rocky Steps. She said this could be the closest election in U.S. history, but she feels momentum is on her side.
You know, Mike, we heard Trump project confidence and to say that Republicans are showing up in force at the polls. How is the Harris campaign feeling about their turnout in states like Pennsylvania and other critical battlegrounds?
You know, every campaign, frankly, at this point is giving us their best spin on the early voting data that's coming in, telling us what their internal numbers are showing. What the Harris campaign says as their bottom line is that, listen, they look at the 7 battleground states where they have built massive campaign operations to try to convince voters to vote for Kamala Harris. And they think they still on Election Day have a path to victory in each of those 7 states. Now, you talk about the most likely path. They're talking about it being that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. But they also feel good about what they're seeing in North Carolina as well as in Georgia. There's still some hope in Arizona, which had been maybe the toughest of the battleground states. But listen, this is a campaign that 4 years ago, a lot of the same team was helping President Biden in his campaign. The final margins in a lot of these states was closer than what the final polls show. So no one is taking anything for granted, even in these last few hours, guys.
All right, Mike Memley for us there on the ground in D.C. Mike, thank you.
For the latest on the Trump campaign, we're going to go to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard live in West Palm Beach, Florida. So Vaughn, tell us a little bit more about what else the former president said today after he cast his ballot. He stayed for quite some time to talk to reporters.
Right, Vicki Morgan, he actually answered a slew of questions, not only suggesting that he is confident about what they have seen, he and his campaign, from the early vote returns in the weeks leading up to today, but also the number of Republican registered voters who have been coming in person in these key battleground states. And him, after casting his own ballot alongside his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, also, though, talked about what has become a byproduct of Donald Trump being a candidate, and that is when the ballots are being counted, the extent to which one accepts the election results. And I want to let you listen to part of his response to our NBC's Jake Traylor, who asked whether he would be willing to acknowledge that we may not have an election result tonight, and then also the extent to which he has concerns about political violence in the weeks ahead. Take a listen.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. Of course, there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people.
Of course, 4 years ago on election night, he prematurely from the White House declared that he had won re-election when there were still hundreds of thousands of ballots outstanding in multiple battleground states. And we could expect potentially the same to play out tonight, but he acknowledged that this afternoon that we may not know who the victor is and that this may take a couple of days. Of course, there are voters that are still voting here around the country. And so for Donald Trump and his campaign, they will be holding down at his Mar-a-Lago estate, where friends, family, and close allies are going to be watching these results come in before going across the water to West Palm Beach to potentially deliver remarks to supporters in the gathered press. A big night ahead.
What have you heard, Vaughn? I mean, what is the atmosphere? What is the tone in these final hours? Because I think, as Vicki mentioned, former President Trump has been projecting a lot of confidence. But what have you been hearing from those campaign sources?
Right. And 1 week ago, it was a little different than it was in the last 24 hours. Let's be clear. In the aftermath around the Madison Square Garden rally, Donald Trump and his team were feeling very high about the enthusiasm and the number of Republicans who were turning in their early votes. But over the last 9 days, specifically since that Madison Square Garden rally, we have seen a very undisciplined Donald Trump who has not had a focused message. He has used denigrating language to describe Vice President Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Liz Cheney, but also his former generals, John Kelly, James Mattis, Mark Milley. And some Republicans, including one Trump campaign battleground source I've talked to, have said that they are concerned about not only some of those independent voters who were trying to potentially be willing to vote for Donald Trump, but those even reticent conservatives. And when we're talking about a race that could come down to thousands of votes, that sort of language, they're concerned, could potentially have impacts on what could be a very narrow margin victory for one of these candidates here.
Yeah. All right, our Ron Hilliard there on the ground in Florida. Vaughn, thank you. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, you said we could be in for a long night. We might not get any results from the key swing states for a while. So what are some of the states that you're watching and could give us a lot of insight, at least the earlier the better?
Yeah, let's start with Florida. And again, Florida has been in the Republican column for the last decade or so, but it is a really fast counting state. So we could end up having the entire vote counted in Florida by 8 or 9 o'clock. And to me, looking back in the 2016 and 2020 cycles, we always end up seeing the Donald Trump strength, that MAGA base come out. And Florida was always a key sign. So that was a state that Trump won by more than 3 percentage points. And we're going to be looking at the counties and the results and the margins to see if that strength still shows up in the Sunshine State for him.
Mark, can we talk about suburban women? Because they really were a stronghold for Biden in the last election. What are we seeing there this time around?
We're seeing an enormous gender gap, and we are actually seeing Harris doing incredibly well with women, whether urban or suburban women with college. And so this, to me, is going to potentially be one of the defining stories of this election cycle. And when we talk about the suburbs and suburban women, I'm always looking at those Philadelphia suburbs. This is where Joe Biden was able to win Pennsylvania in 2020. We're talking places like Delaware, Montgomery, Chester. And so, to me, that's going to be very, very important. Of course, Donald Trump's trying to counter with better turnout with men, with Latinos, with younger Black voters. And so we're going to see that kind of the mesh of different forces all play out.
Which has been really interesting to see how both of those campaigns have tried to appeal to masculinity, right? With President Obama speaking directly to young men. We saw Magic Johnson speaking directly to young Black men in Detroit and other places, other people like Charlamagne the God. So it's interesting how both campaigns are trying to target that same demographic. Mark Murray, it is always a pleasure to have you live in the studio here at 30 Rock. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mark. All right, it is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. After almost 2 months on the picket line, Boeing factory workers are headed back to work. 59% of machinists voted to approve the latest labor deal, effectively ending the strike. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us. Dom, we have been following the story for months now. What finally, sealed the deal? What do employees actually get in this new contract?
Sure, Morgan, Vicky. So the contract headline is it delivers a 38% wage hike over 4 years for the 33,000 union members who build most of Boeing's jets. Now, Boeing's new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, said even with the strike over, there's still work ahead to be done to return the company to its standards of excellence. The strike has pressured the company's finances, with the company warning last week it will likely burn cash through the year 2025. Meanwhile, Walgreens agreed to pay about $100 million to settle a proposed class action lawsuit accusing it of overcharging customers for a decade when they bought generic drugs through private insurance companies, Medicare or Medicaid. Plaintiffs accuse the company of wrongly requiring insured customers to pay more than members of its prescription savings club plan. And speaking of influencing elections, Meta Platforms will reportedly extend its ban of political ads after today's election. It was supposed to expire just before midnight, but Axios reports it will stay in place a little bit longer to prevent confusion and misinformation from spreading while votes are still being tallied. Google, by the way, is also blocking election ads until polls close later on tonight, ladies. So very much a contested election. We'll see what happens here in the coming hours. I'm sure you guys will be busy. I'll send things back over to you.
And such an important reminder not to just trust what you see online, go to different sources when you find information just to verify that's actually true when it comes to voting.
Trust but verify always, especially with such an important election being contested right now.
Absolutely. Don Chu, thank you very much.
Our live election day coverage continues as we talk to voters in some of the biggest states to watch right when we come back. Don't move. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Exactly releases enough neurons to slow down that the actual weak and null reaction wasn't exactly one. And what this means is that because each reaction releases a fixed amount of energy, you do that in a minute time, this looks like just a constant power level. So that's how it works. And so in that control, the chain reactions is usually divided to very important. And when you intentionally design it, that it creates a prevention reaction, or starting reaction, and then exponentiates away. Which is what so yeah, so how does an atomic weapon work? How does hydrogen work? And so and so what will do is you very quickly put together enough of these materials that can undergo fission with whatever, and you put them together fast enough, and what happens is that this process can essentially grow mathematically very fast, and so this releases large amounts of energy. That's the underlying reason that it works. And so you've heard of fusion weapon. So what's interesting is that but it's dislike fusion energy in the sense that what happens is that you're using fusion reactions that simply it increases the gain rather than it's not a pure and at its heart it's still fission weapon. You're just using fusion reactions as a sort of an intermediate catalyst basically to get even more energy out of it. But it's not directly applicable to be used in energy source. Does it terrify you? Just again, step back and philosophical physics, engineering to create.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Westerholt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. The Haitian people know something about resiliency. That's the biggest risk right now. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. There are some resilient folks who get in.
Energy, right? That's what that was. So the ability to burning wood, to using coal, to using gasoline, and then finally to using this.
We continue our coverage now of the crucial battleground states in this tight presidential race. Two of the most important ones, Pennsylvania and Michigan, where both candidates closed out their campaigns yesterday.
Now, back in 2020, President Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by less than 2 points and Michigan by just under 3 points. So we've got team coverage from all angles. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is in Grand Rapids, Michigan. But first, let's head over to NBC News correspondent Julie Serkin, who is outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Julie, you are in Allegheny County. What are you hearing from voters there in that crucial swing state?
I gotta tell you, Morgan, every single voter I spoke to swung in a different political direction. Everyone was also in a different demo group. So in these northwest Pittsburgh suburbs, I think you have a microcosm of perhaps the shifts that we're seeing in other suburbs, not only in Pennsylvania, but in other battleground states as well. I talked to some voters, some women, for example. One woman told me she was a lifelong Republican, started voting for Democrats when Trump came on the scene. She says that they have to make sure that they stop him in any way, shape, or form. She said her biggest issue is women's rights, autonomy, although she herself is anti-abortion. This county is so interesting, though. You mentioned Biden's lead here. It is a blue island surrounded by counties that have trended more to the right in recent election cycles. Just this building behind me is a great example of that. The first floor actually is one district. The top floor is another district. In 2020, the bottom floor, the bottom district, went for Biden by 16 votes. The top went for Trump by 23 votes. So you can see how they're trying to battle it out to get this county and make sure that for Harris, she outperforms Biden.
You know, it's interesting, Julie, because even if you go to places like neighboring Philadelphia, where people are saying, look, you've got to make sure that we are not, having any aspersions cast on the voting process. Talk to us about the Allegheny ballot counting process and the security upgrades specifically there in that county.
Yeah, Morgan, you're totally right. I even heard that from one voter in Erie County, the complete opposite part of the state. People really want to make sure that nothing challenges their election, that they are able to have their ballots counted and heard. And of course, officials throughout the state are preparing for potential challenges to the election results. In Allegheny County, I talked to election officials here. They've made so many improvements. They have spent six figures on cameras, putting them in every single ballot drop box location, putting them at all polling sites, and putting them, of course, in the tabulation center where they count votes tonight when polls close at 8 p.m. I was told, just a fun stat here, the amount of cameras in the warehouse alone exceed by square inch the amount of cameras in local casinos. So they are not taking any chances when it comes to having this election run smoothly. So far, no major problems in this county. They say that everything is running as it's supposed to, and a steady stream of people in this polling site all day long, Morgan.
All right, so safe and secure thus far. Julie's Turkin for us there in Allegheny County. Julie, thanks so much. Well, let's bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, who joins us now from a ballot processing center in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Speaking of safe and secure, Maggie, we know Vice President Harris trying to keep Michigan blue after Biden flipped it back in 2020. You've been talking with the voters there today. How are they feeling about the candidates? Are they speaking to you about who they're voting for and the issues that brought them out today?
Oh, they are happy to tell us who they're voting for. The vast majority of people had no problem with that. We heard every take across the political spectrum, every ideology you can imagine. The one kind of common thread that we heard was people are pretty stressed out knowing how much of a battleground their state is. 15 electoral votes up for grabs in Michigan. The number one issue here in this state, according to recent polls, the economy and inflation. Here's what two voters voting for two different candidates had to say about why that hits them. We'll start with one who voted for the vice president. What is it about the vice president's message that hits you?
She can relate to low income or medium based families. And right now that's very important because of our kids, our ability to have a roof over our head.
I voted Trump. I'm going to vote pure Republican. Anytime a Democrat's in office, my wallet suffers.
Yeah, so each trusting the other candidate, the candidate they voted for anyway, to handle the economy better. And those sound bites reflect kind of where the polls land right now in Michigan. Multiple polls put Vice President Harris ahead, but by as little, guys, as a 1-point margin. So it is incredibly tight here in Michigan once again.
Yeah, well within the margin of error. Maggie, we know Michigan saw more than 1.2 million people who showed up for early voting. That's, they've already started processing the absentee ballots and mail-in ballots. Is it a fast counting state like Florida?
It's a faster counting state than it was in 2020. I want to show you what's happening behind me. So this is a ballot processing center. You can see election workers here going through the ballots, flattening them out. They're basically verifying them, everything from the ballot number that it was assigned to any given voter, their registration, their signature, things like that. Once those ballots are verified, flattened out, then they'll be walked over here, over to these tabulation centers, 6 machines here ready to get those fed in. This process, this is key, Vicki, started 8 days ago. That's the first time in Michigan's history that clerks were able to start that process early. So it should speed things up.
Great, and hopefully we'll get the results sooner. Maggie Vespa, thank you so much.
Well, millions of Americans are doing their civic duty today, including this woman, 101-year-old Lucy Hunter, who says she was proud to cast her vote in Pennsylvania.
mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
Reproductive rights are front and center today at the polls. Voters in 10 states will weigh in on different abortion-related ballot measures.
NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns talked to medical professionals as well as patients in Missouri, where voters will decide whether to undo one of the nation's strictest abortion laws.
This is the only clinic in a 45-mile radius that provides women in Missouri access to the full range of contraceptive methods. Nurse practitioner Kate Wagner sees some patients who are anxious that their reproductive rights could be further impacted with this upcoming election.
Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Some of our patients would, show up and they would say, my device is due to be, replaced next year, but I want to go ahead and have it replaced sooner than that because I'm worried about, the politics changing.
Kate says one of the biggest challenges is not just getting birth control, but getting the right method.
If folks realized how much you have to go through to get birth control that worked for you. It's not just one size fits all.
Missouri was the first state to outlaw abortion after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
What is the culture around family planning in the state of Missouri?
I would say the culture of family planning in Missouri constitutes a lot of fear and secrecy. I remember somebody called the office and asked if she needed to rip her IUD out herself. She was so scared.
It was in that aftermath that Maggie Olivia tried to pick up her prescription for birth control.
I ultimately ended up leaving and without birth control.
Maggie, who now works for a reproductive rights group in St. Louis, said the pharmacist denied her prescription because they were unsure if it was legal, which it was.
How does that experience sit with you today?
It feels infuriating. It definitely felt like I was doing something wrong.
2 months later, she got pregnant and crossed state lines to get an abortion.
When you can't control the care that your body can receive, it's a devastating feeling of powerlessness.
Maggie is not alone. In a state where tensions have long boiled over reproductive rights, family planning experts say women face mounting barriers to accessing contraception because of post-Roe politics, sowing fear, confusion, and anxiety among providers and patients.
Politicians purposely conflate abortion and birth control. Our polling shows that almost 30% of Missourians don't believe or don't know that all forms of birth control are legal.
That confusion, a strained healthcare system, and contraceptive deserts covering much of Missouri make accessing birth control more challenging.
Contraceptive deserts. What are they and why do they exist here in Missouri?
Yeah, so a contraceptive desert is where there is not great access to contraceptive services. People may still have to travel, 50, 60, 100 miles.
Say that there's contraception deserts. I guess I would respectfully disagree.
Denny Hoskins is a Republican senator and voted in favor of a bill that would have excluded emergency contraceptives from Missouri's Medicaid program.
They do have adequate access to contraception in Missouri.
But didn't the state specifically take action to not support funding for contraception?
We did. Most of that, I don't think that it should be paid for by taxpayer dollars.
6 in 10 women in Missouri are concerned about elected officials passing laws that limit access to birth control.
I've been doing this work for almost 20 years. And have seen the chipping away of our rights, and it was really focused on abortion. And then over the last few years, we've really seen birth control also become part of that conversation.
That's why family planning advocates are pushing to pass an amendment on Missouri's ballot this year. The constitutional amendment would ensure a person's fundamental right to reproductive freedom, which would include abortion and birth control.
It's really a proactive measure that will keep politicians from being able to restrict that access instead of constantly having to
to defend our rights.
Had this constitutional amendment been in place in 2022, I would have never been denied birth control, would have never had to flee the state, I would have never had to keep secrets from my doctors. Everything would have been different about that experience.
She's one of millions who will vote on safeguarding contraception. Also on the ballot in Maryland and Nevada. Dasha Burns, NBC News, St. Louis, Missouri.
You are watching NBC News Daily on this election day, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can take us wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues after these short messages.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back, folks. It is 12:30 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and 1:30 in Athens, Georgia, this Election Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
That's right. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. A Tennessee man is facing federal charges for trying to attack a power grid in Nashville. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the man's motive was to spread his white supremacist ideology. The 24-year-old suspect is charged with attempting to use a weapon of mass destruction and attempting to destroy an energy facility.
A Pennsylvania judge has ruled Elon Musk's $1 million a day voter sweepstakes can continue through today. This came after Musk's lawyers argued the winners are paid spokespeople and they're not chosen by chance. Prosecutors had called the process a scam designed to influence a national election. More than 1 million people from 7 states registered for that lottery.
A new federal rule will ban schools from charging low-income students transaction fees when funds are deposited into their lunch accounts. This new rule on the so-called junk fees will go into effect in 2027 through the 2028 school year. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau estimates school meal payment processors collect more than $100 million in those transaction fees.
I'm glad they're getting rid of those. Welcome back to our Election Day coverage as we follow the very latest developments at polling locations across the country.
We are focusing on those 7 key swing states that could ultimately decide the election. Those maps and those states right there on your map. We've got full team coverage with reporters on the ground from coast to coast. Let's get to NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett. She is at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. Maura, the youth vote could play a pretty crucial role in determining the outcome of this particular election. I know that some of the students there are voting for the very first time. What are they telling you about why this historic election is meaningful for them?
Well, Morgan, let me set the scene here at University of Wisconsin-Madison. We're in one of the ballrooms at the Student Union. You see some folks checking in to sign in, make sure they're registered correctly before they come over here, check in, pick up their ballot. And the students here in Wisconsin actually know how big of a role they're playing in this election, and so do the campaigns. We actually reported last week on a disinformation campaign. I'm going to walk over here as I talk so we're not in the way of people voting, but reported on a disinformation campaign where students were receiving texts saying that they could face fines or even prison time if they vote out of state in the wrong way. Now, it is possible for students to vote in state here. They're able to register on campus same day if they need to, because this is a battleground state. I spoke with one college freshman earlier who said she is from Minnesota but wanted to vote for the first time here in Wisconsin because of how pivotal this state is in the election. Kamala Harris was here just last week, attracting about 13,000 people here in Madison, and a Democratic strategist authorized to speak about internal polling data from the Harris campaign flagged to me that they saw youth vote turnout double after that rally that happened, and that was all with those early absentee ballots that came in. Some of those being processed here today as people are also turning in their ballots simultaneously. Wisconsin, I should note, is one of those states that cannot start counting their absentee ballots until Election Day, and so that's why we're seeing both of those counts happen in tandem here, guys.
You know, more multiple polls, including the one here at NBC News, have shown a wide gender gap in the way people are showing up for these two candidates. Are you seeing that on these college campuses with these younger voters as well? And what are the issues they say are really electrifying them and getting them out to the polls?
That's actually something that same source pointed out to me in their internal campaign data, because Wisconsin also is a state that doesn't share its voter registration demographics data with the absentee ballots. The source pointing out that more women are turned out early than men. We expect to see some more men come out on Election Day. There's several in line here to my left. But what's interesting about what we're going to see here in Wisconsin is the organization that the different campaigns focused on. Former President Trump and Turning Point USA really focusing on the youth male vote here on campus, bringing in Charlie Kirk, the Nelk Boys, popular images for those young men. And so that's something that they're really eager to see the split on as the votes start being counted, guys.
All right, thanks to Maura Barrett there on the ground. Thanks so much, Maura.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Raleigh, North Carolina, where she's been speaking with voters all morning. So, Antonia, you actually talked with a man who said he voted on a whim. Talk to us about what you're hearing from voters. Are they eager to share who they're backing and why they're out there, the issues that matter the most to them?
Hey guys, most of the voters have been pretty eager and they have had their minds very clearly made up. But there is this population here in North Carolina, people who are unaffiliated, who aren't really loyal to either party. In fact, technically unaffiliated are a larger population than either of the two major parties here. And so I have in the last several days encountered people who were truly making up their minds at the last minute. And I spoke to a gentleman here who was incredibly concerned about the cost of living, how it feels, and a lack of trust for politicians. He ultimately made a late break for Trump. Take a listen.
I still don't know what to look forward to. And even all the presidents before, I mean, nobody actually fulfilled whatever they promised completely.
I'll tell you, though, just the other day I went canvassing with the Harris team here in North Carolina, and I met a young mom who had 2 kids who said she was living paycheck to paycheck. It was the same thing. I'm really not sure if I am trusting either of these candidates, but she went online, she read some of Project 2025, and then she made a late break for Harris. So that's when you hear about these campaigns coming to these battlegrounds and fighting for people, these are those voters, guys.
Yeah, you mentioned Project 2025, but Antonia, we have been covering, so many of these recent comments from the Trump campaign, celebrity endorsements, candidates for the Harris campaign, have any of these sort of late breaking moments that the rest of us are talking about nationally really changed the calculation for any of those voters there in that swing state?
You know, I think there have been a few of them. Certainly the MSG rally was kind of the rally heard around the country. I spent time with Latino voters the other day for a story about intimidation and fear, because there have been a lot of here in North Carolina that's impacting Latino voters, of course. And so I had conversations with them, and some of them made references to that rally just as sort of an additional, reminder to them of why they wanted to vote, what message those communities could send, the power that they had here. And so I think that's probably a good example of a community to keep an eye on to see if they have an impact on results tonight, guys.
All right, Antonia Hilton live in North Carolina for us. Antonia, thank you.
Let's stay down south and head over to Ellison Barber, who joins us from Sewanee, Georgia, with the latest. Ellison, you are in Gwinnett County. I should also say you're a Georgia girl, so you're home. You've been talking to voters there. Which issues are they saying are more important, and have those issues changed for them this election cycle?
You know, it's been really interesting because the top three people tend to cite for us, as we've spoken to voters coming in today, is women's rights, the economy, and also immigration. And then big picture just worries about whether or not the country will stay as divided as it is now moving forward. This is a county that's incredibly important to both political parties. It's a really large county population-wise. It's also an incredibly diverse county. It leans Democrat, but Donald Trump did get about 40% of the vote here in 2020, and they're hoping they can inch that up by a few percentage points and also hold on to Republican strongholds, and maybe he would be able to take this state, which he did not do in 2020. I think there's been an interesting mix of voters telling us different issues that they care about. Most people we've spoken to today, they've told us they'd already decided pretty early whether they were going to vote for Harris or for Trump. And when I asked, did you ever waver? They said, no, not really. But we did speak to one man today, a young African-American male who was voting for the first time. And he said for him, it actually took him a little while to decide. He wasn't a fan of Trump, but he wanted to look at the policy from the party perspective, and then ultimately decided that he felt Harris was the right person for the economy, immigration, the issues that mattered the most to him. But he wasn't entirely decided early. And those little maybe swing voters who could maybe split their ticket, that's what a lot of parties are looking for here, to see if it can nudge the margins just enough that they pick up this state. Morgan?
There in Sewanee, Georgia, for us, Ellison Barber in Gwinnett County. Thanks, Ellison.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent David Noriega now, who's live outside of Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. David, talk to us about the mood of the voters. You've been there all morning, people streaming into that stadium behind you.
Yeah, look, when we got here this morning, the polls hadn't opened, and there had been people waiting in line since 5 a.m., so since 2 hours before the polling location opened. This, polling location is a little special. It's a stadium. It's not a public library. It's kind of a destination for people. One thing that I've been hearing from voters that I think is interesting is, as I've been hearing all year here in Nevada, the economy is really the number one issue, the cost of living. But interestingly, whereas for most of the year that tended to push people towards Trump, it's about half and half of the people that I'm speaking to today. Take a listen to what a couple of voters said to me, just in the last few minutes, one going for Trump and one going for Kamala Harris. Take a listen.
We do not need a Kamala. We need a president. Period. We don't need open borders. We need to watch Social Security. We need no tax on tips.
There's jobs, but when housing goes up $800 for your rent randomly in the snap of a finger, you have to have some kind of stability with that. People can't buy a house when they're worried about paying rent just to be able to live in an area where they feel safe.
So polling has shown Harris closing that lead on the economy with Trump, and that is what I'm seeing bear out in the conversations that I'm having with voters here today, guys.
All right, David Noriega, thank you so much.
Vice President Kamala Harris ran the shortest presidential campaign in modern history, but this election cycle started way before she was the nominee. We take a look back at how we got here in just a moment. More on DC News Daily after this short break.
I get enough unusual energy released compared to the size of the match. We call this scientific breaking and it's because you've gone past the fact that this is unique. What is
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money, mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
In this election cycle, we've seen everything from assassination attempts to a candidate stepping down. It has been contentious and oftentimes sidelined by legal issues and even health concerns.
It has all brought us to where we are today, where Americans in states across the country are heading to the polls and casting their ballots for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow brings us the highlights of this year's major moments. There are a lot of them from the campaign trail.
We believe in the promise of America.
Our country will be bigger, better, bolder.
It's an election fight that looks much different than when it began nearly 2 years ago to the day.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Donald Trump locked in the Republican nomination with ease, defeating a parade of challengers and battling a slew of legal cases.
That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts.
This is unprecedented for a former American president to be criminally convicted.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
His supporters undeterred, believing Trump could best tackle the economy and immigration.
I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up.
Initially set for a rematch against President Joe Biden.
I'm still the only person that ever beat Donald Trump.
They made history as the oldest major party presidential candidates ever in an American election. A concern for voters and whispers about Biden's mental fitness soon grew louder.
The special counsel referred to the president as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning, and elderly man with a poor memory.
My memory's fine.
But that first presidential debate in June set off 3 weeks of unprecedented political upheaval.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
This night got off to a tough start for President Biden.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Calls for Biden to suspend his re-election campaign were sidelined by an unthinkable twist.
This is an NBC News special report.
Take a look at what happened.
The 45th president of the United States, injured but alive. All of this unfolding with Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump at their convention.
With his ear bandaged, the former president making an emotional entrance just 2 days after the attempt on his life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
That same week, President Biden testing positive for COVID.
News broke of different Democratic leaders calling for the president to step aside.
My fellow Americans,
Days later, the president ending his re-election bid.
I review this office. I love my country more.
Endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris and upending the race with just over 100 days until the election.
We choose freedom.
Democrats quickly energized by their first female nominee of Black and Indian descent. Harris showing strength on the issues of abortion rights and protecting democracy.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Trump pivoting to his new opponent.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
A convention coronation in August.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
Trump and Harris would meet for the first time in their only debate.
I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
And this famous falsehood.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
The vice presidential debate striking a different tone.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening, and I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agreed.
But the dangers of our nation's divisiveness still on display.
The FBI says there has been another possible attempt on former President Trump's life.
By fall, the critical battleground blitz amid one of the closest presidential races ever.
I'm a gun owner, Tim.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they get shot.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
The razor-thin margin bringing out bold-faced names.
President Kamala Harris.
President Trump must win.
Podcast interviews taking center stage. That Trump dance party going viral. And his Madison Square Garden rally sparking controversy.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Amid the fallout, the Trump campaign seizing on a Biden gaffe.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Harris caught on this hot mic moment talking to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer about male voters. While Trump tries to win over more women.
Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
After so many firsts, the last days of a campaign season like no other. And a reminder of what's most important.
Get everyone you know, you have to do it. You have to vote, vote, vote.
Your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power.
Kate Snow, NBC News.
What a look back. Our special election night coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on News Now. Then join Lester Holt and Savannah Gupper at 7 p.m. on News Now and NBC. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Day. message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Now, no matter which way it goes, the balance of power in Congress will be decided by an extremely narrow margin. Right now, Republicans have the majority in the House, but just barely. And on the Senate side, Democrats are in control, but again, that's a slim majority. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has been following it all for us. So, Ali, let's talk about the Senate side. Which are the key races that we should be watching for?
Ohio and Montana. I think those are the ones that are, in Republicans' eyes, most likely to flip. In my mind, having covered both of them in 2018, these are very specific characters to their very specific states. They have outperformed the top of their ticket before, but it is the first time that both of them are on a presidential ticket in cycle themselves as well. It's going to make it harder, but not impossible. Those are the two that I'm watching for.
So we've really seen these surprising battleground states emerge in the House races. So what are you looking for there?
California and New York are the absolute keys. There's about 6 races in New York and just a few more in California. The thing with those is they're going to be tight, and especially out in California, we saw back in 2022, some of these races took until December to call. So when we talk about exercising patience for the presidential, exercise it there for the House.
That's the roadmap.
Yeah.
You know, with these races so tight in the House and the Senate, talk about how the presidential race plays a role in ultimately helping us sort of decide that balance of power.
So actually, this could be a story of places like Iowa, if it ultimately ends up flipping, as that one singular poll showed that it could be trending in Kamala Harris's direction. What one Democratic operative had said to me is, if that ends up flipping, they should be thanking the people on the Democratic side who were organizing and putting ads on the air there in the House, because there were always 2 competitive races in Iowa. So it might not have been on the presidential marquee, but it definitely was on the House side. And so that investment, when we talk about everything being linked, that's an example of that, potentially. Okay.
Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ali.
Well, this race will be a tight one, as Ali said, not just for the president, but even the races far down the ballot. They're showing some really razor-thin margins. And with the high volume of mail-in ballots, we may have, as Ali said, to wait days or even weeks before we know those final results. NBC News senior legal correspondent Roy Jarrett has more on the potential timeline for counting those votes.
The moment the entire country has been waiting for.
The presidential race so tight in 2020, the winner took days to call. The high number of mail-in ballots creating a unique challenge for election officials, and this year may be the same.
It takes time to count millions of votes.
Pennsylvania's top election official Al Schmidt says he expects more than 30% of voters to cast their ballots by mail this time around. But state law prevents election officials from opening and processing those ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day.
It leads to a perception that things are delayed in Pennsylvania.
A similar law in Wisconsin bars pre-processing of mail-in ballots ahead of time, while in Arizona, verifying signatures on early ballots can cause delays. In Nevada, a different challenge. Ballots get counted up to 4 days after the election, so long as they're postmarked by November 5th, all potentially resulting in a days-long gap between when polls close and when the race is finally called.
We've seen that as a real period of vulnerability for people to try to undermine confidence in the results.
We did win this election.
Former President Trump seized on that period of uncertainty in 2020 to fuel a false narrative the election was stolen, and has been trying to cast doubt on the results of this election.
They cheat. That's the only way we're going to lose, because they cheat.
And already the lawsuits have started flying, nearly 200 and counting. In Georgia, officials had concerns over new rules passed by the pro-Trump state election board. Those rules now blocked by a judge. For now, Republicans have focused their efforts on contesting the rules around mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, losing several lawsuits already, others still pending and left unresolved, providing a fertile ground, election lawyers say, for future fights in the weeks ahead.
The nightmare scenario is mail-in ballots where the parties contest the signatures, the date, or other defects in the ballot.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Especially with this election, Morgan, you can watch us all the time. An election that's already turning out to be historic. And remember, we are here on NBC News Now all day, but also special coverage beginning tonight on NBC News. You can watch Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt, as well as our team of correspondents spread out all across the country, bringing you real news in real time. Stay right here. You're watching Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zingle Somewhat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Happy Election Day, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
So good to be with you. I'm Zingle Somewhat. NBC News Daily starts right now.
It is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, Decision Day. Months and even years of campaigning leading up to this moment. Millions of Americans lining up to cast their ballot. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump wrapping up their campaigns, delivering their final messages to voters as they await the decision of the American people.
Eyes on the battleground. We are in key swing states across the country. What the voters there are saying and experiencing as they go to cast their ballots.
Balance of power. We're also looking down the ballot with the control of the House and Senate both up for grabs. The key races plus the states that could decide which party's in charge on Capitol Hill.
And at the polls, from bomb threats to technical difficulties, we are tracking the latest at polling sites across the country amid heightened tensions.
Welcome, everyone. It is finally here.
It's finally here, and we're joining you from a different location today, Studio 1A.
Yeah, Studio 1A. You've seen the Today Show come out of here, but right now it is our studio for NBC News Daily. again, welcome, and we made it to Election Day 2024.
That's right. Voters have been lined up across the country to cast their ballots in this historic and consequential election. The first polls will close in exactly 5 hours. Former President Donald Trump voted this morning in Florida. He held his final campaign rally overnight in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The former president spoke to reporters after casting his ballot.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair.
Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, also voted this morning in the state of Ohio. Right now, Vice President Kamala Harris is at her residence in Washington, D.C. She voted by mail over the weekend. Her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, voted early last month. The vice president's final rally ended early this morning in Philadelphia.
Here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory.
Important to note that we may not know the winner of the presidential race tonight. Election officials nationwide are urging patience as all of the votes are counted. We begin our coverage this hour by talking about the candidates out there. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in West Palm Beach, Florida, covering the Trump campaign, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba is outside the White House. She's been covering the Harris campaign. Dasha, I'll start with you. Former President Trump holding a watch party later tonight, not far from where you are. What is he doing between now and then, and how is the Trump campaign feeling going into tonight?
Well, look, it was a long night for the former president, his staff, and our great reporters covering him. He landed here at 6 a.m. this morning, and you just saw him there voting here in Palm Beach with his wife, Melania. He's now back at Mar-a-Lago. He'll be spending much of the day there watching those returns come in. At some point, he's going to make his way over to the Palm Beach Convention Center where the formal watch party is happening. We did get some reporting just moments ago that Elon Musk, the tech mogul and now Trump surrogate, will be watching the returns come in with the former president. He'll be spending at least part of his evening at Mar-a-Lago with Mr. Trump. And look, the former president held his last rally, get this, guys, of his near decade of being a candidate. When you take a step back and you think about that, pretty remarkable. He himself has been pretty nostalgic and wistful, going off teleprompter a whole lot over the last 24 hours in his final battleground blitz, talking about the closing messages that his campaign wants him to talk about, which is the economy and immigration, but also veering off into some attacks on his rivals, calling Democrats evil, using some profanity over Nancy Pelosi, and painting a dark picture of a nation that is broken and saying that only he can fix it, guys.
Monica, let's bring you in here. Vice President Harris will be holding her watch party tonight at Howard University. Dasha mentioned nostalgia. That's her alma mater. What else should we know about her election day plans? And what's the campaign saying about expectations for this evening?
That's right, Sinclair. Certainly a very sentimental choice for the vice president. That's why she wanted to be there tonight for her election evening event. It's unclear at what time we may see her, depending, of course, on the rolling results. And the Harris campaign has been very clear in the last couple of days to say that this could take a while. And they have really set out a timeline for how this may happen. But overall, and the message you saw all day yesterday as the vice president was barnstorming Pennsylvania with 5 stops, is this idea that this team believes, at least in this moment, that the momentum is on their side. So the vice president and the second gentleman got back to Washington late last night. She is at the Naval Observatory, her residence, where she has been doing a series of radio calls into battleground states, encouraging voters who maybe haven't made that plan but still have time to get out to the polls to do so, and really talking and framing this race as they have tried strategically to do in the last little bit, which is to present a more joyful, more optimistic, and more confident post and message here. And that has really been what they've tried to do and what the vice president will likely do. She's going to be watching returns with her family tonight from her D.C. residence. Again, before heading to Howard, they expect at some point depending on how all of this advances this evening. Tate and Zinkley.
Depending on how everything goes, right? Dasha Burns, Monica Alba. Thanks to you both.
Well, out of the 7 battleground states, Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes on the map, 19 to be exact, and it could be the deciding state in this election.
Voters are lining up across the state from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh, the smaller communities in between, to cast their ballots today. In the final days of the race, both former President Trump and Vice President Harris spent a lot of time campaigning in the Commonwealth.
Joining us now, NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Soboroff, who is in Philadelphia. Jacob, what are you hearing from the voters out there?
Hey, Zinkley. Hey, Kate. So this is one of 1,703 different election divisions in the city of Philadelphia. You know the Harris campaign wants to drive up turnout here. They're going to be happy with what they're seeing. This is one of the main polling places next to Temple University. How long have you guys been in line for so far?
Like an hour and a half.
Wow, good for you. Are you excited?
Yes, very.
First time voting?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first time voting. They've been in line for an hour and a half. I want to show you how long the line is here. So I said 1,703 different election divisions. There's about 700 different polling places all throughout the great city of Philadelphia. Philadelphia City and Philadelphia County are the same election jurisdiction and certainly the largest one in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 different electoral votes are on the line. This is not even the beginning of the line. How you guys feeling? Everybody doing okay? Everybody doing okay? About an hour so far? You know that the Harris campaign, I was there last night. Vice President Harris was here in Philadelphia last night. She was here to make her case to voters in this city, just like, by the way, Hillary Clinton was on election eve 2016. She had her rally by Independence Hall on the Rocky Steps is where we were last night. This line just keeps going and going and going. How's everybody feeling? You guys doing okay? All right, so as I said, the name of the game here for both campaigns, and you know that there's a big voter turnout effort that's happening right here. The name of the game is driving up turnout in these urban areas, especially here around Temple University. You know the Trump campaign as well is focusing on those rural areas, in the middle of the state. I got to get to the end of the line before we're done here, guys, but I'm not sure we're going to do it because it literally stretches all the way to the end of the block, Cecil B. Moore Avenue. If I can get to the end of the line, I want to see how people are feeling about an hour and a half wait coming up ahead of them. Guys, anybody first time voting? How you feeling?
I'm good.
It might be an hour and a half before you get in there. You going to be all right?
Yeah.
She's all right. Guys, I know I didn't make it all the way to the end. I'm going to keep walking backwards when I throw it back to you because I want to say hello to the people at the end. But guys, this is the turnout I think any campaign wants to see. Back to you both.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible, the turnout there. Jacob, thank you so much.
Thank you. Another major battleground state is Michigan, a frequent stop for both candidates this election season.
Both Vice President Harris and former President Trump have each held more than a dozen events in the state. Michigan is part of what people are calling the blue wall, right? Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Winning those states would be Harris's clearest path to victory. Former President Trump, though, has also focused on those states, holding his final campaign rally last night in Grand Rapids, Michigan. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now from Grand Rapids. Maggie, this is the first national election where people in Michigan have been able to vote early. They didn't have it before and in person. So what are you seeing and hearing today? Are a lot of people showing up to vote on the day of?
A lot of people voted on the day of, but more than 1 million people, if we can look at this graphic right now, 1.2 million took advantage of that first-time opportunity to vote early and in person. So both campaigns lauding that as a victory. When you add in the absentee and mail-in ballots, we have total more than 3.3 million people in Michigan, voters in Michigan, already casting their ballots before the sun even came up today, guys. That's a 45% turnout before Election Day. If we can come back out here live, this is where the absentee and mail-in ballots are counted. We have election workers here opening the envelopes, and they compare in particular the number on the ballot to the number that was assigned to each voter to make sure people turned in their proper ballots. Then they put them in tabulator machines to my right. We're not going to show you those because we've got some sensitive info that just came up on the screens there. Obviously, looking at Michigan as a whole, we have the auto industry here. The economy is a big issue. We're hearing from people. In fact, a couple of people that we talked about voting for President or Vice President Harris or former President Trump tied to that same issue, inflation and the economy. Let's hear that sound now.
She can relate to low income or medium based families. And right now that's very important because of our kids. our ability to have a roof over our head. Food, everything is so expensive right now.
I vote Trump. I'm going to vote pure Republican. Anytime a Democrat's in office, my wallet suffers. Usually I see my 401s earns less, my pay decreases, and doesn't increase. Like right now, we got Democrat, automotive is down. So I know Michigan's hurting right now.
Yeah, so obviously razor tight here in Michigan, guys. Polls show the vice president with as little as a 1-point lead, so well within the margin of error. That being said, with all this early voting, you won't have to wait long. The Secretary of State theorizing that we could have final results from Michigan as early as midday tomorrow. Guys.
All right, Maggie Vespa with the latest. Thank you. And be sure to join us tonight for complete Decision 2024 coverage. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, streaming on NBC News Now, and then it picks up on your local NBC station at 7 p.m. Eastern. I will be anchoring overnight as well, starting at 2 a.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, technically, which is 11 Pacific.
All right, I think it's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Social media platform X is adjusting its privacy settings.
And younger home buyers are being priced out of the market. Seema Modi joins us now. Hi, Seema.
Hi, Kate and Clay. If you block someone on X, formerly known as Twitter, that person will now be able to not only see that you blocked them, but also view your public posts. However, they won't be able to reply to the posts or repost them. In other news, Netflix is removing nearly all of its interactive shows and films as of next month, the streaming giant confirming the move to The Verge, except for Black Mirror, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, and 2 Bear Grylls titles. A spokesperson says the technology served its purpose, but is now limiting. And yes, the number of first-time home buyers shrank to a historic low this year. The National Association of Realtors issued its annual State of the Market report this week. It found the median age of people buying their first home rose from 35 to 38, while the share of these home buyers dropped from 32 to 24%. Analysts say it's largely due to home ownership costs, with the median home price now at $435,000, guys.
All right, Seema Modi for us. Seema, thanks so much. Thank you.
And coming up, security at the polls, the political threats law enforcement are watching today. That's coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. There is a big focus on security at the polls this election day as federal and local law enforcement officials prepare for the possibility of political violence.
In Washington, D.C., the U.S. Capitol Police said that they arrested a man who was stopped during a screening at the Capitol Visitor Center. They said he smelled like fuel and had a torch and flare gun. Joining us now, NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter. So, Tom, tell us the latest on that and other potential threats that officials are tracking today.
Right, Sinclair. So the Capitol Police are out with a statement saying they arrested a man just a short time ago at the Capitol Visitor Center. This is where you would go if you wanted to go on a tour or have to visit somebody at Congress. They said the man smelled like fuel, had a torch, and a flare gun. Now, they've closed the CVC for tours for the day, and they're going to continue this investigation. We're working on a name and an identification and why this individual was there and why this person had those things on them. So that's an active and ongoing investigation and statement. And we just received some information from the FBI as well that there were a number of bomb threats that were phoned into polling places in Georgia. They say that those bomb threats came from email addresses or from locations associated with a Russian domain name. So that's where it's coming from. Of course, important to note that just because it has a Russian domain name, sometimes that can be spoofed or somebody can use that fictitiously. So perhaps it's coming from somewhere else. But these are all active threats and things that we're looking at across the country at the moment.
Tom Winter checking all that for us. Tom, thank you.
While we're talking about a national election today, the reality is all politics is local. What happens at individual polling places could affect how long it takes to get the results tonight and in the coming days.
Since it took days for Pennsylvania to count the votes back in 2020, there's been a lot of focus on the Keystone State, and already we are seeing some issues this time around in Cambria County. It's about an hour and a half east of Pittsburgh. Voters there early this morning were told the machines that scan ballots were not working, and people were told to leave their ballots to be scanned later. Voting has now been extended in Cambria County until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. NBC News senior reporter Jane Timms, part of our Vote Watch team. She joins us now. So, Jane, it's a busy day for you. Talk about what we know about Cambria County, but other issues we might be seeing at places beyond Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Cambria County had a software malfunction that led to those machines not working as intended. When you have a 1 day or a couple of week operation every 4 years or every 2 years, these type of problems do occur where something goes wrong and you have something like this. But overall, we've had a really smooth day. We're seeing long lines due to high turnout and people voting in great numbers. But we mostly are seeing a pretty smooth election. Pennsylvania definitely has a few issues. Erie County is still waiting on more than 7,500 ballots after a third-party vendor was slow to mail those ballots out, but those voters can vote provisionally. And as you said, Cambria County, they can vote till 10 p.m., but they will be casting provisional ballots after 8 p.m. Overall, I'd say you have a pretty smooth election. Knock on wood. We'll be watching to see if anything more comes out.
We're definitely knocking on the wood, the glass, anything we can find. Thank you.
Coming up, Texas is a typically red state, but is it possible this could be the year voters elect a Democrat to the Senate? Senator Ted Cruz in an unexpectedly close race, and what happens there could influence control of the Senate. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And stay with us. You can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube, Roku, NBCnews.com. Don't go anywhere. Our extensive election coverage continues right after this.
Consider
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinglai Samoa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Well, here at Rockefeller Center, we are gearing up for a monumental and historic night. And I'll actually be spending the overnight hours with Craig Melvin at our election night headquarters. That's in Studio 4E across the street from where I am. Today, co-anchor Savannah Guthrie has a behind-the-scenes look.
This is what I like to call Nerd Central. This is where Chuck Todd and our NBC political unit will be seated throughout the night. They're crunching numbers, and they're also talking directly to our decision desk. That is the behind-the-scenes team that is actually based in Philadelphia. They analyze the voter data that's coming in real time. Eventually, it's that decision desk that will make the official call on who won, whether that's on election night, the next day, or perhaps into the weekend as it was in 2020. Now, we call this the town square. This is where we will have analysts and surrogates from both sides of the aisle analyzing the results as they come in. And though it is quiet right now at 7:30 in the morning, this newsroom will be buzzing. Every chair will be filled, including, of course, our Laura Jarrett, who will be seated right over here. She's monitoring election security and legal issues, part of the Vote Watch team here at NBC. And it would not be election night, and I've saved the best for last, because this is the famed big board, and here's the map to 270. I'm gonna be honest, they've never let me touch this big board before, but since I'm here and no one else is, I'll show you. Here's a couple of scenarios. You see the states in gray. Those are the battleground states. The candidates need 270 to win the presidency. The quickest way for Vice President Harris to do it is to take what they call the blue wall states. These are the industrial Midwest states of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. If she does, look at that. She has exactly 270. But let's look at the easiest path for Donald Trump. If he were to flip Georgia and make it red again, if he were to keep North Carolina in the red column and added just Pennsylvania, then he would have 270. It's going to be a very interesting night.
Interesting night indeed, Savannah Guthrie. Thank you. And even though the polls will start closing in just under 5 hours, it's possible we will not know the outcome of the presidential election for days. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett explains why.
The moment the entire country has been waiting for.
The presidential race so tight in 2020, the winner took days to call. The high number of mail-in ballots creating a unique challenge for election officials, and this year may be the same.
It takes time to count millions of votes.
Pennsylvania's top election official Al Schmidt says he expects more than 30% of voters to cast their ballots by mail this time around. But state law prevents election officials from opening and processing those ballots until 7 a.m. on election day.
It leads to a perception that things are delayed in Pennsylvania. And they're not delayed at all. It's just the process.
A similar law in Wisconsin bars pre-processing of mail-in ballots ahead of time, while in Arizona, verifying signatures on early ballots can cause delays. In Nevada, a different challenge. Ballots get counted up to 4 days after the election, so long as they're postmarked by November 5th, all potentially resulting in a days-long gap between when polls close and when the race is finally called.
We've seen that as a real period of vulnerability for people to try to undermine confidence in the results.
We did win this election.
Former President Trump seized on that period of uncertainty in 2020 to fuel a false narrative the election was stolen, and has been trying to cast doubt on the results of this election.
They cheat. That's the only way we're going to lose, because they cheat.
And already the lawsuits have started flying, nearly 200 and counting. In Georgia, officials had concerns over new rules passed by the pro-Trump state election board, including one mandating a hand count of all ballots after polls close.
There's absolutely no reason to pass new rules this close to an election.
Those rules now blocked by a judge. For now, Republicans have focused their efforts on contesting the rules around mail-in voting in Pennsylvania, losing several lawsuits already, others still pending and left unresolved, providing a fertile ground, election lawyers say, for future fights in the weeks ahead.
The nightmare scenario is mail-in ballots where the parties contest the signatures, the date, or other defects in the ballot, and therefore we have a replay of what happened in 2000 in Florida with Bush versus Gore.
Laura Jarrett, NBC News.
Laura, thank you so much for that. Really good to dig in on that for a moment. Coming up, Georgia was key to getting President Biden to the White House in 2020, but has Vice President Harris done enough to turn the peach state blue, or will it flip back to President Trump? We'll get into that.
From inside Iran, from Israel, drops half a hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Harbor continued reporting. Are you talking to me?
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. We've got much more Decision 2024 coverage ahead. But first, here's a look at some of the other stories making headlines on NBC News daily.
Tropical storm Rafael has formed in the Caribbean. It's expected to strengthen into a hurricane potentially. Rafael is on track to enter the Gulf of Mexico later in the week. Parts of Florida and areas in the southeast could get heavy rain by mid to late week. This is now the 17th named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. If Rafael continues to strengthen, it would be the 11th hurricane this year.
After a strike that lasted more than 7 weeks, union machinists at Boeing have a new deal. The new contract will give workers a 39% wage increase over the course of 4 years. The Boeing workers voted 59% in favor of this deal. It was the union's third vote since aircraft production halted in September. And according to Boeing, employees must return to work by November 12th.
Former NFL star Jason Kelce is apologizing for smashing a fan's cell phone. The incident was all caught on video Saturday outside Beaver Stadium at Penn State University. Shortly before Kelce appeared on ESPN, video posted on social media showed a fan using a homophobic slur to insult Jason's brother Travis and his relationship with Taylor Swift. Jason Kelce responded by grabbing the fan's phone and smashing it on the ground. Kelce apologized last night on ESPN, saying he's not proud of what he did.
Let's get back to politics now. There is no question there's a lot at stake in today's election.
Not only are voters deciding who will control the White House, but also both the House and the Senate. Let's start with the House. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is with us in studio, making a trip up to New York from Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Glad to have you. We'll talk more about the Senate in a minute, but can we just zero in on the House and some unfolding races? And you say you got to pay attention to where the leaders in both parties have been traveling.
Yeah, it's a real battleground blitz, but it's not the battleground states that we typically talk about at the presidential level. Yes, it's lovely to be here with you guys in New York, but the leaders are also here too. Because this is a state at the presidential level, of course, it's likely to go blue, but this is a place where the House majority for Republicans was won in 2022, and it's where they could lose it if they don't hold on to a handful of seats. We're talking about 5 of them that are up for grabs right now, super competitive, and if they lose even 4 of them, that's it. Democrats take the majority.
And Al, you're pointing to it, right? They have a very slim majority. We know a lot of these polls close early tonight. So when do you think we could have a sense of who has control here?
Look, we talk about having patience at the presidential level. Patience is going to be even more key when you talk about Congress. I'm a little bit less concerned about how long the Senate side of the map is going to take. But on the House side, I think back to 2022 when the last majority was decided, it took until December to call some of these really close California races. So let's exercise a little bit of deep breathing, some patience, because
people might be wondering, why New York or California? And it's really like upstate New York, right? In areas where conservatives might have more pull than the overall blue New York.
Yeah, upstate New York is one of the key areas, the Hudson Valley, actually, where I'm from. Then you go up a little bit further upstate, there's one key seat there. And then actually 2 seats on Long Island are 1 or 2 of them that we often talk about. And then in California, it's really up and down the state. We've got a cluster around the LA area, 1 down in the Palm Springs area. So a lot of geographic diversity and a lot of reasons to pay attention.
And we are certainly paying attention, Ali Vitale. Thank you.
Well, the possible shift of power in Congress could also hinge, obviously, on a handful of Senate races.
Currently, Democrats hold a narrow majority in the chamber, but that could change. 34 states have Senate seats up for grabs. One of those is Texas. There has not been a Democratic senator elected in the Lone Star State since 1988, but Democratic Congressman Colin Allred is hoping to flip that seat against Republican incumbent Senator Ted Cruz. If that happens, it would mark a dramatic shift in one of the country's historically reddest states. So joining us now, NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky from a polling place in Dallas. Morgan, beyond the policies and the parties, what are the people, the voters, telling you about what they think is at stake in this Senate race?
Yeah, Kate Sinclair, good afternoon from Dallas. As for what the voters are saying, the top issue depends on who you ask. Democrats absolutely pointing to reproductive rights as a pivotal voting issue this election. Republicans, meanwhile, pointing to immigration, Texas being a flashpoint for both of these very polarizing issues over the last 4 years during the Biden administration. And I can tell you that that Senate rate you mentioned, it's been in Congressman Colin Allred against incumbent Senator Ted Cruz. The 2 candidates, both Texas natives, could not be more different from a policy standpoint. We are here essentially in the heart of Dallas, and you can see voters lining up outside one of the polling locations here. No real surprise, Kate Sinclair, that a lot of the people we've spoken to in this line in particular have been supporters of Kamala Harris, of Colin Allred. Those metropolitan areas tend to lean Democratic. And here's what a couple voters had to say about this upcoming election and what brought them out today.
Me as a trans woman, I believe the thing of my rights are human rights, and also somebody who actually supports me and not actually looks at me as an alien or as not an entity of this earth. And also with me being an African American person, also that's another point.
I think this year is the most important year of our lifetime. So I felt that every vote counts, and I wanted to be here even though I'm leaving town again. But here I am waiting in line.
So issues aside, let's talk about numbers real quickly here, because that's some key context for the races in Texas. Since 2016, 8 years ago, the state of Texas has added 3.5 million more registered voters. Guys, that's about the entire population of Wisconsin. Colin Allred hoping to get some of those new voters voting for him, but we know that on both sides, Republican and Democratic, initiatives to have people registered to vote have been incredibly successful. Time will tell how it shakes out here in Texas for this hotly contested Senate race. Guys.
And we know you'll stay on it. Morgan Chesky, thank you.
The Harris and Trump campaigns are neck and neck in the hotly contested battleground state of Georgia.
Gwinnett County, which is just outside the Atlanta metropolitan area, has been a key focus for both parties. That's where we find NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She joins us from a polling place in Sewanee, Georgia. Ellison, good to see you, friend. So a record-setting 4 million people voted early in the state where you are. How have the lines been in Georgia today? Walk us through the process that you've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. And that number of early voters you mentioned, that's over 50% of active voters in the state of Georgia. So Georgians came out and voted early in person. They mailed in their ballots. And what is being described by state officials is a truly unprecedented and historic number of early voters. But you can see a little behind us. Some people are here voting, but it's kind of been a quiet, steady trickle, if you will, of voters. And I think part of that is probably because so many people did vote early. We are expecting to see a little more traffic here once people start getting out of work. And the polls, of course, in Georgia, they're open until 7 p.m. So there's still plenty of time for people to come and vote on election day. But when we've been talking to people at this precinct, they say, look, the process has been really easy here. Most people say they have been in and out in 5 to 10 minutes at the most, and then just are carrying on with their day. This is a state that really wasn't a swing state until 2020, but now it is so purple that people really feel that pressure and I guess the importance of their vote here, because they saw what happened in 2020, a state that was just narrowly decided by only a few thousand votes, and they know that could happen again. So people are really showing up to cast their ballots. We met one woman in Clay this morning who told us she came, and she'd already voted early, but she came again to bring her dad because she wanted to make sure he voted. And she talked about just what she saw as the importance of making sure all of your neighbors, all of your friends are voting, especially in a state like this where it could be an incredibly tight race, because that is what we saw back in 2020. Sinclair?
It's really incredible, because we were talking to Jacob Soboroff a little earlier, Ellison, and he had a line that was like 2 hours long in Philadelphia. And now looking at your shot, it looks like it's kind of empty.
Yeah, I mean, it really is mind-blowing to see, because we checked too with other people, other members of our teams who are in other precincts in this county, and they're seeing and saying the same thing. People are coming, but they're moving in and out pretty quickly, and it is a little less. And I think probably, again, some of that is because so many people just decided they could vote early. And in Georgia, what we've heard is they felt like that process was easy for them this time around. And it seems like on turnout numbers, it is making a difference that people were aware of the options to them early, and so many people here took advantage of it. Kate Sinclair?
Ellison Barber for us in Georgia. Ellison, thanks so much.
All right, and as we're jumping around the map, let's check in on Nebraska, where a few factors make it a unique state to watch tonight.
All right, here's the thing. In almost every state, all of the state's electoral votes are given to the winner of the state. Winner takes all, right? But in Nebraska and Maine, they split up their electoral votes. So Trump could win some and Harris could win some. In Nebraska tonight, all eyes are on the 2nd congressional district around Omaha. That's because the Harris campaign is hoping to win there and get one lone electoral vote out of it. Nebraska is also one of the states where abortion rights are on the ballot. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson is in Gretna, Nebraska. That's a suburb of Omaha. And former President Trump won the whole state in 2016, but President Biden picked up one electoral vote in 2020. What are you seeing and hearing today?
Well, first of all, we are expecting a big turnout, Kate. Local officials think that 73% of the electorate will turn out to vote here in Douglas County, which is the heart of that blue dot that makes up Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. Already 45% of people have voted early, so that's why you see behind me. It's a little slow. It's been very steady here all day, but I can tell you that people are not only animated by the names on this part of the ballot, they're also very animated about 2 ballot initiatives that they have to vote on, and they both involve abortion. The first one, 434, would amend the state constitution to ban abortions in Nebraska after 12 weeks with exceptions. The second one, 439, would permit abortions up to fetal viability. And I can tell you that almost every voter we've spoken here to today, they want it. They are very concerned about a woman's right to choose. Sinclair?
And Anne, I know voters there are also watching closely this competitive Senate race in which there is no Democrat, right?
That's right. It's a Republican versus an independent. Incumbent Senator Deb Fischer versus Dan Osborne. And there are 2 big issues there. First of all, is that the fact that Deb Fischer is running for a third term, because that's something she promised not to do. And the second issue is abortion. She opposes abortion rights. He supports abortion rights, but he's also aligned himself with Trump on the border and China. Zinclair?
Ann Thompson. Ann, thanks so much. We'll check in later.
Absolutely. And coming up, with their campaigns coming to a close, did Harris and Trump get their messages across to voters? The big takeaways from this election cycle next, coming up on NBC News Daily.
Closer to the Gaza border. The story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Well, Election Day is finally here, and it's been a long race for the White House with a lot of twists and turns.
Fortunately, we have some political insiders here to talk about how both the Trump and Harris campaigns have closed out the final days. Here with us on set, NBC News political analyst Maria Teresa Kumar, the president and CEO of Voto Latino, an organization that endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, and Mark Short, a Meet the Press political analyst and former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Thank you both so much for being here. So, Maria, I do want to start with you. It really seems like this race is going to come down to gender. We even heard Harris on a hot mic moment talk about wanting to mobilize men. So I want to ask you about women. Do we think Democrats have done enough to really get this voting bloc out?
I can share with you that the moment that Harris went on top of the ticket, the volume of folks that we saw starting to register at Voto Latino went through the roof. And we registered close to 250,000 folks. And of those, 70% of them are women and women under the age of 29. So it is something that we're seeing. It's a phenomenon that we haven't seen before. But I do think that at the end, one of her last rallies, she made the closing case that she's going to be the president for everyone. And so she is giving permission structures for men, saying, wait a second, I need to make sure that I'm voting, not just for myself, but for my daughters. And I believe that we're going to see a very similar phenomenon that we saw in 2022 during the midterm elections, when they said that was going to be a massive red wave. And in fact, what we saw was a lot of independent, moderate white men saying, no, I'm voting for the rights of my family.
Mark, let me ask about men, because obviously former President Trump has really been targeting, especially young men, with a lot of the podcasts that he did. He got advice from his son Barron on who to talk to. Do you think it's worked? Do you think President Trump will galvanize the male vote?
I think he will. I do think that there are a lot of disaffected male voters out there, and some that are less prone to vote. But I don't know the strategy has to be an either or. I think a better strategy is both. And I sort of feel like that it appears that where the Trump campaign is suffering is in suburban America. And there are more women voters than there are male voters. And so I think a strategy that targets unlikely male voters at the risk of potentially losing reliable women voters is perhaps one that's doesn't add up to well.
That's really interesting. And I mean, as we talk about gender, we can't not talk about race. Maria, of course, you're president and CEO of Voto Latino. Latinos historically have supported Democrats through and through, but it looks like the tide may be shifting. So I wonder if you can put on a critical lens for your party. Where are Democrats falling short when it comes to the Latino vote, the Hispanic vote?
So one of the things that we saw is that the polls are not actually reflecting on how people are seeing in early voting. I can share with you in Pennsylvania, they just came out with a poll, the Hill came out with a poll and basically found that 64% of Latino voters in Pennsylvania intend to vote for Kamala Harris. That wasn't the case before the Madison Square Garden hit, to be honest. And I do think that if we're going to talk about later on what was the October surprise, I think that was the October surprise.
The comedian who made the joke about Puerto Rico.
Who made the joke about Puerto Rico, and that there was no rebuttal right away. And I think that really galvanized the community in a way of saying, wait a second, you were talking about a whole people. You're talking about Latinos, Puerto Ricans, and people are heeding that call. I was door knocking all this weekend. I can tell you that in Pennsylvania, I can tell you that the anger and frustration and sadness coming from people saying, how can he call us that? And now I think that we're going to see it with political repercussions.
Mark, at the same time, the economy, immigration, those are the issues that seem to be driving people toward former President Trump. I've heard you say that he in this environment should have a landslide. And if he doesn't, it says something about your Republican Party.
I think it is an indictment on the party right now. I mean, the reality is it's also 70% of America feels we're on the wrong track. I think that sets up for what should be a significant Republican victory. But it seems that there hasn't been as much focus on border issues, on the economy. The last closing messages, the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of distraction on fluoride in your water, or getting rid of vaccinations, or even the Madison Square Garden rally that I think got off message. And so I think that there'd been a better prosecution of what the Biden-Harris administration has done, the Republicans would be in a better position today.
Do you still expect he will win tonight?
I think that he has an enormously supportive base of support, but he also has a low ceiling. And so as you see a higher and higher turnout, that does not, I think, bode well for his campaign.
Of course, Kate mentioned who will win that 270 map. I wonder, is there one state from both of you that you're watching tonight?
For me, it's Pennsylvania. And I think that it was the one that was one of the most difficult ones in 2020, 2016. And we are seeing a shift of the Latino voter that was kind of on the fence, getting mobilized in very different energy.
I'd say in addition to Pennsylvania, I would say Michigan and North Carolina. I think those are two states to watch because North Carolina's had significant demographic shifts recently.
All right. Maria, Teresa, Kumar, and Mark Short, thank you both.
Appreciate you guys. There is much more election coverage coming up.
So don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Looks like a SpaceX technology that may think, wow, we've got these things in the private sector. We should leverage the private sector and the advantages of what they innovate. But also with the things like this is going to be hard. It's going to take quite a bit of financing. So why don't we set up a program that don't really get in the way of the private sector companies, but we help finance these technologies, which is how SpaceX basically became successful. The cost program, fantastic. Right now, that's even as well too. So the future
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine, part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this.
Because they feel that they can trust the people who are doing it or the technology.
Well, every 4 years, NBC News picks a group of talented young journalists to serve as what we call campaign embeds. They fan out across the country, covering campaign speeches, policy platforms, issues most important to voters.
The job is not an easy one. This year, 9 NBC News journalists were on the road for months at a time, racking up those airline miles, probably not sleeping much, and serving as our eyes and ears on the ground in battleground states. And joining us now are 2 of those embeds. Emma Barnett is in Pennsylvania, and Alex Tabbitt is in Arizona. First of all, we are so proud of you both. I know that Kate and I know you individually, and it's so incredible to see how far you've both come. Emma, I want to start with you in Pennsylvania. What's a typical day in the life for an embed?
Zinkley, it's hard to describe a typical day in the life, but as campaign embeds, we get to write the first draft of history with a front row seat, whether that means covering campaign rallies, speaking to thousands of voters across the country, or doing our own enterprise reporting. Our goal is to always have our finger on the pulse of this election. And as you mentioned, over the past 18 months, we've really been living in suitcases across the country. I'll share some of my stats for you. In just this past year, I have spent nearly 180 nights in hotels. I've taken more than 90 flights. I've driven tens of thousands of miles across the country. I've reported from 20 different states, interviewed thousands of voters, and as you mentioned, have had countless sleepless nights. And it's all been leading up to today, Election Day. And it has been such a privilege and an honor to cover this election and do what we do best as journalists: report the facts, ask tough questions, and share the stories behind this election.
Yeah, if you saw any of my sitting with voters after the debates on NBC, that was because of Emma. She found all those voters for us. Alex, let me turn to you. Your job before was here on NBC News Daily. You were an associate producer. We miss you so much. I know your life is different. What is the day-to-day, and what's today like for you?
Well, I remember when I first started this job, it was in July of 2023. I was in Iowa covering the Iowa caucuses. It was a Saturday morning, and I decided I wanted to go on a jog. And about 3 miles into the jog, I'm moving and grooving, listening to music. I feel a vibration on my phone, and the Iowa Republican Party had announced the date of the Iowa caucuses. And that's big news in the political world, and that was very big news for somebody who was sent to Iowa to cover the Iowa caucuses. So 3 miles in, I turned around and sprinted back to my desk to try to write an article about it. Luckily, my colleague Jillian Frankel was with her computer, and she was able to get a head start. We worked on it together. But that was the last day that I spent time without my computer or without my camera nearby. And I've been using a lot of treadmills recently, Kate and Sinclair.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I'm sure you both have so many memorable moments, but also, selfishly, I kind of want to know the travel hacks and tips or something that surprised you. So, Emma, you first, and then we'll go to Alex.
Something that surprised me is how important it is, even in your crazy busy days, to be able to fit in even just 20 minutes of exercise. It really is remarkable how much of a difference it makes to go to the gym, do a quick Peloton ride, run on the treadmill, and it also makes you stronger because the gear we're carrying around is really heavy. So you got to be ready to lift it up on those airplanes.
Yeah. Alex, what about you? Things you didn't expect?
Plenty of things I did not expect. In Iowa, just a couple days before the caucuses, a massive snowstorm hit the state, and all the major candidates, except for the one that I was covering, canceled their events. So I went to Vivek Ramaswamy's first, second, third, and fourth political events. And on my way to the fifth political event, I heard a thud. I got stuck on the highway. I called 911, trying to figure out what to do. because I looked at the dashboard and I noticed it was negative 15 degrees outside. But luckily there was a nearby farmer who took me in, who gave me shelter, who helped shovel me out of the snow. And what I really learned from that experience is the kindness and the generosity of the American people, something I will never forget and will always cherish. Kate,
That is a great way to end, Alex. Humanity, right? We're all the same inside.
Absolutely.
Alex Tabbitt, Emma Barnett, thank you guys. I hope you get some sleep tonight.
Yes. If not tonight, maybe in the coming weeks.
In a couple days.
Thank you.
Oh, guys, thank you. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Sinclair Samoa. Thank you so much for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and be sure to stay with NBC News for Complete Decision 2024 coverage tonight. We start at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
I've seen also illegal cheese trying to solve everything. But also organizations that have 10,000 people. It's just not, that's not all. Like one of our original sponsors, my good friend, he's got fantastic ideas about like the right size teams that really innovate. And there is an offer things there, so you get enough lots of this idea that this person over the bureaucratic so one of the ways that this is one of the challenges is that everything is leaning towards like I have to have like a big slate where like teams just execute because of the scale of the project. The fact that now technology is financing innovation, we're driving really towards smaller systems, a lot of different systems, and that's one of the only way to make it faster is modularizing parts of the project. So it's another difficulty in fusion is that you tend to look at this as like, oh, it's really just a plasma consistent state, and then you get this energy. No, because in the end, you get years of the different problems of making that, and then making it as separate as possible, and extracting energy, and then you're burning it, and you're saying that the separate those are, the better they are, because you get parallel paths that basically really give you that's not really fusion, right? This is the way that we attack those complex technological and integrated technological challenges.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Happy Election Day, everyone. I'm Sinclair Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Today is the day. Millions of voters from coast to coast are casting their ballots on this election day. This presidential race could be one of the closest in U.S. history. How both candidates are spending their days before the returns come in.
Vote Watch. We have our team fanned out across must-win states, what they're seeing and hearing from voters on the ground.
Protecting voters, law enforcement officials nationwide are on high alert today. The biggest threats they're monitoring and from whom.
And beyond our borders, the result of today's vote in the U.S. will impact way more than the United States, the consequences that it could have on our closest allies and our adversaries.
Well, it is so good to be with you and in a different location today.
We're in Studio 1A today for you. Welcome.
Yes, so good to be with you. And we're going to start our coverage of Election Day 2024. Somehow, it's finally here.
Somehow. The presidential campaigns are over, and now it is up to the American people. Voters have been lining up from coast to coast all day long. The first polls will close in a matter of hours. Former President Donald Trump voted this morning in Florida. The former president spoke to reporters after casting his ballot.
We had a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one.
Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, also voting this morning in Ohio.
Vice President Kamala Harris is in Washington, D.C. today. She voted by mail over the weekend. Her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, voted early last month. The vice president is urging everyone to get out and vote.
That's what my focus is right now today, I must admit, which is making sure everybody knows the power of their voice through their vote.
It is important to note that we may not know the winner of the presidential race tonight, especially if it's close. Election officials around the country are urging patience as all of the votes are counted. Our Decision 2024 coverage kicks off with the candidates. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is at Howard University in Washington, D.C., covering the Harris campaign, and NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Good to see you both. Gabe, let's start with you. Howard University, a historically black university, is the vice president's alma mater. She's expected to hold a watch party there tonight. So how are the Harris campaign feeling heading into these final hours?
Well, hi there, Zane Clay and Kate. Well, the Harris campaign is cautiously optimistic at this point, but they are being careful not to be too optimistic. They're saying that this is an extremely close race among all the 7 battlegrounds, but they are encouraged by some signs, including the early vote, which they say in places like North Carolina has been predominantly from women, and they feel they are better performing with that demographic. Now, Vice President Harris, as you said, is in Washington today. She spent the morning calling into radio stations, trying to get her message, her last-minute message out. She has been stressing that momentum is on our side. That's what she told voters with several rallies yesterday in Pennsylvania. And you mentioned Howard University, of course, her alma mater. It also has a lot of history for her. Back in 2019, it's where she announced her 2020 presidential bid. And she told an interviewer earlier today that the first time she ever ran for elected office was to be a representative here at Howard University. So if she were to win this election, it all come full circle.
And Dasha, let me go to you. We heard from the former president earlier today. He's also holding a watch party tonight in West Palm Beach. What's the feeling among Trump insiders right now?
Well, look, they're projecting confidence internally, similar to what Gabe said, is cautious optimism. The former president at his rallies yesterday said he believes he has a 95% chance of winning. Of course, we've all been seeing the polls. It's very, very tight. 95% is overshooting it by quite a lot. But one of the things that his allies are pointing to is that he has always done better than the polls set expectations for. And the fact that it is so close right now, they feel like is a really good sign for them. But the former president has also repeatedly cast doubt on the potential results of this election. He did that throughout his rallies yesterday. And he has basically had this message out there that his supporters that we talked to are very bought into, which is that the only way that he can lose is if there is cheating. He's especially sowing doubt about a process that could take a long time. If it takes longer than just tonight, which it very well could, because let's be clear, of election laws in these states that are part of the process, that there's nothing nefarious there. But he's been sowing doubt about these things taking a long time. This morning, though, he was asked by our great embed Jake Traylor if he would concede if he lost. And he did say that he would if it was fair, and said he feels like so far it has been fair. So this mix of confidence, but also sticking to that pattern of sowing some doubt without evidence, of course, that there has been any cheating, which there has not been any evidence of that.
Yeah, and we'll be heading to some polling sites later this hour. Appreciate all of that analysis. Dasha Burns, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
One of the most watched counties in America tonight will be Maricopa County, Arizona. That's a major swing county in a swing state.
Just take a look at these long lines in Scottsdale, which is in that county. It's a similar scene we've been witnessing all day long across the U.S.
NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz is in Scottsdale for us. And Liz, voters are not only weighing in on the president in this crucial battleground state. Remind us what else is on that 2-page long ballot you've got.
Hey guys, yeah, it's a very long ballot, which is leading to some of these long lines here at this polling location. We're at a very popular location here. You can see all these folks that have come out trying to make their last-minute pitches to voters as they walk into this polling center. The presidency also, of course, is something big that voters are voting on. Biden won this state by just 10,000 votes in 2020. People are saying it could be just as tight this time around. Voters are also voting for Senate. Republican Carrie Lake, who showed up here at this voting location a couple hours ago to energize supporters. She is running against Democrat Ruben Gallego. And then another critical thing on the ballot here, guys, is Proposition 139. This would enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution in Arizona. This is one of 10 states nationwide where abortion is literally on the ballot. And time again, we are hearing from voters who say that is the number one issue that is driving them to the polls. But where we are here in Scottsdale, this is a more conservative area, and voters time and time again also say that immigration is bringing them out to the polls as well. So it's expected to be very tight, guys.
Yeah, and that long ballot resulting in those long lines you described. But I hear a party bus is trying to help fix this problem. What's that looking like?
Yeah, you guys, I've never seen anything like this. This is a group, a conservative group, Turning Point Action, that has literally rented out a massive pink party bus, like a bachelorette-style bus, where they are shuttling people from here to a nearby polling location. In fact, they have their sign up here that says the Trump train. That's what they've dubbed it. They're getting people, bringing them somewhere else, all in an effort to get out the vote, and they're allowing anybody on it. Take a listen to this guy. He said he joined, and he's not even voting for Trump. You decided to hop on the bus?
Yeah, it was a free ride, and in the spirit of, just getting along with everybody, I'm a Kamala supporter, but here I am on the Trump train.
Just because why?
Well, I'm with someone that sees things differently than me, and we didn't want to get separated.
Now, this gentleman did say that once he got taken to this other location, that location ended up having some printer problems. The printer ran out of ink, and then it broke down, so it ended up taking just as long as if he had waited here. But again, guys, all of these creative efforts in this critical battleground state and county, people say so goes Maricopa County, so goes the state, all of these efforts to try to get out every single vote, guys.
And he got a nice ride with some music, from what I heard.
It did look fun.
It was great.
And snacks.
And snacks.
We love snacks. All right, let's head now to another key battleground state, Nevada.
Both presidential campaigns have spent time and money courting voters there, especially Latino voters.
NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us from outside the home of the NFL's Las Vegas Raiders. David, good to see you. So you are the largest polling place in the largest county in Nevada. How are things going there?
Yeah, this is a pretty unusual polling place, by the way. The Secretary of State and Clark County put a lot of effort into making this kind of a destination polling place for people. There's music, there's activities. We're right off the Las Vegas Strip, and it's worked. More than 1,000 people have voted here so far today. That's more than any other polling place in the county, and of course, Clark County has most of the population of Las Vegas. Now, it's really been a mix of voters here, the people that I've been talking to. I've talked to about equal numbers of Trump and Harris supporters, which reflects just how split this state is. I want to play you a little bit of sound of some of the folks I've spoken to. Take a listen.
I kind of didn't want to vote for either, but I'm like, we need change. I just feel like everything's getting so expensive, the cost of living. We have to work 2 jobs to make a living, and we don't think that's right.
Harris, at least, when it comes to Palestine, she's at least mentioned self-determination for Palestinians and stuff.
So that's a major issue for you?
Definitely.
Registered Republicans are a little bit ahead of registered Democrats right now in turnout, but a big black box is independents. There are a plurality of registered voters in Nevada, and we don't at this point know which way they're going to break. Guys?
Okay, David Noriega, thanks so much.
And be sure to join us tonight for complete Decision 2024 coverage. Want to remind you it starts at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. That's the streaming part on your NBC News Now. Then it picks up on your local NBC station at 4 p.m. Pacific time, 7 p.m. Eastern time. And then later tonight, I'll be anchoring overnight as well alongside Craig Melvin.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Walgreens is paying $100 million to resolve a lawsuit.
And Meta is extending its ban on political ads. Pippa Stevens joins us now. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. Well, Walgreens agreed to pay $100 million to settle a proposed class action lawsuit accusing it of overcharging customers for a decade when they bought generic drugs through private insurance, Medicare, or Medicaid. Plaintiffs accused the company of wrongly requiring insured customers to pay more than members of its prescription savings club. Amazon is launching AI-generated recaps for TV shows on Prime Video. The company said The feature, called X-Ray Recaps, will create short summaries of full seasons and episodes, even specific show segments. For now, Fire TV users can use the feature on all Amazon original shows, with support for additional devices coming by the end of the year. And Meta will extend its ban of political ads after today's election. It was supposed to expire just before midnight, but the social media giant says the ban will stay in place a little longer to prevent confusion and misinformation from spreading while votes are being counted. Google is also blocking election ads until polls close tonight. Kate and St. Clay, back to you.
Realizing that election night might not end on election night, right? We've been saying it all day. Pippa Stevens, thank you.
And coming up, the FBI issues a rare warning over 2 fake election videos circulating online. The clues all voters should be watching out for to separate fact from fiction. You're watching NBC News. Thank you.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back. There is a big focus on security and election disinformation at the polls today. Federal and local law enforcement officials are preparing for the possibility of political violence.
Already, the FBI says bomb threats have been made to polling locations in several different states, and the agency is also debunking a fake news clip that claimed the FBI was telling people to, quote, vote remotely due to terror threats. Joining us now is NBC News law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, alongside NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley. Tom, I'll start with you. What do we know about these bomb threats? I think we're calling them non-credible bomb threats in Georgia.
Well, that's right, Kate, and that's because it's been investigated by the FBI along with state officials in Georgia. They actually just put out a statement from the FBI Atlanta field office, which we can show you, effectively saying, look, they're aware of the bomb threats to polling locations, not only in Georgia, but we've received, Kate, really from different locales across the country, these threats as well, people reporting them, and they all appear to originate from Russian email domains. A little bit of an asterisk to that, of course, is possible for people to spoof where they're coming from, but I think for the FBI to say that, they have to have done some investigation that believes, in their eyes anyway, that it is credibly perhaps from those domains and perhaps from Russia itself.
To that end, Julia, let's bring you in, because Tom just mentioned this threat in Georgia seems to have come from a Russian email domain. What are we seeing in terms of foreign adversaries? I think of Russia in this election versus years prior.
I just posed that exact same question, Zinkley, to a senior advisor at CISA. They are the chief election security agency overseeing national trends threats to our elections. And I said, look, you've called Russia the chief foreign adversary threat in this election. Is it bigger now than we've seen in past elections? Remember, we've had evidence of this going back to the 2016 election, that Russia tries to meddle, sow chaos, distrust in the election in order to try to sow chaos in the United States. And they said, yes, that right now, Russia, what they're doing, this meddling, is on a greater scope and scale than they've seen in previous elections. And that out of all of the foreign adversaries, when you look at Russia, China, and Iran, that Russia shows the greatest degree of sophistication. They say that they're doing things like reaching out on messaging apps to specifically target certain demographics of Americans with false information, creating fake news websites. They have lists that go on of dozens of domains that are created by Russia to try to appear as if they're real news organizations, sometimes even being very local to try to target voters to make them think that they're seeing something that isn't actually true, like those videos. And Tom, as you scan the country right now, what other potential threats are law enforcement officials monitoring?
Well, it's a whole host of things, and really there's been a lot of political violence this year. I mean, as we all well know, the 2 attempts on Donald Trump, but there's been a lot of political violence that we've seen around the globe. We've seen it in both hemispheres. We've seen it in Europe. We've seen it in Africa. So I think the big question here is, as we move forward, is what can we expect in the next 24 hours? And I think there's 2 things that are going on right now. One, and an awful lot of threats that continue to come in, and arrests that have been made in the last 24 hours of people threatening polling workers or polling locations or state election officials. That's been very high, and my colleague Julia knows that all too well, crisscrossing the country, focusing on those threats and what polling centers have had to do to protect themselves from the anticipated threats and possible violence that they could get. And that leads us to really to the second component, which is this idea that as we go forward, if there's some sort of a question where it takes time for the results to come in, it takes time for news organizations or states to call those results of the election, that the disinformation that Julia talked about, whether it be from foreign actors such as Russia or people here in the United States, that could really ramp up and perhaps push people to violence. That's something we're going to be watching going forward.
Yeah, and Julia, briefly, this can all feel so existential. So what can an individual, a person, do if they see something online that they're not sure about or at a polling station?
I asked that question to the CISA director just last week, and she said that voters should look to their state and local officials. Just as we saw Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger do a press conference today about those bomb threats that allegedly come from Russia, he was able to get out in front of it far before we will see the FBI make a conclusion, far before we'll see CISA do anything publicly, because they want to leave this to state and locals. That is what they believe will give the most trust to voters, that there's no kind of federal overreach here in terms of deciding what's true and what's not true about elections.
Okay, Julia Ainsley and Tom Winter, thanks for your reporting. We appreciate it.
Still ahead, why hasn't America put a woman in the White House, and could that change tonight? Our Ali Vitale literally wrote a book on the topic. She'll be with us just ahead on NBC News TV.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Election day is finally here, and it's been a long, long race for the White House with a lot of twists and turns.
Fortunately, we have some political insiders here to talk about how both the Trump and Harris campaigns have closed out their final days. Here with us, NBC News political analyst Maria Teresa Kumar, the president and CEO of Voto Latino, an organization that endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, and Mark Short, a Meet the Press political analyst and former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Good to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. So, Mark, I do want to start with you. Some of our reporters covering the Trump campaign have noted some waning enthusiasm in his more recent rallies in these final days of the campaign. What are you hearing from Republicans?
I think that there's still a lot of enthusiasm for Trump among his core supporters. I think that it's been a long campaign. There's been a lot of rallies, so I wouldn't read too much into that, honestly. But again, I think that the challenge with the Trump campaign is that there's enormous strong support for him to make sure he has a very high floor, but he also has a low ceiling. And the question is, what can you do beyond that base to help you win?
And Maria, it's interesting because on the flip side, on the other campaign, the Harris campaign, you've got all this excitement, right? Last night it was Oprah and Lady Gaga and all kinds of people on the steps of the Philadelphia. Right, exactly. So there seems to be a lot of excitement, but is it possible that that's sort of overshadowing the real policy issues that people need to pay attention to if they're going to vote for her?
It's really interesting. And I think this is where it was a little bit hard for Trump. Trump has been campaigning for 9 years. She has been campaigning for 104 days, more or less. And so her job was to basically make sure that she could mobilize independent, moderate voters. And she got that message out soon. The fact that Liz Cheney came in and supported her really gave this amplification to her platform. But then she also needed to mobilize the 12 million more young new voters that were not even in the political game because they weren't eligible to vote in 2020. So when she started talking to Lady Gaga, she started using Bad Bunny. It was basically to break the balkanized information cycles that these young people don't consume. And so we're doing well, what does Bad Bunny have to do with any of it? He all of a sudden is sharing his message on TikTok to low information, low propensity voters, saying, hey, look over here. There's someone here on your side.
Who are less likely to vote.
Who are less likely to vote. And so in that sense, she's effectively learned how to use celebrity in a way that I haven't seen in a long time. Because I will tell you, when I was knocking on doors in Pennsylvania and Nevada and Arizona, heard the same things. My son wasn't sure if he was going to vote, but now all of a sudden he heard about it on TikTok, and he actually liked this idea that he's going to have to pay $35 for insulin. I didn't know that he was eligible. Stuff like that. So these new avenues of communication.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, former President Trump has also mobilized celebrity support. I think of Joe Rogan with the Top podcast. But it's not just about the presidential, right? We're also looking down ballot. The GOP has the chance to retake the Senate. Is that more important than the White House?
I wouldn't say it's more important, but I think it's equally important. I think the reality is that Republicans will retake the Senate. I think that's pretty much assured at this point. The question is, what is that margin? And that's if she's president, then that's going to be a big change for her as far as getting legislation through and also getting cabinet posts confirmed. But conversely, I think there's been less conversation about the notion people assume that whichever candidate wins the presidency will carry the House. And I'm not as confident on that because the Trump coalition he's carved into the traditional Democrat support in some minority districts, African-American, Latino areas. Not enough to carry a House district. Where he's bleeding supporters in the suburbs with a lot of swing districts. So he may carve into some support in Philly or Detroit to win those states, but you're losing those swing districts in the House. And so I think that either way, we're up with divided government.
Which makes it really hard to govern, right? Maria, the gender gap gets talked about a lot. former President Trump has had in polling a lot of strength among men, particularly young men, even some men of color. Do you think that Harris has done enough to combat that, or to try to pull those men to her, or is she going to lose men?
No, so I don't think she's going to lose men. I think that but what I do think is interesting, and that's what we were talking about in the back, in the green room, just to put the curtain aside, was this idea that Trump made an unforced error. He basically alienated a lot of women in his talk. And so people that were with him, women that were with him, all of a sudden are
when
not.
He said, I don't care.
When I don't care either way and stuff. So I do think that it's going to be an incredible analysis post-election, because what we have seen is, again, someone who's been campaigning for 9 years and one who's been campaigning for 100 days.
And to have where it all lands.
Exactly.
Mark Short, thank you both. You got a lot more ahead.
Still ahead, a long.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
It's the bottom of the hour now. We have much more Decision 2024 coverage coming up. But first, we want to check in on some of the other stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant. In a statement today, Netanyahu claimed that full trust is needed between the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense. There's been a growing rift between Netanyahu and Gallant as the war in the Middle East has pressed on. Gallant posted on social media saying in part that the security of the state of Israel was and will always remain the mission of his life. A new defense minister is already set to take his place.
After a strike that lasted more than 7 weeks, union machinists at Boeing have now come to a new deal with Boeing. The new contract will give workers a 39% wage increase over the course of 4 years. The Boeing machinists voted 59% in favor of the deal. It was the union's third vote since aircraft production had halted back in September. Boeing employees must return to work by November 12th.
And former NFL star Jason Kelce is apologizing for smashing a fan's cell phone. The incident was caught on video Saturday at Penn State University shortly before Kelce appeared on ESPN. Video posted on social media showed a fan using a homophobic slur to insult Jason's brother, Travis, and his relationship with pop star Taylor Swift. Jason Kelce responded by grabbing the fan's phone and smashing it onto the ground. Kelce later apologized last night on ESPN, saying that he is not proud of what he did.
All right, let's get right back to Election Day. Polls are open in all 50 states now and Washington, D.C.
Those countries, and we've spoken to people on the street. It's reflected in the opinions of people on the street. It is right that they have different views, but again, everybody is clear that the vote that America is engaged in today is going to have an impact globally.
Absolutely. Keir Simmons reporting on the global response to Election Day in Dubai. Thank you.
Well, even before we know the results, this election cycle has been historic in a lot of ways.
One of the biggest, the prospect that America could soon have its first female president. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is here with us in studio.
And Ali, you've done a lot of research on this topic because you wrote a book on the topic. It's called Electable: Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet.
Yeah.
The yet is important. Here we are on Election Day, and I don't want to be partisan about this. Nobody knows who's going to win tonight. But does it feel that there's a possibility there, and why?
It definitely feels like there's a possibility there because it's a 50-50 race. And so it is at this point a toss-up of who wins the presidency. And that means that Kamala Harris is once again potentially within striking distance. I say once again because we saw the same situation in 2016. Hillary Clinton making history as the first woman to win a major party nomination. Here's the difference for Kamala Harris. She is not the first to ever be in this position. That helps. And there have also been a lot of other women who have vied for the presidency. Yes, Hillary Clinton. Yes, people like Elizabeth Dole and others before her. But also the fact that you had 6 women running in the 2020 presidential primary. It's all about bridging the so-called imagination gap, letting people imagine what they've never seen before. And she, being the vice president too, has done more work in putting the bricks in that road.
Ali, beyond the record of other women who have run for office before, you're not new to this. You covered Harris when she first had her bid for the White House. I wonder, is she operating differently at all? What have you witnessed?
She herself, I think, is a much more confident candidate. You saw it in her early year in the vice presidency. She had a tough road, a lot of criticism for her. Some of it was fair, some of it absolutely wasn't. And we sort of pushed that out in real time. But as I wrote in my book, one of the things that people thought about then was when you're damned if you do and damned if you don't so often in your career, sometimes it's hard to trust your gut. What has happened in this White House over the course of her vice presidency is she's learned to trust her gut, but the issue set has also met her where she is. There is such an authenticity to being a woman talking about abortion care at this moment that really allows it to be a top issue for her while it's also one of the energizing issues around the country.
Let me ask you this, whether she wins or not tonight, could it help a future woman? You know, could what she's done so far, just to this point, be sort of a roadmap for a woman of any party?
Absolutely, because for every woman who runs for the presidency, but really for any office, they are all knowingly putting bricks in the road for whoever comes behind them. There is such a high stake and a balancing act to that, and we often talk about the high wire act that female candidates have to walk, the double standards. But I will tell you, the media is more primed, to call this stuff out right now in a way that I didn't necessarily see in 2020 and that I definitely don't remember seeing in 2016. And so that's a sign of progress in and of itself, the way that we are just allowing women to run and potentially win by their own merits. And the way she's running leans into that. She's not talking about breaking glass ceilings. She's not talking about being the first. She's just saying, hey, this is my issue set. This is why I think you should vote for me, and I want to win.
All right, Ali Vitale, great to have you. Thank you.
Guys, thanks. Still ahead, the road to the White House has been a long and winding one.
I'll take you through all the bumps and the turns, things you might have even, well, not that, but other things you might have forgotten about. It's all next on NBC News Day. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
No, what is in the drug supply?
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Believe it or not, we've officially reached the finish line in campaign season, and sometimes I think it felt like a blur, right?
Yeah, and one thing is for sure, even before we know the results, this election is already shaping America's future.
We believe in the promise of America.
Our country will be bigger, better, bolder.
It's an election fight that looks much different than when it began nearly 2 years ago to the day.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Donald Trump locked in the Republican nomination with ease, defeating a parade of challengers and battling a slew of legal cases.
That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts.
This is unprecedented for a former American president to be criminally convicted.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
His supporters undeterred, believing Trump could best tackle the economy and immigration.
I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up.
Initially set for a rematch against President Joe Biden.
I've still been one person ever beat Donald Trump.
They made history as the oldest major party presidential candidates ever in an American election. A concern for voters and whispers about Biden's mental fitness soon grew louder.
The special counsel referred to the president as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning, and elderly man with a poor memory.
My memory is fine.
But that first presidential debate in June set off 3 weeks of unprecedented political upheaval.
Look, I finally beat Medicare.
This night got off to a tough start for President Biden.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Calls for Biden to suspend his re-election campaign were sidelined by an unthinkable twist.
This is an NBC News special report.
Take a look at what happened.
The 45th president of the United States, injured but alive.
All of this unfolding with Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump at their convention.
With his ear bandaged, the former president making an emotional entrance just 2 days after the attempt on his life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
That same week, President Biden testing positive for COVID.
News broke of different Democratic leaders calling for the president to step aside.
My fellow Americans.
Days later, the president ending his re-election bid.
I revere his office. I love my country more.
Endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris and upending the race with just over 100 days until the election.
We choose freedom.
Democrats quickly energized by their first female nominee of Black and Indian descent. Harris showing strength on the issues of abortion rights and protecting democracy.
Our Ours is a fight for the future.
Trump pivoting to his new opponent.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
A convention coronation in August.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
Trump and Harris would meet for the first time in their only debate.
I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
And this famous falsehood.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
The vice presidential debate striking a different tone.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening, and I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agreed.
But the dangers of our nation's divisiveness still on display.
The FBI says there has been another possible attempt on former President Trump's life.
By fall, the critical battleground blitz amid one of the closest presidential races ever.
I'm a gun owner too.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
The razor-thin margin bringing out bold-faced names.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
President Trump must win.
Podcast interviews taking center stage. That Trump dance party going viral. And his Madison Square Garden rally sparking controversy.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Amid the fallout, the Trump campaign seizing on a Biden gaffe.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Harris caught on this hot mic moment talking to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer about male voters. While Trump tries to win over more women.
Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
After so many firsts, the last days of a campaign season like no other. And a reminder of what's most important.
Get everyone you know, you have to do it. You have to vote, vote, vote.
Your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power.
And there is much more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
The waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. The Haitian people know something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. There are some resilient folks in the
Well, every 4 years, NBC News picks a group of talented young journalists to serve as what we call campaign embeds. They fan out across the country, covering campaign speeches, policy platforms, issues most important to voters.
The job is not an easy one. This year, 9 NBC News journalists were on the road for months at a time, racking up those airline miles, probably not sleeping much, and serving as our eyes and ears on the ground in battleground states. And joining us now are 2 of those embeds. Emma Barnett is in Pennsylvania, and Alex Tabbitt is in Arizona. First of all, we are so proud of you both. I know that Kate and I know you individually, and it's so incredible to see how far you've both come. Emma, I want to start with you in Pennsylvania. What's a typical day in the life for an embed?
Zinkley, it's hard to describe a typical day in the life, but as campaign embeds, we get to write the first draft of history with a front row seat, whether that means covering campaign rallies, speaking to thousands of voters across the country, or doing our own enterprise reporting. Our goal is to always have our finger on the pulse of this election. And as you mentioned, over the past 18 months, we've really been living in suitcases across the country. I'll share some of my stats for you. In just this past year, I have spent nearly 180 nights in hotels. I've taken more than 90 flights. I've driven tens of thousands of miles across the country. I've reported from 20 different states, interviewed thousands of voters, and as you mentioned, have had countless sleepless nights. And it's all been leading up to today, Election Day. And it has been such a privilege and an honor to cover this election and do what we do best as journalists: report the facts, ask tough questions, and share the stories behind this election.
Yeah, if you saw any of my sitting with voters after the debates on NBC, that was because of Emma. She found all those voters for us. Alex, let me turn to you. Your job before was here on NBC News Daily. You were an associate producer. We miss you so much. I know your life is different. What is the day-to-day, and what's today like for you?
Well, I remember when I first started this job, it was in July of 2023. I was in Iowa covering the Iowa caucuses. It was a Saturday morning, and I decided I wanted to go on a jog. And about 3 miles into the jog, I'm moving and grooving, listening to music. I feel a vibration on my phone, and the Iowa Republican Party had announced the date of the Iowa caucuses. And that was big news in the political world, and that was very big news for somebody who was sent to Iowa to cover the Iowa caucuses. So 3 miles in, I turned around and sprinted back to my desk to try to write an article about it. Luckily, my colleague Jillian Frankel is with her computer, and she was able to get a head start. We worked on it together. But that was the last day that I spent time without my computer or without my camera nearby. And I've been using a lot of treadmills recently, Kate and Sinclair.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I'm sure you both have so many memorable moments, but also selfishly, I kind of want to know the travel hacks and tips or something that surprised you. So Emma, you first, and then we'll go to Alex.
Something that surprised me is how important it is, even in your crazy busy days, to be able to fit in even just 20 minutes of exercise. It really is remarkable how much of a difference it makes to go to the gym, do a quick Peloton ride, run on a treadmill, and it also makes you stronger because the gear we're carrying around is really heavy. So you got to be ready to lift it up on those airplanes.
Yeah. Alex, what about you? Things you didn't expect?
Plenty of things I did not expect. In Iowa, just a couple days before the caucuses, a massive snowstorm hit the state, and all the major candidates, except for the one that I was covering, canceled their events. So I went to Vivek Ramaswamy's first, second, third, and fourth political events. And on my way to the fifth political event, I heard a thud. I got stuck on the highway. I called 911, trying to figure out what to do. Because I looked at the dashboard and I noticed it was negative 15 degrees outside. But luckily there was a nearby farmer who took me in, who gave me shelter, who helped shovel me out of the snow. And what I really learned from that experience is the kindness and the generosity of the American people, something I will never forget and will always cherish.
Oh, that is a great way to end, Alex. Humanity. We're all the same inside.
Absolutely.
Alex Tabbitt, Emma Barnett, thank you guys. I hope you get some sleep tonight.
Yes. If not tonight, maybe in the coming week.
In a couple of days.
Thank you.
Oh, guys, thank you. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zaclea Samoa. Thank you so much for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily, and be sure to stay with NBC News for Complete Decision 2024 coverage tonight. We start at 5 p.m. Eastern, streaming on our streaming network, NBC News Now.
Inside Iran, from Israel to Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Barbara continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. It's just like we just get to see what's
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. It is Election Day in America. I am Kristen Welker at NBC News headquarters in New York, and voters are voting across the country, casting their ballots with the first poll set to close in less than 3 hours. In-person voting kicking off bright and early in Dixfield Notch, New Hampshire, as is tradition, with the town's 6 registered voters casting their ballots at midnight. The results? A tie, folks. A small example of just how close this presidential race could be. Today, both Vice President Harris and former President Trump are off the campaign trail after making their final pitches to battleground voters overnight. Mr. Trump spending Election Day in his home state of Florida, where he and his wife Melania voted earlier today. The former president briefly speaking to reporters and telling our own Garrett Hake that he has no regrets about his campaign.
Look, regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the 3. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
Now, it comes after Mr. Trump closed his campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan, the same place he finished his campaign in 2016 and 2020. Last night, mixing optimism with unsubstantiated claims about voting machines, along with familiar attacks on his opponents.
With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. Look, it's the ball's in our hands. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it. We win. If we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind. I'm not running against Kamala. I'm running against an evil Democrat system. These are evil people.
Meanwhile, Vice President Harris was in Philadelphia last night urging voters to turn the page on the Trump era and nodding to the city's most famous underdog.
Here at these famous steps, a tribute to those who start as the underdog and climb to victory. We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. However, the race ain't over yet. And we must finish strong. And this could be one of the closest races in history.
And just moments ago, the vice president hopping on the phone with voters during an unscheduled visit to a Democratic phone bank at DNC headquarters. She will spend tonight at her election headquarters at her alma mater, Howard University, this morning talking to Georgia Radio about the significance of that location.
The first office I ever ran for was freshman class representative at Howard University. And to go back tonight to Howard University, my beloved alma mater, and be able to hopefully, recognize this day for what it is really, it's full circle for me. And if elected, I'll be the first HBCU president.
It is now a waiting game, folks, to see what voters will decide, not just in the presidential election, but also which party will control Congress, as well as closely watched ballot measures, including abortion on the ballot in 10 different states. And with voters at times braving very long lines to exercise their right to vote, here's what some voters told NBC News about why they turned out today.
To have my voice heard and let it be known that I am an American. If I said home, that's just a vote I'm throwing away.
I think the country really is at stake. I think the divisive politics in the country at this time is really a detriment to our country.
I kind of didn't want to vote for either, but I'm like, we need change. I just feel like everything's getting so expensive.
I just took my time and looked at each candidate, and not only for the upper echelon, like the president, but also, the district leaders and everything like that.
I feel a weight lifted now that I've done it, so I'm just anxious to see the results.
Always so great to hear from the voters. First polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so if you're watching us right now, there is still time to go out and vote. All throughout the hour, we'll be checking with our team of NBC News reporters who are on the ground, fanned out across the country, following the candidates and speaking to voters at polling places in the biggest battlegrounds. And starting us off, Dasha Burns following Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. Gabe Gutierrez is with Kamala Harris at Howard University, Washington, D.C. In the battleground states, Julie Sirkin in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Blaine Alexander in Fulton County, Georgia, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Priscilla Thompson in Surprise, Arizona. Thank you all for starting us off. Dasha, I am going to start with you. We heard what former President Trump had to say. He said he thinks it's the best campaign he's ever run. What's the mood inside the campaign, Dasha?
Hey, Kristen, cautious optimism is the phrase buzzing around Trump staffers and allies. The former president himself said multiple times yesterday he believes that he has a 95% chance of winning. Of course, we've seen the polls. That is overshooting it by quite a lot, but it is an incredibly tight race. I also just heard from a campaign advisor who was on the plane with the former president yesterday, giving a bit of color of the mood on on that plane after his final rally of his near decade as a candidate. This source telling me that the former president got a, quote, second wind, even though this was middle of the night, 3 in the morning, landing here at 6 a.m. in Palm Beach. She said he was boisterous on the plane. He was having conversations the entire time with folks on the plane, and that he had something quippy and personal to say to each of the close members of his campaign staff. They also told me that backstage before the rally, the staff and the family were really emotional, almost getting teary-eyed while telling me about that, and that really meant a lot to former President Trump to have his children there with him on that final day of campaigning as well, Kristen.
Yeah, extraordinary to think of how much time he has been on the campaign trail, Dasha, that's for sure. So take me inside their strategy. What do they see as their best path to victory? And can he get to the White House without winning Pennsylvania?
It's an excellent question. Pennsylvania is that gold prize. The thing tonight that they're watching for most closely is really North Carolina and Georgia, because we do think we'll get those results a little faster than we will get those blue wall states coming through. And boy, does he need North Carolina. He won it both in 2016 and 2020, and he needs it again. Otherwise, the math gets a little bit dicey. He does have other paths besides Pennsylvania. He isn't able to win that, but of course, that's the one that both Harris and Trump has visited most often, most electoral votes, and it's been the thing to put a lot of presidents over the edge, Kristen.
Yeah, Democrat hasn't won there since 2008. We could actually get results for North Carolina to right, Dasha, and you set the stakes very well for how important that state is. Thank you so much, Gabe Gutierrez. Let's head over to you. Well, we heard the vice president in that interview earlier today. How is she spending her day? What's the mood inside her campaign?
Hi there, Kristen. Well, we are here at Howard University, as you mentioned, and as you said, this has huge significance for Vice President Harris, her alma mater, of course. Behind me, the stage is being set. You might be able to hear the sound check. The music's about to kick in here, but this is so significant for her, not just because it's the alma mater, but back in 2019, Kristen, she also announced a presidential bid back then as well. Now, the mood inside the Harris campaign, and to borrow a phrase from Dasha, look, the Harris campaign is also cautiously optimistic. That's something that you often hear from campaigns, not trying to sound too jubilant at this point, but we have been hearing from Vice President Harris over the last several days, really during her swing throughout Pennsylvania yesterday, that the momentum, they feel the momentum is on their side. And that's something we've been hearing more and more in these last several hours, although the campaign does feel that this is still extremely close around those 7 battleground states. Still, they feel more optimistic about what they're seeing in Georgia, what they're seeing in North Carolina, and specifically the turnout in North Carolina. They feel that because more than 50% of the early turnout so far has been women, they feel, in their view, that that is tracking towards them. But as Dasha was saying, the most obvious path for Vice President Harris is, of course, those blue wall states, but they feel they are competing right now in razor-thin margins in all 7 of the battlegrounds, Kristen.
Well, Gabe, speaking of those blue wall states, a Michigan Democrat told me they are nauseously optimistic. So it gives you a sense of how close this race is.
Nauseously, yes.
Exactly.
Hearing that a lot too.
Yeah, it's how close this race is. Let's talk about African-American men in all of this, because we know that there has been a concern that she hasn't been getting the numbers that she needs with African-American men, a critical part of the Biden coalition. For example, we know former President Barack Obama was out trying to energize them. She rolled out an agenda specifically for Black men. How do they feel as though their get out the vote efforts are panning out today?
Well, look, the campaign does feel it's going extremely well. You just saw Vice President Harris just a few moments ago at the DNC for that photo op at that phone bank. Now, campaign officials are trying to brush off those stories that enthusiasm is low among young Black men. They're brushing them off as sort of overblown. But you can't deny, Kristen, that the campaign has been focusing on that demographic quite a bit over the last several weeks. Former President Obama also voicing that concern in one of those stops. And look, for First Lady Michelle Obama was also out making that case. So they have been going towards that demographic quite a bit, trying to get them out to the polls in these last several days. They feel that it has been working. They're very encouraged by the early turnout numbers, but not just black men. We saw yesterday they're really going after Puerto Ricans in places like Pennsylvania. They think that that could be the key in order to win such an important blue wall state, Pennsylvania, Kristen.
Well, Dave, I know we've all got a long night ahead. Thank you so much for your reporting on the ground there from outside of Howard University. Julie Sirkin, let me turn to you now. You are in Pittsburgh, in the all-important battleground state of Pennsylvania. I just spoke to an election official in the Philadelphia area who said that there was robust turnout there. What are you hearing? What are voters telling you today?
Kristen, robust turnout here as well. Election officials here, state representatives I talked to a couple of minutes ago telling me that they have surpassed both in mail-in ballot numbers and, of course, the people who are showing up at the polls, not only where I am right now in northwest suburbs of Pittsburgh, but really throughout the entirety of Allegheny County, which is really a blue island surrounded by red counties that have trended even more red over the last couple of elections. I spoke to one Democratic official here familiar with how this area operates and works, and he told me that in order for Harris to win Pennsylvania, he's got to outperform the way Biden did in Allegheny County. He got 59%. They say Harris needs to meet that or exceed it. If she gets anything under 55%, around the number that Hillary Clinton got in 2016, she's in trouble in the state. I talked to a lot of voters as well. In a swingy state, you get swingy opinions. Take a listen to the key demographic for both parties, which is suburban women.
I voted straight Democrat, which I've pretty much always done. I'm just afraid of what would happen if Trump got in.
I feel his way is going to be really crazy, and I just would fear not only for my democracy, but I'm old, my children, my grandchildren, my grandchildren's children, and that's how I really looked at it. It was really important.
Voted straight Democrat.
Yeah,
I'm a lifelong Republican because I feel that although she doesn't represent all my values, she represents more of them than the Republicans do right now. And I'm very concerned about the split in the Republican Party. And until they fix that, I can't consider myself a true Republican anymore.
Now, that woman you heard from, her name is Diane. She's 65 years old. She told me she, for example, is anti-abortion, but that issue is so important for her because she believes in choice. That is something we've heard often here. We, of course, also heard from Trump voters, including a 19-year-old first-time voter who decided to vote for the former president.
Just fascinating, Julie Sirkin. Fantastic interviews. Great reporting on the ground there. Thank you. Blaine Alexander, let me turn to you. It's so great to have you back just in time for Election Day. You're there in Fulton County. Georgia's Secretary of State office says more than half of all active voters in the state cast their ballots early. So talk about turnout today, and welcome back, my friend.
Thank you so much. Good to be back with you. And I've got a little bit going on here in Georgia. So yes, absolutely. We're talking about more than half of the registered voters here in the state had already cast a ballot by the time polls opened this morning. And so that really does kind of have an impact on Election Day. Why is that? Because 4 million people, more than 4 million people had already cast their ballot. I've got to say, Kristen, that among our team, we have visited more than a dozen polling locations throughout the day across Metro Atlanta. We have not seen any lines. I've talked to people and they said that the wait time has ranged from about 15, 20 minutes early this morning to less than 5 minutes. That's really what we're hearing from people across the state. And that is a large reflection of what we saw, that record-breaking early voting turnout. Now, as for the ballots we've seen cast today, the Secretary of State about an hour or so ago said that they've had more than 700,000 people just today come out and cast those ballots. So what does that mean in terms of how the state may go? Well, I spoke with one senior Democrat official here in the state, and they say that they're watching two things: who is voting and where people are voting. Now, because of that early vote turnout, they're getting a lot of that. A lot of those eyes, as we've talked about, has been focused on Black voters. Here in Georgia, the early vote turnout, more than 1 million Black voters have cast their ballot. That is a state record. That's a very large number, and that's something that they're watching very closely. The question now, of course, is who's coming out today. The other thing, Kristen, that I think is important to point out is when we will start to see results. You'll remember, of course, back in 2020, Georgia wasn't haven't called for more than a week after Election Day. Well, this time around, state law mandates that all counties have to start tabulating those early votes and many of the absentee ballots, most of the absentee ballots by 8 p.m., an hour after polls close. So that means that we should see a good majority of those votes start to be tabulated very quickly tonight, Kristen.
Just fascinating stuff from the ground there in Georgia. Blaine, thank you so much. Great to see you. Shaq, let me turn to you now. In all-important Milwaukee, what are voters telling you there? What Blaine is saying that the wait time not as long as you might anticipate there, likely because there were so many early votes. What are you seeing in Milwaukee?
Well, Kristen, despite the rain that you may see and hear around me, it's been a steady flow of people going at this polling location. The clerk actually told me this morning there was a line of people that went on about an hour long, so that shows some of the enthusiasm that you have here. One of my favorite conversations was a voter who said he was undecided until this morning. He decided to take 2 laps around this park here, and that's when he ultimately made a decision. He went to back Vice President Kamala Harris, but I want you to listen to some of the other conversations I had with folks today. Are you willing to share who you supported in this election?
Sure. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. Why Donald Trump?
I just think we need a change, and I think that, trying to grow in my career and things like that, some of the things that I feel that he can set forth and that he had in the past could be done again.
Okay, Trump. JD Vance. Absolutely. Why those two? The Democrats have, I want to say, overpromised and underdelivered the Black community for decades, and I'm sick and tired of it, and I want to see a change.
We need to preserve and restore certain democratic freedoms. I really want to see us moving forward and not going backwards. To me, Harris was the clear choice to keep things free in the U.S.
Now, as you saw in some other states, there was also a high number of early vote in Wisconsin. The problem is that early vote was just able to start getting processed today, so that may lead to some delays once we get in the reporting phase later this evening, Kristen.
Well, it's always, again, just so fascinating to hear from the voters. It is their day. Shaq Booster, thank you for bringing us those great interviews. Priscilla, you're out in Arizona, still relatively early out west, but how has voter turnout been there so far?
Yeah, Kristen, we just got an update from Maricopa County saying that nearly 150,000 voters have checked in across the county today. That's adding to the more than 2 million who voted early. And I want to just give you a look inside of a voter's shoes. They're walking up and they are getting Harris supporters offering them voter guides. There are Trump supporters here also offering their voter guides. So trying to capture what any voters who may be undecided before they hit this point, and then they are walking in all on their own. There are about 80 people in line right now. We've been out here talking to a lot of these voters, and I want to play a little bit of some of what we're hearing. Take a listen.
People are dying. Women that's can't carry a child, needing to have this child taken out, and you're telling me this woman has to die because the doctors are scared, which is totally understandable. That's horrible to me, and that's putting everybody's life at risk.
Our economy, our country's going bankrupt, and if we vote democratically, we are going to be in a worse situation than we are now. They don't care about the borders. They don't care about the American people.
And a ballot measure protecting the right to abortion is on the ballot here. So we've heard a lot of passion from Democrats who are turning out on that issue, but also Republicans talking about immigration and the economy, and just that they believe Donald Trump will take the country in the right direction. So we will see how it all turns out here in many more hours when polls close here very late, 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Kristen.
Fascinating interviews, and so important to remind our viewers that there is an abortion ballot measure. It will be very interesting to see how that impacts turnout and the ultimate results. Priscilla Thompson, great stuff. Thank you from Battleground, Arizona, and thanks to our entire team for an incredible start. We have got much more Election Day coverage to get to coming up. I'll talk to California's senator and a longtime ally to Vice President Harris about the state of the presidential race and the fight for Senate control. Senator LaFonza Butler joins me next, live from the Harris campaign's election headquarters. Plus, stay tuned for even more or special election night coverage straight ahead. It all kicks off at 5 p.m. Eastern with live analysis as the very first exit polls start coming in right here on NBC News Now. You're watching a very special Election Day edition of Meet the Press Now. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, Vice President Harris and former President Trump have wrapped up their final battleground blitz, and now the wait for results begins. Either candidate could make history tonight if elected. Vice President Harris could become the first female president of the United States, while former President Trump would be just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. Joining me now from the Harris headquarters is Democratic Senator from California and Harris campaign co-chair, LaFonza Butler. Senator Butler, thanks so much for joining us on Election Day. We really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Thanks so much.
So take us inside the campaign. What is the mood? An official in Michigan described it as nauseously optimistic to me. How are you feeling?
Look, I don't know that I've been nauseously optimistic. What we know is that we have made a high-quality case to the American people in a very short period of time. We are feeling like voters understand what is the opportunity in front of us tonight to write the next chapter of the great American story, and I think they're prepared to do their part. And so we are optimistic. We feel good. We feel good about the effort that we put in, and now it's in the hands of the American people.
It is the voters' day. Let me ask you this. Vice President Harris has spent really these final weeks of her campaign trying to appeal to moderate voters. She's been campaigning, of course, with former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. She's been really touting a message of democracy, arguing that former President Trump is a threat to the democracy. She has been talking about other issues like reproductive rights and the economy. But again, a lot of the focus has been on the democracy. Do you think that was a mistake? Is that the best issue to turn out the base and to energize voters to go to the polls today?
Look, as you noted, Kristen, the vice president has been, really speaking to all voters, and the communication about the sacredness of our democracy really speaks to the patriotic spirit that we know the American people have. We love this country. We want to protect this democracy for future generations. And I think the vice president is right and has made a very strong case about the value of our democracy and what we owe to the next generations. And we've got to be speaking to that. Young voters matter. It will matter in this election. There's so many people who've come before us, who have fought for the right to vote, who have protected this democracy on battlefields across the world. And so I think that she is making a strong case about the greatness of America and and the opportunity that we have in front of us to save it, to preserve it, and to hand it over to future generations, this next generation of leadership.
There had been some concern that African-American men were not supporting her, the same numbers that they supported President Biden, former President Barack Obama. Do you think that the campaign that Harris surrogates have done enough leading into this election day to energize African-American men around her?
Kristen, let me be the first to say thank you to every African-American man that has already cast their ballot and who is going to be going to cast their ballot tonight. Not only are they supporting Vice President Harris, but they support the Vice President and Democrats, traditionally second only to Black women. And so I want to salute their commitment to preserving this country and this democracy, for fighting for a government that will work for everyone. And I think the campaign the vice president has introduced policies for the first time in history in the presidential campaign that speaks directly to them. And I think that we will see tonight the power of Black men and frankly the role that they've always played in presidential elections.
What do you make of former President Trump's closing argument? He has spoken about issues like the economy and immigration, but there's also been a lot of rhetoric. Some would call it dark rhetoric. In some cases, he even invoked violence. What do you make of that closing message?
Look, it's the same old tired message. For the last 9 years, the American people have been listening to Donald Trump denigrate women and people with disabilities. We have, heard his, cries of antagonism and dismissal of people who may think differently than him. We've heard his whining, frankly, about things that may not go his way, and we're done with this. The vice president has made this point 23 times in the last week. The American people are done with his tired old story. And if that's the best argument that he's got to close, then I think the choice before the American people tonight is a very clear one.
Senator, what are the plans within the Harris campaign if former President Trump prematurely declares victory tonight, as he did in 2020?
Look, I think what we are trying to do is let the voices of the American people be heard through their vote. We are prepared to be patient. We are prepared to defend and protect the rights of every American to have their vote counted and to have their voice heard. We know that the former president has been laying the groundwork to do exactly what you just said, to declare early victory, to create chaos and confusion, but that's the only tool he's got. And so rest assured, we have a top-notch legal team, voter protection attorneys all over the country, hotlines that are ready to go for voters to call into. Go to iwillvote.com and find all of the information that you need. But we are, again, prepared to be patient and ensure that every voice, every vote of the American people is cast and counted.
All right, Senator Butler, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kristen.
Coming up next, you are looking at live pictures of Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll get the view from a top Trump campaign official next, amid new concerns from Trump allies about the campaign's ground game. We'll delve into all of that. You're watching a very special edition, Election Day, right here on News Now. Meet the Press Now.
Well, from what I heard, Pete said he is like very proud of it. You guys. But there was somebody above getting
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back. We just heard from the Harris campaign headquarters. Let's now turn to the Trump campaign. Joining me now is Trump campaign press secretary Caroline Leavitt. Caroline, thanks so much for being here on Election Day. I know it's a busy time for all of you.
Thanks for having us, Kristen. We appreciate it.
So we really appreciate your being here. Let's dive right in. So all of the campaign stops are now over. Give me the mood inside the Trump campaign, the mood for former President Trump as you all await results.
The mood is very optimistic here at the Trump campaign headquarters. We are cautiously confident that President Trump is going to win this election tonight. When we've been looking at the early voting data over the past couple of weeks during this early voting period, Republicans have been outpacing Democrats in many of the key battleground states. And what we're hearing across the country today is that turnout is exceptionally high, especially in rural areas. So all signs point to President Trump's supporters showing up at the polls, and we're just continuing to encourage people throughout the day to get out and to vote and to stay in line if you are in line. We understand some of the lines in these key battleground counties and states can be particularly long today, but we're encouraging everyone to stay in line to cast their ballot for President Trump.
Well, let me ask you something about what Charlie Kirk said. He, of course, is a Trump supporter. Part of the ground game is being conducted by Charlie Kirk, Turning Points USA. Here's what he tweeted earlier today. He said, turnout is mixed and not where we want it to be. We need more people to vote. We can't let turnout flatline. What do you make of that, Caroline? Does that concern you? Does it concern the former president?
No, as I said earlier, we are hearing that turnout is high, particularly in rural America. Turnout is low in urban America. But again, as Charlie, I think, was trying to say with that tweet, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but look, we are not taking anything for granted. And that's why we have been doing GOT efforts here at the Trump campaign headquarters, continuing to call voters and encourage them to get out the polls. We believe in our ground game. We have spent months training hundreds of thousands of volunteers across the country who are responsible for turning out low propensity voters in their respective communities. So we trust our ground game, we trust our people on the ground, and we're continuing to work to get voters out to the polls. So again, we are cautiously confident that as long as President Trump's supporters continue to show up as we have seen them do throughout the morning and the early afternoon today, then we're going to win tonight.
Well, you're right. It's all going to come down to those low propensity voters. I know there has been so much focus on making sure they do turn out to vote. I have been talking to some allies of the former president who are somewhat concerned that the ground game was outsourced to some extent. Do they have reason to be concerned? We're getting a lot of stats coming in from the Biden campaign. For example, they say they're knocking on 2 million doors per minute in Pennsylvania. How confident are you in the ground game?
We are 100% confident in our ground game. We have truly put together the most robust, data-driven, and people-powered ground game that we believe in American politics. That will be proven again when President Trump hopefully declares victory. But there was a lot of criticism and concern because we changed some things from past years. And in politics, when you change up the game, then sometimes there's criticism from the outside. But in this building, we believe in the ground game that we have put together. We have exceptional data experts who are looking at the numbers coming in. And again, all of the early voting trends and also the voter registration trends that we have seen over the past several weeks in Pennsylvania, for instance, where we were out registering, Republicans were out registering Democrats by a margin of 2-1. In Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, where Republicans were outpacing Democrats, not just with voter registration, but also early voter turnout. I think that's a testament to our ground game. We just have to finish the job today.
I should correct myself. It's 3 million total. They were touting 2,000 per minute over the weekend. So no regrets about outsourcing part of the ground game, Caroline?
Absolutely not. We believe in our team, and we believe in the hundreds of thousands of people who have signed up to be volunteers for President Trump, who we have given low-impact tasks to that we believe will make a big difference today in turning out their fellow Americans to the polls.
Let me just ask you about some of the rhetoric that we've heard from former President Trump on the campaign trail. Some of his supporters feel as though he hasn't spent enough time focusing on the economy and immigration and instead has focused too much time on, at times, dark rhetoric, talking about training guns, for example, on Congresswoman Liz Cheney. How do you respond to some of that criticism and concern from inside your own orbit?
Well, let me just correct the record or set it straight, at least, when it comes to the Liz Cheney comment. President Trump was referring to how politicians like Liz Cheney sit in Washington, D.C. and make decisions that send America's sons and daughters over to fight in wars, but have never served in combat themselves. That was the greater context of that discussion. And frankly, I think a lot of Americans, Democrats and Republicans, agree with him on that. When it comes to the alleged dark rhetoric, he's talking about the reality in this country right now. More than 70% of the country feels that we are moving in the wrong direction. When you look at our border, when you look at the economy, prices are still 25% higher. Americans are falling behind. There's a lot of pessimism across the country. People want an optimistic leader, and President Trump is offering that optimistic vision to make America affordable, safe, and strong again.
Caroline, one more question. Can you guarantee that former President Trump will not declare victory before the votes have been cast, before this election has been called?
President Trump will be watching the votes tonight, and he will address his supporters at the appropriate time.
But can you guarantee he won't declare victory prematurely?
I don't think that will happen. I will leave it to him, and I believe that he's going to declare victory and give a speech to his supporters, again, at the appropriate time.
All right, Caroline Levitt, thank you again for being here on Election Day. We really appreciate your time and perspective.
Thanks, Kristen.
Still to come, an extraordinary campaign for president comes to a close, and the future of the White House and Congress are both on the line. We have much more to get to. You're watching a very special edition of Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinglea Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What matters to me most is autonomy over my own body, the ability to make choices for myself and my family.
I think the border is one of my biggest concerns because I'm an immigrant, but I came here legally. And I think that's the way to go, not illegally.
I'm gay and I'm married, and I'm very concerned for my rights as a married gay man.
Everything is crazy expensive, and I just want to be able to provide for my family and get groceries easily.
Welcome back. As we've mentioned, the road to 270 all comes down to just a handful of states. Both Harris and Trump have spent a significant amount of time and money on the ground in those critical states, including the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as well as Georgia and North Carolina. Some of the first battleground states will start to see those election results roll in just a few hours. Joining me now, we have got a supersized Election Day panel, former Democratic Senator from North Dakota and a CNBC contributor, Heidi Heitkamp, Democratic pollster and an NBC News political analyst, Cornell Belcher, Republican strategist and a Meet the Press contributor, Sarah Fagan, and former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign, Mark Lotter. Thanks to all of you for starting us off supersized indeed. Cornell, I have to start with you because if you look at the polls, historically speaking, this is one of the closest races in modern American history. What do you make of these polls?
Stop looking at the polls, right? Get off the roller coaster, not on the pollster, right? The polls are going to be all over the place. Look, I remember working for a guy by the name of Barack Obama in 2012 when it was a close race, right? Election night going in, our Republican friends said Mitt Romney's going to beat you, right? 2016 a close race, 2020 a close race. it all depends on who's turning out. It all depends on the shape of the electorate. And I can tell you right now, I don't think that this electorate, when you look at the enthusiasm among women voters and what in early vote in some of these states, you do see a surge of women. You see a surge of women. I think this electorate is going to be a couple points even more female than the 2020 electorate. So quite frankly, we may be driving a story or a narrative about it being close, but we don't know.
Senator Heitkamp, is this going to be a race that comes down to the gender gap at the end?
Absolutely. I don't know how you could look at it any other way. If she wins tonight, she's going to win on the back of women, particularly older women, 65 and older. That's a demographic Democrats have not done well with. They're doing very well in these polls. Why is that important? They're reliable voters. They go out and vote. And I think there are so many women today throughout the country who are making a statement. And maybe it's not loud, but it is going to be on their votes that she wins if she wins tonight.
Sarah, pick up on that point. And in talking to my Trump campaign sources, they are focused on getting out voters who are low propensity voters. That's really where their focus has been. But as Senator Heitkamp is saying, there so far does seem to be some signs, I should say, of robust turnout among women voters.
Well, certainly they voted early at higher numbers. I mean, that we know. But what matters now is what happens today. And, you know, people talk oftentimes about a gender gap, but sometimes a gender gap can be a good thing. If you're Donald Trump and you're driving out men, and particularly younger men who are low propensity, that could be very positive for him tonight.
Mark, have they done enough to get out those low propensity voters? I was speaking to someone overnight who was deeply concerned that a lot of the ground game for the Trump campaign has been outsourced, quite frankly. And saying you have Kamala Harris literally knocking on doors herself, and there's not that same on the ground organization. This ally was saying, as they perceive to be.
Yeah, so I actually work with an organization that is one of the main organizations doing the ground game, and much like the organization I work for, the American First Policy Institute, you don't hear about us unless we want you to. They are doing that work. They have turned out actually more voters who did not vote in 2020 than the margin of victory that Joe Biden had in each of the battleground states in 2020. They've turned out those folks. And then when you add on the voter registration that we've talked about for a lot here in the battleground states, the early vote turnout, their deficit in urban voters and female voters that we've talked about. And now today, I'm actually seeing reports coming out of people close to the campaign that said Democrat turnout, or at least turnout in Democrat counties around Washington, D.C. and Virginia, down 20%. They're seeing similar trends in some blue wall areas of Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, and that could be very key. They've got time to close it. Polls haven't closed, but they're right now down 20%.
Let me make a bet right now that Democrat turnout will not be down 20%. And when at the end of the counting, when all the counts are done, Democrat turnout will not be down 20%.
I don't think it'll be down 20%, but I don't think it'll be down equal.
Well, I think it's tough to compare apples. It's not apples to apples when you're looking at early vote in a pandemic versus what we actually see in polling, where a lot of voters go back to the traditional ways of voting on election. I mean, I went out and voted in D.C. today at the polls before I got on the plane and came here to be with you. So I think sometimes we can read too much into the early voting because we want to know so much.
Well, let's talk about the other piece of this, which is the closing arguments, Sarah Fagan, that we have heard from each of these candidates. Former President Trump, yes, talking about immigration and talking about the economy, but also talking about a whole host of other issues, including suggesting that if he loses, that there has been cheating again. What do you make of his closing argument? Do you think he said and did what he needed to do in these closing?
Well, I think if you look at his advertising, his closing ads, they've been phenomenal. I mean, his ads, they're very uplifting. They're positive. They show his strength. They show him with the fight. And so people who aren't watching the news as much as we all do, they're seeing a pretty good message out of him. I think certainly sometimes at the podium he makes comments that are not helpful to him. They're not helpful to the country. And when he does that, he risks those kind of few remaining undecided voters that are paying attention. So it's a little bit of a, I mean, I think he's done some really good closing arguments, but he steps on his message too much.
Mark, so many Republicans with whom I speak say that they're surprised, actually, that Nikki Haley hasn't been out on the campaign trail with him, that she was willing to go. She wrote an op-ed. She's endorsed him. She did everything she sort of needed to do, and yet he didn't have her out on the campaign trail. And she got a lot of votes in the primary. Do you think that's a mistake?
I don't think so, because I mean, anybody who followed Nikki Haley, maybe supported Nikki Haley, you know that she came out, she endorsed the president, she wrote an op-ed, she has said positive things in media interviews about it. So whether you're standing on a campaign stage or not, and I think actually to Sarah's point, it's those closing messages on the advertising. People who aren't watching cable and broadcast news, they're the ones who are still undecided and on the fence. If you're watching all of these programs, you've probably made up all your mind already.
Guess what? The 20, to 35-year-old bros, they're not watching your television advertising either. And so your message to them has to be really refined. And Joe Rogan coming out as late as what he did, I think doesn't really help them. And these are low propensity voters that he's trying to target. But if you look at Trump's closing argument, he keeps stepping on his most important message, which is we're on the wrong track. We could fix it. The signs are right. But she gives a message of hope and the future, and we aren't going back. And I think that's valuable.
Senator, let me follow up with you on that, because there is the counterpoint to that, which is she had a positive message. She also spent a lot of time talking about democracy, calling Trump a fascist. Do you think in recent weeks she should have put more focus on reproductive rights and the economy and sort of focused on those two issues that seem to be some of the most...
Yeah, I think the media focused a lot on General Kelly. Let's start where it started. General Kelly made this statement, then the questions were asked, do you agree with General Kelly? General Kelly, famously the chief of staff for Donald Trump. And so this occupied a lot of space, but her message has been really consistent on abortion. And I think closing on abortion, I've always said that. Close on abortion, close on freedom, close on, we're not going back to the chaos of those 4 years. And I think she wins.
Cornell, what do you make of her closing argument?
I think that we make too much of the economy. And as long as I've been in politics,
You know it's the number
it's always the number one issue, right? I work, what do you think was the number one issue in 08?
The economy.
What do you think was the number one issue in 2012? And by the way, Romney had a better advantage on the economy than Obama did. He or she who defines the debate, even my Republican friends will agree with this because it's just politics 101. He or she who defines the debate wins the debate. So she's leaning into what she wants the closing debate to be about. She wants it to be about reproductive rights. She wants it to be about freedom. She wants it to be about democracy. He wants it to be about the border and a bad economy. So, of course, she's leaning into it. That's just good campaigning.
All right, folks, we are about 2 hours away from the polls starting to close. Mark Lauder, what are you going to be watching for tonight? What do you think are going to be the early signs of where this race is headed?
North Carolina and Georgia, they both report early. And then when you throw on Arizona, where he's consistently leading in the polls, I actually think that we are going to have this race called on Wisconsin well before Pennsylvania starts counting the votes.
Do you think we could get a call tonight, or you mean maybe sometime tomorrow?
3:30 in the morning.
Okay,
tomorrow.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm watching really two things.
Yes.
First, what share of the vote does Donald Trump get among the early vote? Does he outperform his share from 2020? And the second thing is, what is the percentage among African-American men for Donald Trump in some of those high black counties in North Carolina and Georgia? Does he outperform certainly what he did in 2020, but even maybe some of the polling? And if those things happen, that will be a very good night for the former president.
And conversely, does she underperform?
Sure. And yes,
because they've spent so much time trying to energize African-American male voters in particular. We saw that with former President Obama. Cornell, will you be watching for that, and what else?
This black veils breaking for Donald Trump is the red wave of 2024. It's absurd, and we'll come back and we'll have this conversation at the next poll. What I'll be watching for is turnout. Again, it's all about turnout. If you tell me at the end of the night is Milwaukee, 3 or 4 points behind the overall state, or is it 10 points behind the overall state? If 10 points behind the overall state, she's going to lose Wisconsin. If it's 2 or 3 points behind the overall state, because again, urban areas, she's going to win Wisconsin. The same thing is true of Philadelphia, and the same thing is true of Pittsburgh. I'm looking at turning.
Okay. I think we should be watching Virginia and North Carolina. They're going to report early. And if her margins are big there in Virginia, if she comes close and exceeds expectations in North Carolina, she's going to have a good night because it tells you the right people are voting and motivated. And I agree with everything Cornell said. You only need one of us, obviously.
No, exactly what we all needed to hear on election night. Thank you all, Heidi Cornell, Sarah, and Mark, and thank you for being here on election day. Up next, Vote Watch, how security officials are responding to election-related threats and misinformation with democracy in action at tens of thousands of polling locations nationwide. Stay with us. You're watching a very special Election Day edition of Meet the Press Now. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. Stories, resilience, and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back as we continue to report on the millions of Americans voting today. We are also following developments on efforts to ensure the election is secure. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins me now with more. Ken, great to have you here. So you're tracking the investigations into bomb threats in 3 different states. Apparently the Russians are behind this. What can you tell us?
That's right, Kristen. Big picture, it's been a pretty quiet day in terms of potential violence, but the FBI did say that non-credible bomb threats in 3 states have come from Russian email domains. That doesn't prove it was the Russians, but it suggests that this is part of the Russian effort to destabilize the election. And this comes on the heels of a warning this morning from the FBI about fake videos that they said were designed to keep people away from the polls. That said that there was a terror threat at polling places. It was a fake FBI video. They wanted to clear up that isn't happening. So we are awash in disinformation.
So clearly you'll be watching throughout the night. The other thing, you're watching the Justice Department waging a legal battle with some red states over election monitors. What can you tell us about that, Ken?
Missouri, Texas, and Florida, Republican officials in those red states wanted to keep the Justice Department out of their polling places. DOJ for decades sends lawyers to monitor civil rights and to make sure that things like the Americans with Disabilities Act are being followed in the polling places. For whatever reason, these red states tried to stop that. In one case, a judge blocked that. But essentially, the Justice Department is saying, look, if you don't want us in your polling places, we'll stay outside and we'll talk to voters, but we're going to do our job, monitor whether federal laws are being followed.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you so much. I know we're all getting ready for a long night. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. All right. Well, this special Election Day edition of Meet the Press now wrapping up. Thank you for joining us. but we are just getting started. NBC News Now special coverage continues all night long. Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas take over right now.
Welcome to Election Night on NBC News.
Decision 2024 starts right now. The race, a dead heat.
Make America great again.
We are not going back.
An unprecedented campaign.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
It all comes down to tonight.
The key contests.
Pennsylvania will be key.
If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing.
The biggest issues.
I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders.
The government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
Now, America decides.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas.
Hey everyone, welcome to NBC News Special Report. We're now less than 2 hours away from the first polls closing, and we've got breaking news. Our first look at exit poll data. I'm Tom Yamas.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. And listen, this is our first look at some of the numbers on who's voting and what matters, even as some folks out there are still in polling lines in every state across the country.
Yeah, as soon as we get that exit poll data, again, it's going to come in at any moment. We're going to bring this to you live. And again, this is our first check-in with the voters across America, how the electorate is thinking about this election and what's most important to them.
Remember, all of it is coming as we are seeing huge turnout numbers. And Tom, some 79 million people at least have voted early, either in person or in the mail. You also look at a place like Michigan, one of those 7 key battlegrounds that I know you'll be watching in that big board tonight, where the Secretary of State there says they are on pace to set records. A lot of people want to have their voices heard.
Yeah, we should set the table on these exit polls too, right, Hallie? So exit poll data coming from 10 states. Hallie mentioned those 7 battlegrounds that we're watching. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Then we go out west, Arizona, Nevada, plus 3 more. Texas. We're also going to be looking at Ohio as well and see what else we get from the exit poll data.
That's right. And Florida, 600 polling sites all across the country. And we want to be clear here. This includes not just day of exit polling, but it also includes in-person, early voting. It includes mail-in ballot voting as well. So that is how you kind of get a sense of the landscape. I have to give you a grain of salt, a bit of a caveat. These numbers could change a little bit. They come in several different waves that are called in throughout the course of the evening. So right now at 5 o'clock, it is 5:02 East Coast time. That is when wave 1 is set to come in.
Yeah, and we won't lie to you. We're tap dancing here because usually we have these exit poll data in by now. And again, it's going to be the first batch. Chuck Todd joins us, chief political analyst here at NBC News. Chuck, look, it's the big issues, right? It's the economy, the state of democracy, abortion. Right. What do you think we're going to see at the top?
Well, look, I am very curious. If economy is not at the top, that's a tough right off the bat. And there's been a question. Is this a micro election or a macro election, right? What I mean by that, we've been talking about a lot of specific issues. You and I have spent a lot of time this year talking about inflation and the importance of that. And there's no doubt it's been a real drag on President Biden's job rating. It's been sort of the wind at President Trump's sails. But if it's not the top issue, that means there's something else that they went into that voting booth. And, look, state of democracy is you got to be careful here because it's a subjective, I think.
Well, it
it's
cuts both ways.
It can cut both ways.
It's the Democrats and Republicans both have different visions of what that means to them.
I really want to see the gender gap on that.
Well, guess what?
Because that, to me, will be whether that is a tell. Yeah. If you've got a massive gender gap on state of the democracy, and it is something that more women are picking than men, and when we see the top issues by gender, that's going to tell us a lot about this election.
Chuck, we already have one tell, and that's the early voting data. Record-breaking across all the battleground states, something we've never seen before, but we're also seeing an uptick between both parties, right? So it's tough to say, what is that going to show us?
Look, we've seen this polling, right? If you are a regular voter, the more regular you are in voting, the more likely you support Harris. If you don't vote in every election, and the less frequently you vote, the more likely you're a voter for Trump. So the higher the turnout, that actually might benefit Trump more than it benefits Harris, even though traditionally, and this has all been since the Trump era, Trump does a good job at getting sort of non-traditional voters to the polls. It's why we've seen his party do so poorly when his name is not on the ballot.
There's two storylines that I'm looking at here, and you've mentioned both of them obliquely here, Chuck. One is this issue we're talking about, these low propensity voters. And in my conversation with Trump campaign officials and advisors, just even in the last few hours here, they're feeling pretty good about getting those low propensity voters. In plain English, all that means is people who don't just vote at time. They feel good about getting them out. The other big thing, of course, is the gender gap. And I want to say we finally do have these numbers in now on the most important issue. Look at that in bright pink there. 36% of voters say the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, not the economy as the top issue. That is right there at number 2 at 30%, the economy. Abortion, 14%, followed by immigration. Chuck?
Immigration's where? Think about it. Just take a step back here, okay? Look at those top 4 issues again. We know what the number 1 and number 2 issues have been for Donald Trump this election season.
The economy and immigration.
Correct. Add that together, okay? Add up together state of democracy and abortion. It says I'm being a little simplistic here, but already if this, and again, one of the things that I want to warn people is that there has been a tradition in these exit polls.
I was just going to say, you're doing it. That's right.
The first wave skews a little left.
And sometimes the top issue can become the second top issue.
And it has happened to us in previous elections. So we absolutely want to, these are little grains of salt we want to give you
That's
here.
right. We're not overreading into it, but we do want to tell you what we know. As
directionally, if this is what this electorate is saying, you would be, and the Harris campaign will be ecstatic that that's the direction right now of where things are at.
So we have another exit poll we're going to go to right now. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? 51% Donald Trump and 4% behind Kamala Harris. This is not surprising. Trump closed on the economy. He also closed on immigration. Chuck, your take on this?
You know, it is a little surprising.
I think the gap.
Exactly.
Should be farther.
Yeah, Donald Trump had been leading on this pretty heavily.
8 to 12 points in many of our, when we would say it would be better for the economy. She didn't have to win this issue. She just couldn't get clobbered on this issue. Again, early data. But wow, that's not an insignificant.
And again, this is the first data we're getting, so we're obviously going to be talking about it for a while.
Do you know who else is interested in this data, right? Not just us, not just voters, the campaigns. They love to know where this early data is coming in, what it means, and what it says about the electorate, what trends we can draw more broadly from some of the numbers that we're seeing here.
We have another exit poll that's just in. This is who do you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? Let's take a look at that. I think we have that one in.
We don't yet.
We're actually working on that one. Okay, we're still working. It's about to come, and as soon as it is, we will bring it to you live.
I have to tell you, we're seeing this at the same time that you're seeing this. It's loading into the system. We're bringing it up the second that we have it. But I want to bring in Christine Romans, who's with us here in the studio, as we talk about that gap on the economy here and where it stands. Listen, it is one of the most important issues to voters, right? We know that based on these early numbers now. You and I have been talking for months about the disconnect for some voters between the actual numbers in the economy, inflation, the lowest it's been in several years, the unemployment rate at just over 4%. And yet people don't necessarily feel great about it.
Yeah, these top-line economic numbers that are so strong and robust for the American economy, but when you ask voters how they feel, they consistently feel like higher prices is something that's holding their family back. And it's not just inflation. You know, I've been going to a lot of battleground states. They're concerned about the cost of elder care, about child care, about housing. They're concerned about wages, especially in states like Nevada. So there are a lot of different things at play here. For when you ask people how they feel about the economy, what exactly is their beef overall? We do know that in 2016, when voters said that they felt bad about the economy, they voted more for Donald Trump than for Hillary Clinton. And you go to 2020, when you ask people how they felt about the economy, if they felt bad about the economy, they were more likely to vote for Joe Biden. So the person who was not the incumbent, essentially. So what that means for tonight, who knows? There are all these other factors. I will say one thing, Hallie, and you and I have talked about this a lot. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they keep spending. Voters say they feel lousy about the economy, but they're
planning vacations.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they do have household finances in general are better today than many thought they would be 4 years after the pandemic. Also, even in these exit polls, I can't wait to see them when they come out because we asked about inflation. You know, you think about 4 years ago, that question wasn't even on these exit polls. We were asking people how they feel about lockdowns, how they feel about public health, how they feel about the state of their own health. So just a reminder that a lot has changed over the past 4 years. The American voter has gone through an awful lot.
Christine Roman's going to ask you to stand by for a second, but Tom, we have more news.
Yeah, we got some more breaking news. We had that exit poll we had just mentioned earlier. Who do you trust more to handle the issue of abortion? 50% for Harris here, Trump 44%. We've just gotten an additional note that more Trump voters today wanted abortion to be legal than they did 4 years ago, which is also sort of a stunning stat for those Trump voters because it sort of cuts against the grain from what they were before.
Also kind of explains why we've been seeing this consistent gap between Donald Trump and those Republican Senate candidates on this issue. I've had a lot of, I think Donald Trump successfully muddied his position, but he didn't help his party. And it's going to be interesting to see that. I do think there are essentially abortion rights supporters who are Trump supporters who may be voting Trump and Democrats on the ballot.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chuck, we talked about this all year, you know, because the news moves so fast. Would abortion still be top of mind for voters? And it could be tonight.
And I would tell you that just, again, off the phone with a source in the know on the Senate side, look at that in places like Florida, Chuck, right?
Yeah,
exactly that point.
There's sort of two things that Republican strategists are worried about with one is the issue itself, split ticket. The other issue, of course, is the Trump voter that just shows up, votes Trump and leaves and forgets to vote.
So trust on immigration is obviously an issue that former President Trump closed on. You just saw those trust numbers there. I'll ask our control room to pull that back up because we also have, Chuck, something I know you're interested in, which is the gender gap, the breakdown between men and women when it comes to these top issues. Remember why this matters. We are on track potentially to have the biggest gender gap we've ever seen, right, in modern presidential politics in at least the last several cycles, with women plus 16 for Kamala Harris, men plus 18 for former President Trump, meaning more men back him, more women back her.
I'd be surprised if it ends up that big of a gap. If it's over 30, we've never had that. But it is interesting. You sort of
this is a little odd, though.
But you see how it does sort itself.
Yeah.
It's a little odd at the top there. But if you look at it, right, men essentially are picking economy and immigration more than women are. And women are picking clearly with abortion rights. That's a 2-to-1 margin there. The state of the democracy, this is proof that this is eye of the beholder stuff. And it may be, look, there's just as many people in MAGA world who think this is an exit bed, think that the Democrats and the elites and we in the mainstream media are part of this existential threat. This, I think a better umbrella for this issue is sort of, this is the cultural divide in America, right? And we have not come up with a great way of doing it. And I think this is, if you believe this is a macro way of life election, that my way of life is going to be put at risk if the other party wins, this is likely the issue you're picking, which is why I think it's a very difficult one for us to break down, because I do think every voter looks at it slightly different.
You think about Vice President Harris, her closing message largely focused on democracy. It largely focused on abortion access. Democrats see that as very mobilizing up and down the ticket for Democrats. Former President Trump closed on the issue of immigration. This has been something he's been talking about since, Tom, you remember covering that. He came down that golden escalator, now back almost 10 years ago. I want to pull back up that board we had up, that picture essentially of trust on immigration. I'm going to ask our control room to do that now, because it wouldn't be surprising to see former President Trump leading on that issue as we're taking another look here at the gender gap piece of it. Again, split between men and women. And I got to tell you, Tom and Chuck, as we're sitting here, I know we said it 11 minutes ago. Let me just remind folks, these numbers could change a little bit, right? They could shift here. And here's trust on immigration. And there, unsurprising to see former President Trump with that lead there.
Yeah, still again, but I'm looking at the margins here. I mean, it's not a blowout here when it comes to immigration. As we were talking, Hallie, I kept looking over at Christine Romans, and I'd like to get to Christine Romans right now because she has a lot of data on the U.S. economy, and it's sort of fascinating, right, Christine? Christine, walk us through what we see there and what you're seeing in these exit polls.
I know Tom sees me peeking out over here.
No, it's fascinating.
I love it. It really is. So the condition of the U.S. economy, and remember, these are people who actually voted. I think it's really important to make that distinction again. We've been asking people in the opinion polls for 2 years now about how they feel. These are people who actually voted. So this is the clearest view of how people are feeling in the voting booth or when they're filling out their mail-in ballot. So not so good to poor. Look at that number, 67% there. That's a big number. That's the biggest number we've seen in terms of poor and not so good in the last 3 or 4 cycles here. Only 5% say excellent, which is pretty interesting. Only 28% say good when there are all these top line economic numbers that have been so consistently strong. But this is exactly what we've been hearing from people for so long. They just feel like the economy is not working for them, guys.
So, Christine, no surprise there. You're about 67%, right? People thinking the economy is not that great. But you're saying that tracks with what we've seen all year. What else have we learned?
Well, we've learned also family finances compared to 4 years ago. Think about 4 years ago what was happening. People were voting in masks or they were trying to figure out how to social distance. This broadcast was very different 4 years ago than it is today because we were in the middle of a coronavirus pandemic. So people honestly, every 4 years, always ask how they're feeling. But when you look about 30% say their family finances are about the same, a quarter are better, 45 worse today. So this is one of those things that's really been top of mind for people, especially because inflation has just been this grinding problem for so long.
And do we have the data on inflation? I thought we did. Okay.
Yeah, we do have an inflation number. In the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship, no hardship, or a moderate hardship? This is a big number here. People feel it. That's a big percentage of people who are voting saying that inflation is something that is still top of mind in their family.
I would just tell you, having recently been in a couple of key battlegrounds in Pennsylvania and Erie County, in North Carolina, in New Hanover County, talking to people about this exact issue, inflation. You know what you hear about again and again? The cost of burger meat, the cost of milk and eggs, and the cost of a gallon of gas, right? Because even as these macro numbers, as we've talked about, are adjusting, people still feel like every time they go to the grocery store, they're spending a ton.
And that's almost more important, right, Christine? Because it's not the number. It's not the percentage of where inflation is, it's how they feel every single day.
Absolutely. And when you look at grocery prices, for example, they're up 22% compared with 4 years ago. Yeah, but the wages are up 20%. Just looking at wages alone, you're like, that's great. 20% bigger paycheck than 4 years ago. When the grocery bill is 22% more, that is a reminder every week or every 10 days for families that things aren't the same as they were the last time they were voting.
Christine, I'm going to let you get back to crunching the numbers. Chuck Todd next to us is already crunching more of the numbers. The campaigns are looking at this stuff too. So I want to get to Peter Alexander and Garrett Haake, both of our correspondents covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. We're just getting in, Garrett and Peter, what we call fave unfaves. In other words, the favorability ratings for each of these candidates. And let's start with former President Trump. We're going to pull that up here. And you can see he is what they say underwater, essentially. 54% of voters in these early exit polls have an unfavorable opinion of the former president. Garrett, as you well know, though, the strategy for the Trump team has long been supercharge the base. Get that 44% who do see him favorably to actually show up and vote either today or during early voting.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I remember a briefing with Trump campaign officials several months ago now in which they said by the time this race is over, both of these candidates will be unpopular. And that's broadly true. Kamala Harris underwater as well in these polls, but not quite as badly. And I think that's going to be part of the challenge for the Trump campaign as we look at these early exit polls, which I should caution that the campaign was telling us sort of all week not to overinterpret them. And I think that's a worthy acknowledgement to make here. But they also wanted to use President Biden as an anchor around Kamala Harris's neck and essentially hope that Biden's unfavorability would drag down Kamala Harris. And the delta between Biden being far more unpopular than Kamala Harris is right now is the kind of thing that I think would be a warning sign to the Trump campaign about that messaging not being as effective as they'd like.
Garrett Haake, thank you very much, live for us down there in South Florida. Appreciate it.
All right, let's move over to my friend Peter Alexander. And Peter, let's take a look at the favorability for the vice president. Here it is. This is the first time we're seeing this. What we have here, the opinion of Kamala Harris, unfavorable 50%. Favorable 48%, unfavorable 50, favorable 48%. Her unfavorable slightly lower than what former President Trump's was. Peter, talk to me about how the Harris campaign is feeling. I know you've been reporting all day about sort of their momentum and sort of maybe a changing of mood. They were feeling a bit more positive today.
Yeah, not just positive today. They've been feeling increasingly confident over the course of the last several days. Let's look at that favorability number, though, for a moment. And Kamala Harris, she performs better than both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. 4 points ahead of Donald Trump, 7 points ahead of Joe Biden. One of the concerns about Donald Trump had been that there was some sort of an evaporation, a memory gap, where Americans forgot the way they felt about Trump at the end of his term. Right now, his number's coming down. Her number is particularly high in their view right now and higher than the man with whom she served, Joe Biden. So that's something they're feeling, I think, good
about this evening. One of the data point we'll share, we just heard from a senior campaign advisor. They're seeing some new information coming out of Pennsylvania. Obviously, the crucial battleground, the biggest prize of the swing states with 19 electoral votes among Puerto Rican voters in the 3 wards with the largest Puerto Rican populations. As of midday today, the numbers were already at 79% of turnout in 2020, which is to say they believe Puerto Rican voters are turning up in big numbers, particularly notable as it comes only about a week and a half after those offensive comments by the comedian who led off for former President Trump at the Madison Square Garden event just a couple of weeks ago.
All right, Peter Alexander. First, Peter, we appreciate all that.
I'm going to hear at the big board, Tom, because I'm going to talk through the road to 270, which is what you are going to be watching tonight.
This has been my best friend for the last 2 or 3 months here.
Sweet.
We've just gotten to know each other. Again, the road to 270. We're going to start tonight, election night, where we left off in 2020. Except those 7 battleground states you see here are not colored in. Remember, President Biden won 6 of those 7 battlegrounds. So let's talk about Kamala Harris and her easiest path. Her easiest path tonight, if she holds that blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Hallie, you see the electoral votes
That's
there?
right.
270, that gets her right to the White House. But if she were to have a terrible night tonight and the blue wall were to collapse and Trump were to win all this, she has another path. Nevada, Arizona, hold Georgia, and flip North Carolina. She gets to 275 there. Again, if this is the night for Democrats, Hallie, as you know, they'd be having heart attacks all night, but she can still get there with that path.
Talk about, then, former President Trump's clearest and cleanest path to 270.
The easiest way to remember this, Hallie, for President Trump when you're watching election night tonight, if he kicks it East Coast style. Pennsylvania, he wins Pennsylvania, flips that, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia back red. If he does this, look at his number, 270, he gets there. But if something were to happen and he doesn't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. This is important. There is no Sun Belt strategy for President Trump. He has to win somewhere in the blue wall. He has to break through. If he can flip hold North Carolina, flip Georgia. If he wins Michigan, if he just picks off Nevada or Arizona, either one gets him there. Even the 6 in Nevada get him there. But if he can only win Wisconsin, he has to win in Arizona. He needs those 11 electoral votes to get to 270.
Let me ask you about a possibility that we're not anticipating necessarily, but that could happen, and that is, what if nobody gets to 270 and it's 269, it's a tie?
That can happen. So listen, let me give the blue wall to Vice President Harris, and you're going to say, Tom, are you crazy? She's at 270. I'm going to say, hold on. I'll give you all the Sun Belt states to President Trump. Remember, I told you, he can't get there with that. He's at 268. So we come to Nebraska. Nebraska has that Where's Waldo effect right now on our map, and that's because Nebraska gives out their electoral votes by total vote, popular vote for the state, but also by congressional district. Maine does this as well. So there's 3 congressional districts. They each give 1. CD2, that's a battleground district in Nebraska. That's Omaha. Trump won it in 2016. If he wins it again, look what happens. 269 to 269, Hallie. And you know what happens there? Do we go down that road?
We don't have to go all the way down the road, but we can say that road leads to Congress.
Yeah, Congress. The new Congress will essentially pick the president, the House, the Senate would pick the vice president.
You heard Tom lay out the importance of Pennsylvania. We're going to take you there when we come back, breaking down how voters all across the country feel about some of these key issues you've been talking about, like the democracy, immigration, abortion night. It is election night here on NBC News.
instead of even just generating events at random, among others, necessarily generate events in some pattern, then space-time effectively, that means Lorentz invariance, atomistic invariance, all those kinds of things. So it's a place where all the mathematics that's been done, well, we just have a random condition of events. Now, what consequences does that have in terms of set variance? That can all be wielded.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back now with our special election coverage, Decision 2024, right here on NBC News. We are just over an hour now from the first battleground polls closing, and we've got that exit poll data coming in showing what is driving voters on some of these key issues. We asked this question: which one of these 5 issues matter most in deciding how you voted for president? You can see it there. State of democracy at 35%, the economy following, abortion access after that, followed by immigration and foreign policy.
Yeah, and an interesting note that Chuck Todd just brought up, that in the state of democracy, when you dig a little deeper into that exit poll, it actually splits almost 50-50. So essentially, whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, the way you look at this issue is different. And that doesn't tell us too much, but it's interesting that it's more important than the economy at this point.
Yeah, and again, these numbers are early. They could shift a little bit, but there's some other pieces to this as well, including on abortion.
Yeah. So let's take a look at abortion, which comes closest to your position on the issue of abortion. This is what we asked. Should it be legal in all cases, legal in most cases, legal in some cases? The first question is, who do you trust more to handle abortion? 50% for Kamala Harris, 44% for Trump. That's not a huge surprise. She was closing with abortion, traveling those battleground states with women, talking about the access.
Showed up in Texas, a state that has a very controversial abortion restriction law, not because Texas is necessarily a battleground they think they're going to flip, but to be able to have that stage for that issue. Of course, former President Trump closed largely on immigration.
Okay, let's go to Pennsylvania right now. It is the key maybe to all the battleground states, the Keystone State. Jacob Sobroff on the ground for us in Pennsylvania. Jacob, tell us exactly where you are and what you're seeing tonight.
We're at Temple University, Tom, at a polling place that's got a 2-hour-long line. These folks have been waiting for 2 hours. I'm just going to make this short and sweet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different election machines over here. Let me split this line and tell you a little bit about what happened here. Earlier today, we reported how long the lines were. Well, the city of Philadelphia has showed up with 2 new election machines right now. These are going to get set up. The voters are going to be able to vote on them here. And hopefully those lines over there are going to go a little faster, guys.
Jacob Sobroff live for us there in Pennsylvania. Are we going to be saying the word Pennsylvania 150 times tonight?
I think we're going to be saying it all night, maybe into tomorrow. That is for sure. So the first battleground polls close in about 90 minutes. We're going to take you there live as the key states start voting and we get the results in.
Then we're going to see 7:30, of course, polls close in North Carolina, Ohio, and many more throughout the evening. Stay with us. We've got special live coverage right here. Decision 2024 on NBC News.
The mixture of those two elements is just not like what's interesting about the subject is one thing that this connects to life, particularly connects to something 20th century's most abstract problems done by this chapter with an economic which is closely related to this reality. Although the details of the relationship, I don't fully understand yet. But I think that what's interesting is this thing that is very limited object. So the way to think about this, again, take us into another direction, which is the importance of physics and mathematics. The way that, well, let's see. Maybe this is just to give a sense.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to Election Night on NBC News.
Decision 2024 starts right now.
The race, a dead heat.
Make America great again.
We are not going back.
An unprecedented campaign.
I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys.
It all comes down to tonight.
The key contests. Pennsylvania will be key.
If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. The biggest issues.
I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders.
The government should not be telling her what to do with her heart.
Now, America decides.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Hallie Jackson and Tom Youngs.
Hey everyone, welcome to an NBC News special report. We are less than 90 minutes away from the polls closing in that first key battleground state of Georgia. And we've got breaking news right now. New exit poll data just coming into us. I'm Tom Young.
And I'm Hallie Jackson. And listen, this is our first look at some of the numbers on who is voting and what matters to the people who are voting, even with some folks, maybe somebody you know, still out there in polling lines in every state across the country.
And this is really significant because this is the data we're just getting from actual voters as they leave those polling places. So it tells us a lot, more than any of the opinion polling we've seen in the last few weeks. So let's talk about the issues, right? What's taking voters to the polls? Here, voters were asked about the most important issue to them: the economy, abortion, foreign policy, immigration. And look at that, Hallie, 35% saying the state of democracy, 31% on the economy, and 14% on abortion. Again, we want to say this is the first wave of exit poll data. We want to be real careful about this. This was in 10 battleground states, but this is huge.
600 polling places across the country, early, in-person, mail-in, and election day of. That grain of salt is well noted, Tom, because these numbers could shift a little bit. But here's why this is so surprising and why we're pausing on that 35% on state of democracy, because all along, and you know this for months, the economy has been the top issue that voters said would be driving them to the polls. And usually immigration was right up there in the top two, followed by abortion access. You can see here, abortion there, 14% of voters say it was the most important issue to them, with immigration trailing. Now, again, these numbers could shift a little bit. But one other note on state of democracy, Tom, that can cut both ways. There are Republicans who are concerned about state of democracy. There are Democrats who say they're concerned about state of democracy.
Let's talk about this other exit poll. Who do you trust more to handle the economy? And remember, the president who closed on immigration and the economy, former President Trump, 51% saying Trump, 47% for Harris. We thought this divide might be bigger, and this may change as the night goes on, but that's not terrible news for Democrats right now.
No, the other piece of this is the issue that Vice President Harris largely closed on, and that is abortion access. Who do you trust more to handle abortion? It is no surprise here to see that she is leading on trust on this issue over former President Trump.
Yeah, it was a big issue. She was traveling with women all throughout states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, to make sure she got that message out as well. Again, not a huge surprise here. And again, this could change, but this one right here likely will stand.
Donald Trump, of course, closing on immigration. This is a message that he has hammered now for months with his rhetoric on migrants in this country and on trust on immigration. Here he leads, again, consistent with the public polling that we've seen. But I want to bring in NBC's Chuck Todd now, because Chuck, there's some interesting stuff here with all of the noted caveats, with all of the warnings. We don't want to overread into it. Like, let's be super clear on that. But talk me through your takeaway.
Well, look, I think the biggest thing is the fact that when you take economy and immigration, which are the two strongest issues for President Trump. And the fact that they're not, neither one of them's the top issue. If you're in Mar-a-Lago right now, that makes you a little bit nervous. And I look, state of democracy.
Although I bet Mar-a-Lago would tell you we're not too worried about it.
Of course, because that's, you always have to always be projecting confidence on there. I get it. But when you look at the fact that obviously abortion rights head of immigration, that had not, by the way, that has been going back and forth in all of our polling. A lot of times it's how do you ask that question? And of course, when we had been asking voters if there's a single issue you would vote on more than any other in polling, that has been abortion rights. We didn't ask a question like that. But the state of democracy question is interesting to me because, look, I'm going to confess here, I don't think we're asking the right, I think we're giving the right punch to voters.
You're saying broadly for a while now.
If you think about it, we've offered them 5 specific issues. 4 specific issues: foreign policy, immigration, abortion, and the economy. And then we say state of the democracy.
Yeah.
So if you're
who doesn't want democracy?
Correct. So if you were a voter that says, I'm really motivated by sort of the current climate, right? Whatever that is. There's so many different ways you could describe it, but that tells you it's not a single issue that's getting you to the polls. You're reacting to the climate. There's a group of voters on both sides here that believe their way of life is on the ballot, right? Who are we as Americans? Correct. This is not to be dismissive of the single issues, but there's the micro campaign specific on those issues, and then there's the macro. Who are we as Americans, right? And I think what we're finding out here is that maybe we need a better punch for people, but that's the way I view it. And when you look at the splits on this, not to give away too much, but when you look on the splits and you realize that it's a 50-50 essentially on which side of the aisle you're on, it tells me that's who those voters are. These are my way of life is on the ballot.
We've been talking about the gender divide since we've been talking about early voting and how voters may break for either candidate. Here we have it right here, Chuck. State of democracy, 36% for men, 33% for women. The economy, 34, 28. Abortion, 8, 19, and then immigration, 12, 10. Again, this is early. This might seem a little odd to viewers at home watching and looking at this thinking this is the most important issue, but this is the data we have right now.
It is, and early data. I've been here. There's a running joke on Twitter already. This is the 20th anniversary of John Kerry's inauguration. Right, early exit polls. Were so sunny for him. So any of us that have experienced that, you take it all with a grain of salt here. But if this is how voters were thinking about this election, if this is the makeup. It's certainly something you'd rather be the Team Harris. This is what they would want to see versus what Team Trump is.
Keep in mind, both candidates, right, over the course of the last month or so, nodded to this issue of who we are fundamentally, with very different visions that they had, right? Former President Trump, the country is in a dangerous and broken place, and he's the person who can come in and fix it. Vice President Harris, it will be more dangerous if Donald Trump is reelected, and she's the one who can represent that fresh start for people who might be exhausted.
Well, and it's interesting, if you want to look in the exit poll and say, boy, what is the evidence that Trump's doing well? Well, by the way, Joe Biden's job rating is really low in here, 41%. That's very low. People are dissatisfied with the direction of the country. But just like with state of democracy, you can view the direction of the country negatively because of Donald Trump's existence, in the political scene. And that may be why you picked that number. And I think we're seeing some evidence of that too. So look, I do think what this exit poll is saying, and what I really believe this is a macro election. This is an election about who we are. This is not about the economy and inflation. Certainly they've been the mood music of the conversation. But the voters what this is telling me is they went in there with a much bigger concern about the direction of the country.
Yeah, and it's still very early. It's actually just getting started. But we do have some interesting data on the economy. Christine Romans has been big into that, which sort of gives us a better idea of what voters are thinking.
That's right. It is early. Think of these as breadcrumbs. And way down the line, we're going to know how this election is going to turn out. But these are the little signals that we're getting here early. And they could change and we could get more of them. But the bottom line at the very early hour here is that people feel pretty lousy about the economy. Not so good, 35%, poor, 34%. That is a big number on the condition of the U.S. economy. And when you ask people about their family finances compared to 4 years ago, I mean, that's the question you ask every 4 years, right? Also, think about 4 years ago. 4 years ago, there was a pandemic. 4 years ago, people were wearing masks to vote. People were changing how they voted and how they lived their lives because of a public health crisis, right? So very different scenario this time around. Only 30% say it's about the same today. 24% say better. 45% say it's worse today in terms of their family finances. So we know there's been this negative mood music, Chuck, for months now about inflation, about the overall feeling of the economy, even as all the top line numbers Hallie and Tom, have remained really strong.
Christine, but before you go, do we know if Harris was able sort of to detach herself from President Biden on the issue of the economy yet? Do we have that data yet? Do we know anything about that?
I don't know that yet, but I'll tell you something. When I see such a big spread between the good and bad for how people feel about the economy, and then you see who's better to handle the economy, Harris or Trump with only a 4-point spread, that's interesting. That's tight in terms of what voters are saying about who can handle it best. Otherwise, look at a moderate hardship to a severe hardship. That is remarkable. 74% saying
That's a
that
big number.
inflation
Combined,
is a big number for them. So we've been hearing people complain about inflation. Voters told us inflation was a hardship for their family. But you look at who's better to handle the economy, only a 4-point spread. It's early. Things can change. We're going to get more data, but these little breadcrumbs are awful interesting to watch, aren't they?
Christine Romans, we thank you for that. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thanks, Tom, because we've got Peter Alexander and Garrett Hake as our campaign correspondents covering both Team Harris and Team Trump out in the field as we're just getting that exit poll data showing the favorability for each candidate. And I want to start with Vice President Harris. 48% see her favorably, 50% unfavorable. Peter, let me ask you, what's the sense you're getting from the campaign as they've been watching not just the exits come in, but also some of that data from precincts, folks reporting, et cetera?
Yeah, well, for certainly the favorable number is a number they feel good about, that they perform better than former President Trump and Joe Biden right now. Obviously, there was some concern that Joe Biden could be sort of a weight, an albatross around the neck of Vice President Harris, but she's outperforming him by 7 points in terms of favorability right now. That's something that the folks in Wilmington or the folks who will be here at Howard University tonight alongside the Vice President feel good about. I'll tell you what else we're hearing from a senior campaign official within the course of the last several minutes. They're saying one thing they view as encouraging right now is extremely high turnout among college voters. Particularly, they give us the example of what they're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, pointing to the campuses of Lehigh and Lafayette. They say at least at one of those campuses, there are lines that extend for up to 7 hours right now. They say the campaign is sending support and surrogates to keep students in line. A separate senior campaign advisor telling me just moments ago that support comes in the form of some of the stars of the films from the Avengers series. Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, and Don Cheadle, among others, will be heading to campus to try to energize those students, to keep them in line and to make sure they stick around, to make sure those votes are cast over the course of the day. A separate number we're seeing about another state that's going to be one to watch today is North Carolina. North Carolina is interesting because it's a state that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he is going to win right now, but he has been there many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident by their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, lower. It's based on a small sample, they say, of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they may have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, bluer part of that state that could be a positive sign early on, at least, for the Harris folks. Hallie.
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter, especially with Team Trump dumping a lot of money into that state late in the game. Peter Alexander, thank you very much. Tom?
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So here's what we have from our exit polls right here. Unfavorable, 54%. This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable, 44%. His unfavorable, slightly higher than Vice President Harris. I want to go over to Garrett Hake at Trump headquarters in Palm. Okay, we had Garrett Hake. It is a live broadcast. Some things happen fast. Sometimes we have people, sometimes we don't. Things are changing on election night. But I will say goodbye to Garrett Hake. I'll say hello to Hallie Jackson.
Hey, friend, I'm here. I've always got your back.
So listen, it's hard to kind of parse those numbers. Yeah, 54% unfavorable for Trump, about 50 for Kamala Harris for the vice president. Still early in the night, but a little bit better for Democrats in that poll.
Keeping in mind that both of these candidates are trying to say that they would be the better one for the country over the course of the next 4 years. Can I ask you, Tom, since you're here at the big board, which is going to be your sort of dancing partner throughout the night, to pull up the road to 270? Because remember, that's what this is all about. The Electoral College, first one to 270, has it in the bag. Talk us through the dynamics here.
Yeah, so we're going to start election night where we left off in 2020, right? This is the way the map ended up. The 7 battleground states aren't penciled in. A reminder, President Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. The only one he didn't win was North Carolina. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's path tonight. Her easiest path to 270, she wins Pennsylvania, wins Michigan, wins Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. Hallie, you see the number right there? She gets to 270. But if she were to have a terrible night and she were to lose the blue wall, say it were to collapse and Trump were to win all those states, she has one more path, but this is going to give Democrats heart attacks. Nevada, Arizona, holds Georgia, and flips North Carolina, she gets there at 275.
What about former President Trump's cleanest and clearest path, Tom?
You know, for former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching tonight. Remember the East Side, right? Where Trump is from New York. He's not living in Florida. If he flips Pennsylvania, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia, he gets to 270 right there. But if something were to happen and he were to lose Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He doesn't have a Sun Belt strategy. He has to either win Michigan or Wisconsin if he's holding those two southern states. If he wins Michigan, either Nevada or Arizona do it for him. Nevada, even with just 6, gives it to him. But if he can't win Michigan, if it's only Wisconsin, he has to win Arizona. This is where the GOP really has to fight hard to get those votes. 272, he gets there.
And depending on the spread, Tom, in other words, depending on how close or not this race is, if we're waiting on Arizona or Nevada, everybody wants to know when might we know the results. That could be the scenario in which you and I are sitting for the next 4 days.
Well, 4 days, maybe even the weekend. You'll remember 2020, we were waiting a long time for certain states. Arizona, look, everyone is telling us this time around, and again, take this with a grain of salt, that the states have improved, that the reporting has improved. We should get things sooner. We're hearing about states that took a long time in 2020. We may get them earlier tonight, which is going to make for a very exciting election night. It might make for an earlier election night, but you never know what can happen.
Something else that would potentially be exciting and rare would be if this was a 269 to 269 tie. If nobody got to 270.
People's political minds, if they're political fans, their minds would explode. So here's how it happens, the easiest way. She wins the blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You'll say, Tom, 270. She goes to the White House. And I say, hold on, Hallie Jackson, hold on. I give Trump the Sun Belt, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. He's at 268, and you're like, Tom, did you go to school?
There, dude.
Yeah, did you get that? No. Okay, so Nebraska, it's got that Where's Waldo status. And the reason why it has that Where's Waldo status is because it gives away electoral votes through popular vote, the whole state. If you win it, you get 2. Each congressional district, though, you each get 1. If Trump were to win that, like we said, if he wins it, it goes 269, 269. He won it in 2016, that congressional district. It could happen. It'd be very hard. But if this happened, the new Congress, the House would pick the president, the Senate would pick the vice president. It's kind of a complicated process. Chuck
To say the least,
talking
kind
for
of
like 50 hours.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things we were talking about too, the favorability, unfavorability for both Vice President Harris and for former President Trump here. We now see those unfaves for the former president. And again, underwater, 54% unfavorable, 44% favorable.
And we were talking about him all night. Garrett Hake, he's finally up and ready to go. Garrett, so look, the unfavorable favorables are in. Donald Trump slightly ahead when it comes to unfavorable, so you wouldn't be ahead. I guess you'd be under. But I do want to ask you something. People were watching former President Trump today when he was voting in West Palm Beach with his wife, Melania. He sounded a little tired. He sounded a little hoarse. He had been talking nonstop for the last 4 or 5 days on the campaign trail. Should people misinterpret that? Because I know there was some sort of Monday morning quarterbacking saying, oh, he's tired. He doesn't look positive. Maybe it's the body language. What are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
Look, Tom, the former's older than me. I was on that same overnight flight with him last night from Michigan back to Palm Beach. Landed about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired too at that voting place. So I don't know that I would read too much into that as any particular signal. There was a brutal schedule here the last 24 hours of this campaign with Donald Trump trying to do something not about those unfavorability numbers, which the Trump campaign has long understood are kind of baked in. There's not a person in this country who doesn't have sort of an already pretty well-established opinion of Donald Trump. They were trying to attack Kamala Harris on the issue sets rather than make him more popular, except I would say on the edges with some of these podcast interviews that they were trying to do, where they thought they might be able to introduce him to young men in particular who didn't already have fully formed opinions of Donald Trump, convince them that maybe he was a more normal guy, sort of a more laid-back guy than the public perception would be. They wanted to win on some specific issues, including immigration, which, as I dig through this poll data, I'm not convinced that they've done. In the early exits that we have seen on the question about what should happen with undocumented immigrants in this country, a significant majority of Americans saying they think they should be offered a pathway to citizenship, not deported back to the countries that they came from. Tom, this is a staple of every single Donald Trump rally, interview, press conference, appearance for the last 2 years. His idea of the world's largest mass deportation program. The voters are telling us in those exit polls they don't agree.
Garrett, just before you go, give me one data point you're hearing from the Trump campaign that gives them hope tonight.
It's rural voters, Tom. They think there's a landslide out there and rural voters coming out from. If that's true, we'll see it one tiny county at a time across the country tonight.
It'll be a rural-urban divide tonight, all those battleground states pretty much. Garrett Hake, great reporting, as always, great work on the campaign trail. All right, Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Tom, thanks, because we are just over an hour away now from the thing that everybody has been waiting for, actual vote counts in the battleground states. 7 o'clock. Watch for Georgia. That's when polls close there. 7:30, it's going to be North Carolina. It's going to be Ohio. And then 8 o'clock Eastern, this is the big one because that is when polls close in battleground Pennsylvania. You see it there. As Tom has laid out, that could potentially be ball game for these candidates. We know that that is so critical here, Tom.
Yeah, coming up right here on NBC. The night is just getting started. New data out on these exit polls on how you, the American public, feel about issues like abortion and the border.
Stay right here with our special coverage of Election Day 2024 continuing on NBC News.
Good morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
And welcome back. We are back now with our election coverage. The country in a lot of places still voting, but we have some breaking news, which is our first exit polls that have just come out.
That's right. Remember, the first sense that we're getting, early sense of what the top issues are for voters. And you can see the pie chart here, right? 35% say the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, followed by the economy at 31%, then abortion, 14%, immigration, and foreign policy following. Interesting here because remember, for months, that public polling had suggested that, in fact, the economy was the biggest and most important issue to voters, especially with those inflation numbers, Tom.
Yeah, and also, we also have to tell our viewers, state of democracy can break both ways. It depends if you're a Republican or you're a Democrat and how you look at that issue. The president closed with the economy and immigration, and that was the second issue, the economy, but not as high as maybe Republicans wanted.
That's exactly right. Of course, Vice President Harris, Tom, closing on abortion.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about abortion, right? And this is which comes closest to your position. Abortion should be illegal, 30%, legal, 66%. That's a huge number for Democrats.
The vice president had made this a key part of her platform, especially in those last couple of months here, traveling to states like Texas, Georgia, Florida, where access to abortion is front and center. after either controversial restrictive laws or the proposal.
And it was somewhat a gamble, right? Because abortion wasn't necessarily in the news at the time because it was way past Roe v. Wade, but it was something Democrats knew would drive voters to the polls.
Well, they saw it in the midterms in 2022, and they did better than expected, largely on the back of course, that decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. And we have been talking all night about these key battlegrounds. You are going to be talking about those key battlegrounds. One of them, of course, North Carolina. This is a state still reeling from Hurricane Helene, which has been the center of a major misinformation campaign, in part amplified by former President Trump. Our exit poll asked, is federal hurricane aid going to people who need it? And you can see the numbers here. 49% said yes. 46% said no. I want to get to Sam Brock, who's in North Carolina. And a question since that hurricane had hit, Sam, was going to be, will this affect people making it to the polls, getting their ballots in? What are you seeing and what are you hearing?
Sure. Let me start with Part A, Hallie and Tom. Good to be with you. I'm in this tiny precinct right now, about 15 or 20 minutes outside of Ashland in Buncombe County. And what's amazing is they just celebrated 1,000 people voting just in this tiny precinct. Guys, the reason that it's relevant is we see the last voters here that are lining up. We have about an hour and a half left, is the fact that you had another location where this was supposed to be that's still having helicopter supplies dropped in for victims of Hurricane Helene. As officials here are trying to coordinate and figure out where people will go to vote. And yet, despite all of that, you only had about a quarter of all the election sites in this entire county that were impacted in some way, whether it's combining with an existing polling site or having to move it all together. But folks seem to be finding where they need to go. The early voting numbers in Buncombe were at about 58%, which is outpacing the rest of the state. So we are, in fact, Hallie, to your question, seeing people come out and actually exercise their civic duty and be able to vote. As far as the misinformation component of this is concerned, though, I did have a conversation recently with a young couple that just voted for the first time. They are in many ways emblematic of how a lot of folks feel. It's not necessarily that they think that FEMA was only giving out $750, as was that first lie, frankly, that was out there for a couple of weeks, where the FEMA was redirecting funding from, disaster relief to the border or any of the other things that were out there. They said that they didn't think that the community was doing a good job of disseminating water and food supplies to the people that need it. And that was a real tangible impact that affected their votes. And I'm hearing that not just from that young couple, but people who are voting across the county, guys.
The state where you are, Sam, there's also another race that a lot of people in North Carolina and well beyond are watching, and that is NC1, the state's first congressional district, which could not only be a factor for the balance of power in the House of Representatives, but could also give us an early look at some of the trend lines as far as who is turning out and where, right?
It could. So we're talking about Don Davis right now, who actually won that previous congressional election by about 5 percentage points. But there was a mid-cycle redistricting, Hallie, and the reality is that there are fewer black voters in his district now. More right-leaning parts of, say, the Outer Banks area of North Carolina were added, and suddenly he's in a dogfight with Lori Buckout, who's a businesswoman. And the question becomes, how does this speak reflectively to what's going on across the country? Well, certainly in terms of younger voters turning out, that's part of it. But also, North Carolina is a state where there are more registered Democrats by about 100,000 than Republicans, and yet redistricting, especially when you're talking about the House, matters a whole lot because there is a supermajority of Republicans in the state legislature. This, in some respects, is a reflection of that.
Sam Brock live for us there in North Carolina. Sam, thank you.
North Carolina beginning to be such a big story. We are tracking the latest exit polls as they come in, and the first polls in battleground Georgia are set to close soon.
Stay with us for our NBC News special coverage of Election Night 2024 tonight, even into tomorrow morning. Savannah and Lester are going to take you all the way through right here on NBC News. Stay with us.
It's like these are all things you can imagine, but all computations you can imagine. So there's going to be other. Okay, so that's a fair question. Is it possible to income once we is there something that isn't what we can represent for? Right? That is there's something that and that's I think what makes it to be hyper-clear.
News lives in the now. Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning. Welcome to Election Night on NBC News. Decision 2024 starts right now. The race, a dead heat.
Make America great again.
We are not going back. An unprecedented campaign. I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. It all comes down to tonight. The key contests. Pennsylvania will be key.
If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing.
The biggest issues.
I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders.
The government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Now, America decides.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here is Hallie Jackson.
I'm Hallie Jackson, and we are coming on the air here on NBC News with brand new exit poll data. Our first early look at what voters think, what matters to them, all of it as the first battleground polls are closing less than an hour from now in the state of Georgia. That is going to be crucial. We're going to take a look at some of this exit poll data as it's coming into us. We've got our team in the field spread out across campaigns, coast to coast as well. You're taking a look there. I think that was Erie County, Pennsylvania. The idea being, what do people think right after they cast their ballots? They come out at some 600 polling locations across the country, and they tell these exit pollsters how they voted, why they voted, and when they decided to make their decision. So let's get into it here. The issues that are driving people out. We asked voters, what is the most important thing to you between foreign policy, abortion access, the economy, immigration, and the state of democracy? And you can see it here. The top issue, again, based on these early exit poll numbers, interestingly, is the state of democracy at 35%. That is followed by the economy at 31%, abortion 14%, and then immigration and foreign policy after that. Why is this so interesting? It's because for months now, voters have consistently been telling public pollsters that the economy and inflation were the most important issues to them. So let's take a look at who these voters said they trusted more on each of these issues. On the economy, it is former President Trump who has an edge here over Vice President Harris on trust on this particular issue. On abortion access, remember, this is an issue that Vice President Harris largely closed on. She made it a centerpiece of her campaign. She is leading him as it relates to trust on abortion. And on immigration, that's the flip side of the coin. That is the issue that former President Trump has hammered now for months. He is leading her, not quite by double digits at this point. I want to bring in Chuck Todd to talk through all of these numbers. And let me just start with this. The grain of salt, because I think it's important that people know these are early numbers. These numbers likely will change. This is just the first wave of data coming into us. We have more data coming in as well. But at 5 o'clock Eastern, so over the course of the last hour, is when you see that drop, basically, of the exit poll information. You've been in our system. You've been taking a look at all of it. Tell me what's standing out to you.
Well, there's a couple of things. A big one right now is just, and this is across the battleground states, and I'm going to be generalized here because we always want to be careful for all the caveats that you put out there, which is fewer people are identifying with either of the two major parties. That is a big deal. Like overall, we believe if you just look at the two major parties, we think that there's a slight Republican registration advantage over the Democrats by about a point. But the largest cohort is non-party, or independent. And then we ask you ask people what party do they belong to, Democrat, Republican, or something else independent. But then we ask, what's your ideology, liberal, conservative, moderate? If this poll is right, this would be more people are identifying as moderate in this poll than in any of the previous elections featuring Donald Trump. And fewer people are identifying as conservative than any election featuring Donald Trump. The liberal number is actually pretty pretty neutral there. What does that mean? Look, you talk to our pollsters and they'll tell you the moderate number is everything. Democrats always win moderates by a big number. The question is, can they win it by 20 plus points to offset, some of their partisan disadvantages there? And the independent number is a big deal because Democrats did not do well in the voter registration front throughout the last 4 years. It was Republicans who did much better in the voter registration. It means she has to win independents. And the fact that there are more people identifying as independent, I think even raises the stakes even more that might be the single most crucial voting group we deal with tonight.
But you also talk about the divide between men and women. We've been talking about this gender gap for a while, and we can take a look now at how gender gap breaks down on issue. And I want to just be clear on the state of democracy issue, which again, according to these early exit polls, number one, they could change. Number two, just because a candidate is leading on the top issue does not mean that they win, but it can cut both ways depending on if you're a Republican or a Democrat.
Well, it does. And I want to tell people, we offered 5 choices on issues. Okay. 4 of them are specific issues: economy, abortion, immigration, and foreign policy. The 5th is this umbrella issue of state of democracy. And what it tells me is the voters going, look, I'm not here for one specific issue. I'm here because I'm worried about X. And there's a lot of what I call the existential threat voters who believe if the other party gets power, their way of life's in trouble. And first of all, it's interesting that this is basically cutting right down the middle. So that means you have a chunk of voters in both parties who view this election in existential terms. Maybe we've got to come up with a better punch here to offer people. But I understand why I think if you don't have a specific issue, you chose that. And that tells me in some ways, this is a very macro election. People really believe the stakes are high in this election. And that's what to me, that's what that tells me.
Let me pick up on one of these threads too, because you talk about independents and moderates. You saw the vice president, the Harris campaign, really try to extend an olive branch to that particular group. I was on the campaign trail as she was bringing in former Congresswoman Republican Liz Cheney to try to turn out some of those folks who identify as more moderate. She's also worked to extend an olive branch to late deciders as well. And here's the exit polls. About 12% of voters say they made their decision on who to vote for in the last month. 86% made it before that. And you also have people who decided in just the last week to turn out as well. We're going to pull those numbers up in just a second too. 7% in just the course of the last 7 days. And you've had some news made over the course of the last week.
It is. And, one of my theories of this election to watch for tonight has always been, are we going to see a 2016 effect? And what I mean by that is it's pretty clear now in hindsight that going into the election, there a lot of voters waited to the last second to make that decision. And they made the decision, and all of a sudden, all those late deciders went to him. So when they all move in the same direction, that usually tells you, it's usually, that's the person that usually wins.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that. And as we do, I also want to keep an eye on some of those economic numbers as well, because as you saw, the economy, if it is not the top issue, and again, those numbers might shift, it might end up that way at the end of the night, it is certainly among the top issues for voters. So we're lucky to have our expert correspondent, Christine Romans, covering all things economy for us. And you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the gender gap when you look at the economy, you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old, right? Young voters who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy. For women, it is abortion. Far and away the number one thing for women. And the younger the voters, as I look at these exit polls, the younger they are, abortion goes up the list for how important it is for them. So that's something to keep an eye on, the different ages and the gender gap there. Overall, the condition of the U.S. economy, though, I mean, you can see poor, not so good. More than 7 out of 10 voters, more than that, think that things are not going in the right direction. That is in line with what we've been hearing in the opinion polls for months and months, Hallie.
Christine, one of the things that as I've been in some of these battleground states talking with voters about the economy, I hear a lot about the cost of living. I hear a lot about how expensive like a pound of burger meat is, or the price at the gas pump, for example, even with, of course, gas prices coming down, inflation coming down. But that is a question that we asked on these exit polls, Christine. And you're getting into that as well.
Yeah, and there's housing and there's childcare, there's wages. Depending on where you are in the country, there are different sort of pain points in terms of how people are feeling. We asked in the last year, has inflation caused your family a severe hardship? 21%, a moderate hardship, 53%. That is a huge proportion of the electorate that thinks that inflation has been a hardship. No hardship at all, a surprising only 24%. Some might say they can't believe it's that high considering how many people have been complaining about inflation. And by the way, this is a question we didn't even have to ask 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were asking about the pandemic. Now so it's a reminder. I want to share this one really quickly. Family finances, worse today, 45%. That is the highest worse family finances compared to 4 years ago in 5 presidential cycles. That's even a little bit higher than the great financial crisis, guys.
That's so interesting. Christine Romans, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You know, the campaigns, the candidates are looking at this data too. Peter Alexander and Dasha Burns are covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. As we're just getting our look now at favorability ratings for each of the candidates. I want to show you here. Donald Trump will start here. 54% of voters view him unfavorably, 44% favorably. But Dasha, as you well know, part of the strategy here for the Trump campaign is to take that 44% and make sure that they get to the polls, that they turn out and vote. It's about supercharging the people who already back him, Dasha.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And a large focus for that base is men. You heard Christine Romans there just talk about the gender gap. I, from being out in the field, would almost call it like a gender chasm, a gender Grand Canyon. It is so stark, this divide, and it could be the defining factor for this election. And you can see that in just the closing messages that we watched from those candidates. Former President Trump last night got the endorsement of the nation's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan. That is likely to maybe help him with men, especially young men. He's hugely influential. Not likely to help him with women. He did bring out conservative commentator Megyn Kelly, who was actually pretty critical of his approach with women, but she tried to help him make that closing pitch to female voters. But he's really, Hallie, been leaning into talking points that are more catering to men and platforms that cater more to men. The other thing that we're seeing from him just moments ago, he's already posting on Truth Social saying that there's a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, saying law enforcement is coming. We got a response from DA Krasner saying that the only talk about massive cheating has come from one candidate, Donald J. Trump, and there is no factual basis whatsoever with law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have seen him sowing seeds of doubt about this election with no evidence to support anything nefarious, Hallie.
An important reality check there. Dasha Burns, live for us in South Florida. Thank you. Let's take a look now at the favorability for Vice President Harris, and you can see it here now. 50% of exit polled voters say that they have an unfavorable opinion of her versus 48% who say that they have a favorable opinion of her. In other words, that they like her, that they are into her, if you will. Let me bring in Peter Alexander, who's live for us just outside Howard University in Washington, where the vice president is holding her watch party. Peter, give us a sense of what you're hearing and seeing from the campaign at this moment.
Well, I can tell you what I'm hearing right now, and it's a lot of loud music as they get ready for a celebration here tonight. They are projecting confidence and hoping this night works out very well, but we'll save that for a little bit later. To the favorability numbers right now, I think particularly what is satisfying or is viewed as a good sign among Harris campaign officials with whom I'm speaking is the fact that Kamala Harris, the vice president's favorability, is at 48%. Joe Biden's is at 41%. She's well outperforming him right now. Of course, there have been real concerns that the sense that Americans thought the country was headed in the wrong direction. They had largely been dissatisfied with President Biden's handling of his time in office could have an impact on her. Ultimately, it's likely in part what led him to have to get out of this race. But she is not only outperforming President Biden, she's also outperforming former President Donald Trump at 44% right now. And what's also striking to me is in the NBC News poll, Hallie, as you know, that we put out only a matter of days ago, Americans had sort of a rosier view of Donald Trump's time in office now than they did at the time itself. 48% saying that they like the way he handled his time in office, which is notable because his favorability right now, according to these exit polls, early exit polls, is at 44%. So that number has come down a little bit as well. So those are some of the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of this evening. A couple other things that we're watching, and campaign advisors are flagging to reporters like myself, reaching out and speaking to them. They are seeing large numbers among young voters, particularly on college campuses. We were told specifically about Lehigh with a 7-hour line
only a short time ago. They're sending more voting machines there, election officials are, and the campaign sending more support in the form of some of its surrogates to keep those folks in line in hopes that they'll come out in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is so critical to that campaign and to the former president's campaign as well. Peter Alexander, I hope you got your coffee handy. We'll be talking with you, I know, in just a little bit. We're also getting exit polls out of not just the national landscape here, but some of those key swing states. Remember, exit pollsters post up at some 600 locations all across the country. So let's get a look at some of the results here. And I want to start here with the blue wall. So remember, that's Pennsylvania, that's Michigan, that's Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Sunbelt, very similar story here too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watch in just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia. And you can see Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina as well. But it's Georgia that we're going to be watching for, that you should be watching for as well. 30 minutes later, you've got North Carolina. This is one that is so fascinating here. Remember, former President Trump won this state twice, but it looks like it is, based on public polling, a very close race. And then at 8 o'clock, buckle up, because that's when it hits, right? Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground here, along with a slew of other states, including some with key Senate races, for example, like in Maryland. Ohio also has one. That'll be closed by 8 p.m. too. Polls closed there at 7:30. We've got a lot to get to tonight, and we're